Well, good morning and welcome to a very sunny Queen's Park Oval here as we're just getting ready for the start of the final round of the West Indies Championships, and what a game we have in store for us. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're coming up against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and the players are coming out onto the field with the officials, and I'm not too sure what's happening here. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they are coming out together with the Guyana team, and they're going to have some sort of official ceremony. I'm not...
Maybe but the death of David Halford.
Oh, yes, that could be, you're very right. Well, again, welcome here to sunny conditions at the Queen's Park Oval. I'm Colin Murray, along with Sean Divas. Sean, as you rightly said, very, very sad, the passing of the Barbadian legend and of course West Indian legend David Halford, who was better known in his playing days as Sir Gary Sobers' cousin, and which was very unfair to him, because I thought he himself as a player certainly achieved a lot for Barbados and for the West Indies.
Well, good morning to you, Colin. Good morning to everyone watching and listening. Bright sunny conditions, you said, here at the Queen's Park Oval. Condolences to everyone across the 166 square mile island of Barbados, and to everyone in the West Indies, and everyone who knew David Halford. He died, I think, a few days ago at 83, and that's a good old age. His one lasting memory of him was when he picked Shivnarine Chandrapal in 1992. He said years later that was the best decision he ever made as a selector.
Yeah. I tell you, though, in his playing career, he had amassed a partnership with Cousin Gary of 274. I can't remember the year. I can't remember the game itself. It was a test match. You see, in the Jeet will come with that. 1966 at Lords, when West Indies were in trouble. And he stood up with Sir Gary and a partnership with 274 thereabouts in what turned the game for the West Indies. And I think that was one of his lasting memories, playing for the West Indies. Of course, when you're batting with Sir Gary, it makes life a lot easier, but certainly a real legend of West Indies cricket, as you rightly said, went on to be a selector. And, it's so sad when these legends leave us, especially with West Indies cricket. Not, when you talk of legends and what they have achieved, and to see West Indies cricket where it was back then as to where it is now, you think, and you talk to a lot of them, they're crying out for the days to see West Indies cricket back on top. And unfortunately, the day that happens, a lot of them would have already passed on.
Yes, it's so sad that these legends, as you said, have passed on. And there are some still alive. Thank God for that. Like Roberts, Richards, and these guys. There's Sir Garfield Sobers and Everton Weeks. Yeah, they're still alive.
Well, no, Everton Weeks passed away. I think last year Everton Weeks passed away. But what a grand, as you mentioned that name, what a grand old man he was. You sit down with Everton Weeks when he was I think he passed at 92. And, even at 90, 91, you sit down with Sir Everton, and had a conversation with him. You couldn't believe this man talking to you is 90 or 91 years of age. Because he was so au courant with everything going on with cricket. He had his views. I remember one day as a youngster, he saw me batting and he said, young man, why are you hitting the ball in the air? I said, well, I couldn't answer him. I sort of went, well. And he said, listen, if you can get to your first 50 without hitting the ball in the air, why would you want to hit the ball in the air after your next 50, for your next 50? And that was his philosophy. But what a great man he was. And then to have a conversation with Sir Gary. Remember, the Past Cricketers Society of Trinidad and Tobago had a function about 3 or 4 years ago before the COVID hit. And Sir Gary and Wes Hall were invited. Well, I had the honor to sit with them during a luncheon. And the stories these guys have, talking about their time in Australia, talking about their time in England, talking about their time in the Caribbean, and I mean, it was just fascinating listening to them. But we're getting ready here for the start of play, the formal ceremony just to mark the passing of David Holford. All the players have left except the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman in Jeremy Solozano, and together with Keegan Simmons, they are out in the middle. Of course, both left-handers. And Kimo Paul is going to open the bowling for the Guyana team, and he's operating from the northern or the Willie Rodriguez end, and he's going to be bowling to Jeremy Solozano, who's not been having such a great time with the bat, and he was selected for the Sri Lanka tour, and it was so unfortunate that he never got a chance to bat in that game. And since then, he's not really found his true touch. From 5 innings, he's just scored 90 runs. He's got a top score of 66, but for an opening batsman, he's averaging 18. But here's Kimo Paul with the first delivery.
Back goes Solozano and plays it back along the track. So a good start here. The pitch looks good. A batting pitch. And the outfield, as usual, lush green. Lightning fast, nice cool breeze blowing across the ground. The skies are blue. I haven't seen any Sahara dust.
Well, the forecast is not too good. There's some sort of tropical wave that is hovering just outside of Trinidad, and they're saying that we should expect heavy thunderstorms, etc., and showers later in the day.
This is down the leg side bar delivery.
That will carry us to the into tomorrow. Let's hope that somehow the forecasters haven't got it right, and we can have some hopefully interrupted game. But you made mention of the pitch, Sean. It looks really in good condition. There's some grass rolled into it, but not a lot of grass. And I think if any of the teams were hoping for a grassy type of pitch, they're not going to get that here. It looks a belter for batting, and certainly the Trinidad and Tobago team, if they can settle down, because they've not batted well. They had a really good time in the first 2 rounds, and since then, we're not sure what has gone wrong. But you can't have scores of 140, 273 with one man making 100. One man making 100 in that 273 and then getting 133 and 139. It's just not on. If you're going to have those kind of scores, you're going to run into problems and you're not going to win many games.
Yes, well, apart from those 2 games which they won in the first phase of the competition, they've lost 2 more, and they've got 47.2 points. No way of winning the title, like Guyana. No way of winning the title also. Yeah. Well,
Guyana has improved. You look at Guyana, I thought they were very lucky. I did the first game with Guyana against the Windward Islands. And the Windward Islands, they're a team who they don't know how to win. And I think that's the problem, because they really should have won that game against Guyana.
Down the leg side again by
This has
Kimo.
not been a good over from Kimo Paul. His first 2 deliveries were spot on, but since then he's been going down the leg side, and he's just got he's got 3 slips and a gully. He's got to get that ball up or around the off stump. Has to make Solozano play at those deliveries just outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, and even if he was bowling it wide outside the off stump, that would have been better, because that would have tempted Solozano, if he wanted, not to leave alone, to go after it. But he's bowled the last 2 deliveries bowled down the leg side.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago will get their first run. Solozano will get his first run, just dabbing that ball into the offside. Very soft hands, just pushed it. It wasn't a quick delivery, and Solozano was on top of it and pushed it out there. So the end of the first over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 1-for-0 as the 2 openers, Solozano and Simmons, and we already told you in terms of Solozano just averaging 18. Well, Simmons is just behind him with 17.6, and from his 5 innings, he's only scored 88. So when you're looking for a solid, steady start from your openers, Solozano and Simmons just have not delivered for this tournament.
Well, good morning once again, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. The umpires today, the former West Indies left-arm seam bowler from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dighton Butler and Jonathan Blades. They're the two standing umpires. Butler at the bowler's end, and Blades, the slimly built Blades, he's at square leg.
Yeah, he's at the, I've seen Blades in a couple games. He did the Leeward Islands Trinidad and Tobago game, and then he was here at the Oval last week for the game between, who was that now? Between Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. So he's here again at the Oval, and Dayton Butler was down at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex for the Leewards versus Trinidad and Tobago game. But Niall Smith is operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And Solozano is going to get another easy single. So this will do his confidence some good once he's getting the ball in the middle of the bat. Not a forcing drive, more of just a little push into the offside. So he goes on to 2, the total on to 2. It brings Keegan Simmons into strike. He's going to face Smith. As a matter of fact, he's going to face his first ball of the morning, as Smith has now decided after that first delivery over the wicket to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Of course, both batsmen are left-handers. A lot of hope for Keegan Simmons, a good young player. But like everyone else, he's got to score runs.
Yes, well, there's same line of attack. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a mid-off. And that's the offside field as Smith will bowl to the left-hander. When they rotate the strike, it would make a big impact on the line, but they're both different types of batsmen, so that might make an impact on the length the bowler has to bowl.
Well, Simmons is going to get off the mark, so both batsmen just pushing the ball into there's a big gap between a point and mid-off, and both batsmen able to push that ball into that gap and get a comfortable single. Interestingly enough, what we've been seeing over the last couple of rounds, the opening bowlers and the medium pacers tend to bowl with 7-2 fields. Now, I don't like the 7-2 fields because it means you got to go so wide of the off stump that you don't attack the stumps. But here, I like the field for Guyana with the 3 slips, the gully, the point, mid-off, mid-on, and then they've got that forward square leg and a man at fine leg. I do like that
And there's
field.
also a wide mid-on. So 3 men on the onside and the others on the offside.
Yeah, which means that it gives Smith the opportunity to actually bowl at the stumps. But when you're bowling with a 7-2 field, you tend to bowl wide of the off stump because you're so mindful that there's no one outside of this wideish mid-on, there's no one forward of square, etc., that you tend to keep the ball away from the stumps. And of course, when you're not bowling at the stumps, it negates the opportunity for you hitting the stumps and for LBW decisions. But interestingly enough, Smith has gone back over the wicket to Solozano.
That's outside the line of the leg stump, and wayward delivery also now from Smith. That is one of the problems with Niall Smith. He's very fast, but he lacks consistency in line and length. He's straying most times wide outside the off stump or down the leg side. And when he comes back for second and third spells, he struggles for that consistency.
Sean, he's picked up 7 wickets in the tournament so far. He's from 5 innings. How do you rate his returns?
Well, the game against Barbados, when he bowled just before lunch, he bowled on the best I've seen him bowl, hostile, fiery, and he got 3 wickets. But he missed one of the games. In fact, the last game against Jamaica at Diego Martin, he missed that game due to injury. And he missed the other game before. So this is his second game in the tournament, in this resumption of the tournament.
Yeah, he's actually had 3 matches, 5 innings. He's bowled 83 overs, but an average of 46, which really and truly, I think he's a much better bowler than that. And I was making the point to both you and Inderjeet before we got. That's a good shot from Solozano. A little bit of a hesitation. I thought there was a run in that, but time you hesitate, that's it. Yeah, and I simply thought that just the mere fact every time he tries to up the ante and bowl quicker, he tends to lose his line and lose his length.
And for listeners back home, the Guyana team leaving out Chandrapal Hemraj and Anthony Bramble, the wicketkeeper. He's still injured, got knock on his wrist, and it's very swollen. Had to take medications 5 times a day, and maybe decided with nothing to prove them. They've got Imlak, who's a competent backup keeper. He's played as a batsman and got 53 in the first game when Bramble kept, and they may be deciding to give Bramble a rest.
Yeah, and the Trinidad and Tobago team, there's no Bravo in the team. We'll try and give you the Trinidad and Tobago team in a minute.
Timo Paul. Good short delivery. Maybe a little too high. Should have angled in towards the batsman, maybe the rib cage or the neck. But a good testing delivery, good carry towards the keeper.
Yeah, and the Trinidad and Tobago team, of course, Imran Khan, the skipper. There's Keegan Simmons, Jason Mohammed, Isaiah Raja. He's getting an opportunity, young Raja. Then there is wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, Yannick Carrier, Terence Hines, Uthman Mohammed, the quickie. He is in. Shannon Gabriel is also in. No ball from Kimo Paul. Then there's the off spinner in Brian Charles, and we already said Shannon Gabriel, the quickie, and Jeremy Solozano. So no Darren Bravo in the team. That's probably the one change, or the one notable change. Understand that Bravo was unavailable for the game. Not sure if he's nursing an injury, but he didn't practice. They told me he didn't practice the last couple of days, and so he made himself unavailable.
Good delivery from Paul, back of a length. Played with a vertical bat out towards the... and this is poor running, poor communication by the 2 batsmen. Yeah,
there should have been 2. I don't know, Keegan Simmons was more ball watching than anything else. Should have hustled for that first run. And Solozano was up to the second, but Simmons decided against it. And Bravo has been having a really tough time. From 4 innings in this season, he's only scored 21 runs at an average of 5.
During the rest day, there was a tournament at Santa Cruz, the Brian Lara ground there, and I met his father, and we were having a discussion with some of the spectators, some of the
Sean,
players.
you were actually having a discussion with his father. You got in a word? That's Morgan Bravo. Good morning, Morgan, if you're viewing or you're listening.
I also got a photo with him.
Oh, my word. Okay. I don't know who. You must be proud, or he must be proud, I think. Yeah, so sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, we were talking with some of the fans. The players in the tournament was a 4-team tournament, and they were all discussing whether Darren should be in this match here, and most of them said no.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. If even he was available, I would have quietly gone to him and said, listen, I think you need to rethink your cricket. I think you need to go back into the nets. You need to look at your positioning, your technique again. I mean, there's no doubt that Darren Bravo is a class player. There's absolutely no doubt. I think that it's much more now than his technique. And to me, he doesn't look as keen as he used to be. You know, he looks in the field. I saw him in the Leeward's game. He looked a little bit lethargic in the field. He came off a couple of times. And so I'm not too sure if he's as fit as he should be to be playing this level. Now, he's going into the CPL in the next couple of months. He's got to get himself fit. Because if he doesn't, he'll be shown up badly at that level.
I remember seeing him for the first time at on the 15 level, and he reminded me so much of Brian Lara. And at one time in his test career, he had the exact same figures, runs, and average of Brian Lara.
Well, Kimo Paul's second over has come to an end, the third of the innings, and the Red Force are 5-0. No doubt Niall Smith is going to continue from that Brian Lara pavilion end. And it's funny, and I'm not too sure if the weight of that expectation on him was a real burden. I don't know if you recall, but when Bernard Julian first came on the scene, Bernard Julian was doing everything. He was bowling left arm, medium pace. He was bowling back of the hand.
And they called him the next Sobers.
Yes,
yeah.
and he was being called the next Gary Sobers. Now, my word, there will never, ever, in my lifetime, in future generations, be another Gary Sobers. I mean, Gary Sobers was, he's by himself, you know. And to label poor Bernard Julian with that, then the next Gary Sobers, I thought the burden of that weighed down on him tremendously. And I feel the same thing happened with Darren Bravo. You know, he was being called the next Brian Lara. He looks so similar to Brian Lara. He's left-handed. You know, that's the next. We found a new Brian Lara. And maybe the expectation was just some players sometimes can't handle certain expectations. It's just too much for them.
And actually, he's related to Brian Lara.
That's right.
Yeah, so the pressure is more. I think the same problem is encountered by Tej Narayan Chandrapal. He's coming slowly out of his dad's shadows now, with the runs he's made this season, back-to-back hundreds, big hundreds, and he scored 4 centuries, and 3 of them, his first 3, were all unbeaten innings. He only got out in the last match when he made 184 because he was looking to up the tempo.
Yeah.
Guyana wanted quick runs.
I saw him in the first 2 games here against the Windwards, which they won by 1 wicket. Guyana started badly because they won that game by 1 wicket, a game in which they should have lost. And then the next game, they lost by an innings to the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and that...
Oh, that's edged. Dropping just short of Kimo Paul there at third slip. But Keegan Simmons looking to drive a delivery. It may have hit the seam and could have left him slightly as he was looking to drive. He got the outside edge and it dropped just in front of Kimo Paul. A bit of fortune.
Well, in sweltering heat, that's good from Niall Smith. He must be encouraged by that. That left the batsman and just fell short of Paul, as you said.
And the interesting thing is, there is the replay as he was driving at that delivery. First real aggressive shot we've seen from Keegan Simmons. And that's a bad line from Paul from Smith. After you get the outside edge with the delivery before outside the off stump. Now you take it down the leg side and gives Simmons the easy opportunity to get off the strike and collect his thoughts at the non-striker's end. But he goes to 3 and the total 6 for none now.
And lucky there's protection on the fine leg boundary. There's Dimitri Cameron, or else that would have been 4.
Haven't seen him in action, Dimitri Cameron. I understand he's a quickie, right arm.
Yeah.
Moves the ball, Sean?
Yeah, but he seemed nervous in his first game. He's not the best of feelers, but he is a work in progress.
Solozano needs to get some runs, Jeremy Solozano. He's not an attacking type of player. He tends to work the ball, and if you give him the loose ball, he will put it away. But I think he as well is one of those that just lacking a little bit of confidence now. When you're not getting runs, it's amazing. You sometimes lose your ability of just how to work the ball around and to get runs. And I think he's suffering from that now. He just needs to get 20, 30 to give him the confidence to get a good score.
He was another young man that when I saw at youth level, I felt he would have gone all the way. But he's regressed as he got older. That's the problem with most of the West Indies batsmen. They look good at youth level. They compare to the best at youth level. But when they get past 19, 20, 21, you see something happen that changes them.
Yeah, they need to step up, and they don't. 4 overs have been completed as Niall Smith, he's completed his second over, none for 3. And no doubt Kimo Paul is going to continue. And you see Leon Johnson there having a chat. Probably just going to have a chat with him. No, it's chatting with Versamy Pamal, is it? Yes. At that, who is now at a wideish mid-on. And Johnson has to run all the way back down to a first slip. Still 3 slips and a gully. So Guyana looking for the breakthrough. I was very I was asking John, because he did John Ramsing, of course, your colleagues. Oh, that's hold them. Well. It went right through the gap, the gate, but he was playing across the line. And once you do that, you're opening up yourself to problems. Keegan Simmons, instead of trying to play that ball towards a straightish mid-on, he was looking to work it through the mid-wicket region. He missed it, and I was really surprised. I didn't realize it went down to hit the stumps, but when you look at that, it was a poor shot from Keegan Simmons. You can't be playing across the line. Let's have a look at it, Sean. A delivery pitched up to him. And had a little bit of movement.
Yeah, it came back a little bit. It was just short of a Yorker length. And why he missed it? Because he tried to play around the ball instead of looking to drive straight or with a straight bat towards mid-on. So he's gone. First wicket for Guyana, 6 for 1. Good breakthrough there by Paul. And Simmons gone for 3 from 9 balls. So good breakthrough here by Guyana.
Yeah, certainly a good breakthrough. And it means that could it be Isaiah Raja? Another left-hander may very well be coming in. Isaiah Raja, who got 66 or 65, sorry, in the first game he played. But then in the next 2 innings he had just got 8 more runs, but certainly just an average of 24, and a lot of people are saying that they don't think he's been given enough of an opportunity because he is a good player. He tends to play with a very straight bat, and so he's getting his opportunity now.
But that was a fantastic delivery from Kimo Paul, the man from an area called Saxakali in the Essequibo. And then afterwards, he went over to Wakenham, the island in the Essequibo River that produced Ramnere Sarwan. So he's a Essequiban, and he's bowling in tandem with a Burbisian.
Well. I remember going to Berbice to play after the infamous Joey Carew, captain Trinidad and Tobago, and bowled underhand to Rohad Kanai. And I remember when we played against Guyana, we actually won the tournament that year in Guyana, but we played Guyana in Berbice.
At Albion.
That's right. And there was an appeal, and of course I was the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team at the time, and I really was, I must have overdid the appeal, you know, and I was carrying on. I couldn't understand how the umpire said not out. And all of a sudden, the Guyanese crowd started shouting abuses at me, asking me if my name was Carew.
And back in those days, there was massive crowds, especially in Berbice and Essequibo, and even at Border.
This is Kimo Paul with the first delivery to Raja.
Good line.
Yep. And now we see 4 slips and a gully. So they've taken away that forward short leg. Not forward short leg, sorry, the forward square leg. And they've put him into a 4th slip. So 4 slips and a gully, all in a line. So that's very interesting that Kimo Paul now is going to attack Raja based on this field just outside the line of the off stump. What amazed me was that was my first trip to Guyana. And they said you had to cross the river. Now, rivers in Trinidad are small like and tiny.
Trenches.
Yes. And when we arrived to get the ferry, I said, but this is not a river, this is a sea, because it was so large. But those were good days, though, really good days.
I remember doing commentary with Fazil Mohammed at Garakar Park, and he kept saying he comes in from the river end. All coming in from the river's end, over and over again. And I
you were looking for the river.
Which river is here? When I looked at the back, it was like a trench. You can't jump over a river in Guyana.
So you call it a trench?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that amazed me when they.
And the bigger ones like Karuni, it's like a canal.
Yeah. This is Paul. Yes, so he's outside the line. No, this would give. Raja wouldn't mind this if he's going to go outside the line of the off stump, because he will be able to get a an idea of the pace and the bounce of this pitch. So Kimo Paul needs to come a little closer to that off stump, make him play, especially if you got a barrage of slip fieldsmen. Get him to play at it. Get him onto that front foot. Let him drive.
And those two deliveries were going away. The last one straightened. He's got the ability, as we saw, to bring the ball back. That's the one that bowled Simmons.
It's another one, but starting too wide of the off stump and going even further away. And Isaiah Raja decides he's going to leave it alone. Very sensible indeed. And so 6 for 1, trying to be going. Again, not a good start. Losing the wicket of Keegan Simmons earlier in this over. Bowled by Kimo Paul for 3. Jeremy Solozano is at the non-strikers end. He's on 2. He's faced something like 17 deliveries already. But certainly doesn't look too troubled at this point in time.
Another
no ball,
no ball called also. If it was a one-day game, that would have been a free hit. But that doesn't happen in red ball cricket.
Yes, so I think that was the first thing that amazed me when they said we were going over to play that game and we had to cross the river. And they said a boat was coming. I said, a boat to cross the river? I was dumbfounded. Of course, I was only 17 years old at the time. So I never realized and didn't do any research on Guyana and the rivers, etc. The end of the over from Kimo Paul, 7 for 1. Solozano is 2. Isaiah Raja yet to get off the mark, but he's just faced about 4 or 5 deliveries from Paul and didn't have to play at any because he was starting too wide of that off stump to Raja, and Raja would be very happy to see all those deliveries passing wide of the off stump. So the change of ends now as Niall Smith is going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and nice conditions still prevailing here at the Queen's Park Oval. Blue skies all around, probably a gentle breeze as well as we look at the flags to the right of the pavilion just blowing in the wind. But Smith is going to continue and he's going to operate from round the wicket to the left-handed Solozano. Of course, we've the first 3 batsmen all left-handers. As Solozano is looking to guide a ball, and that's going to run away for 4. He was getting on top of the livery, and he just opened the face of the bat, and he was guiding. I thought he might have been looking to get it a little squarer.
Yeah, that took the inner part of the bat.
Yeah. But the intention was there, where he was looking to guide
the ball.
Yeah, and he was on top of it, so there was no danger in it going in the air.
It went all along the ground through the slips garden and down to the unprotected third man boundary for 4. But back in those days, there was no river bridge. There's a bridge now to cross the Berbice River. You maybe had to go with the ferry, or as you said, you went with a boat.
Yeah, well, I think it was the ferry. That's a few years ago, Sean. My memory isn't all that great. I do remember though that we had to cross this huge. I remember saying to a couple of the guys, "This is not a river, this is a sea." You know, and it was interesting. It was really interesting. But
you've
times.
ever been to Hampton Court in Essequibo on the Essequibo coast?
No, I don't think. No, I haven't been to Hampton.
Yeah, that's the only first-class venue on the Essequibo coast. If you'd been there, you would have think it was a mighty ocean because the Essequibo River is 29 miles at its widest point.
Oh my word! Okay, but those were good times. I must admit, I enjoyed my youth cricket. Went to Barbados, played in Barbados as well.
And that's why they call Guyana the land of many waters.
Yeah, but this is Smith.
Oh, that one came back.
Raja. Yeah. You have to say he judged it well in the end.
Or he would say, judge it well, Niall Smith was comprehensively beaten.
That's right. That's right. 12 for 1. So Solozano is on 7. Raja yet to get off the mark. Don't think he's actually played a delivery in terms of it coming off the bat. He's been was given about 5 or 6 deliveries wide of the off stump from Kimo Paul. And then this first delivery facing up to Smith was, he left it alone. Isaiah Raja. Again, he leaves alone yet another delivery.
Yeah, but this was more in control. It was wider. and he was leaving it alone. He intended to leave it alone. But good carry, both fast bowlers. This is early days yet, but good carry from the to the keeper. This is a good pitch. There's been 1,500s scored so far in this tournament, including 2 by bowlers who can bat. The Guyanese, Moti, and from the leewards. Why do you think there's been so many batsmen scoring hundreds?
I think the pitches have been excellent. That's the first thing. Where was it? Somebody was asking me, I think it was in the last game, the Leewards game. Why, they felt that the pitches were a little too much in favor of the batsmen. Now, the pitch in Diego Martin, that's a new complex, of course, and I think they're still experimenting down there in terms of getting that pitch right. But it's a beautiful batting pitch, and but I'm happy in a way that Raja is a bit lucky there that he could certainly have played that one on, but it went just behind him and went out to that leg gully position, no run. The end of the over from Smith. He's completed 3 overs, none for 8. It's 12 for 1. My only thing is it's sometimes too much in favor of the batsmen. But I found here at the Oval in particular, I haven't been down at the Brian Lara, but here, if you bend your back a little bit, as we've seen with Jeremiah Louis and some of the other bowlers, you can get something out of it. It does have a bit of bounce. It does have some sideways movement. But at the end of the day, Sean, it's how much you put into an effort into your bowling.
Yeah, before I go, I want to say get well soon to my son, Ricardo Devers. He played under 17 right here in Trinidad when he was younger. He was admitted to hospital last night.
Oh,
so, Ricardo, get well soon.
Yeah, well, yes, let's hope it's nothing that he can't cure quickly and back on his feet. The time you hear anybody go into hospital, you get shivers down your spine. As Kimo Paul is going to continue, and continuing with the commentary. Inderjeet Prasad, how are you, sir?
Good morning, my friend.
I haven't seen you for many years.
I'm still around, and I'm happy to see you as well.
Yeah, you are. Well, of course, with COVID around, not having any travels, etc., it's been tough.
Exactly. Can't complain, however. I guess you have to take your precautions, abide by the different protocols, but thank heavens.
Yeah.
Things are easing up a little, and we can come to Trinidad and Tobago. Always a joy to be in your country.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to hear that, and it's great to welcome you. But sport has certainly opened back up in Trinidad and Tobago. We have we have 2 of the football leagues now in progress. The Ascension League, which for want of a better description, a big man league, and then we have the Tiger Tanks under 20 tournament. So I think a lot of players themselves are happy to be just back out playing. In the leagues, we've had a lot of early injuries, because people didn't have time. By the time the minister announced that contact sport was opening back, the time in which to train and the start of the tournament was just about 4 or 5 weeks. And the competition is fierce, so you'd find that there were a lot of early injuries, cramps and a little hamstring injuries, etc. But thankfully that is off. And then of course, even in cricket-wise, we've been playing 50 over and T20 cricket. But, what I would love to see is us getting back to the longer version in terms of local cricket, 3-day cricket, league cricket. Because that's the way, that gives the guys the opportunity to bat for long, get hundreds. Because that's what you need at this level. Yes, we've been having trial matches, but I just don't believe trial matches are competitive enough, and then if you're playing club cricket.
I totally agree with you there, Colin. This is a lovely looking shot. And just pushing it away through extra cover, running pretty close towards the extra cover boundary, and he's going to feel very confident, Solazano. That was a good-looking shot. And
more of a push than, as you rightly said, more of a push. He's timing the ball well, and he seems still, in my opinion, at this point in time, he's still feeling that ball onto the bat because he's not been because he hasn't the confidence of getting a lot of runs right now. I get the impression from him he's just trying to stay there and you know, let the ball hit the bat and get it into the middle. And if he can pick up the singles and the twos, he'll be happy with that until maybe if he can last an hour, then get more into his stroke playing.
And Colin, it's never easy to come back from what he suffered in Sri Lanka as the over comes to an end. 14 for the loss of 1. Salazano is on 9. Raja has not. You imagine your feeling you got smacked into that helmet. You suffered a concussion. It's never easy to come back. The confidence level, we know a lot of sports deals with the mental game at the top here. So when he's out in the middle, those things normally replay. It is going to take the young man some time to get back in his groove, but definitely the talent is there as a youngster. We all love him. We wanted to see him come through, got that opportunity, and then suffered that disaster.
Yeah, it was such a pity because I mean he didn't even get a knock.
Exactly.
You know, which was really you know, there you are making your test debut as an opener. You just can't wait to get out into the middle, and all your dreams are wrecked, you know, based on the blow he got. But he still is a young man and has time.
Exactly.
And I must admit, I thought the selectors may have included him against England in the first test, you know, to give him the opportunity that he missed out. But of course, there was a new selection panel, and they decided to go with John Campbell. And of course, Campbell went into the team based on his first 2 rounds of the regional tournament. And of course, Solozano didn't really set the world on fire. He got 65 in one game, but didn't get 100 and that type of thing. And they went with John Campbell. So it's going to be tough for Solozano. He's got to get some big scores to force his way back into a West Indies team.
I do agree with you. And another short lifting delivery wide outside the line of the off stump. And not making the left-hander play. And that is something that plagued West Indies over the last 3 years, hunting for somebody to partner Craig Brathwaite. You just imagine in 48 innings in 3 years in Test cricket, we have had virtually 5 people accompanying the left-handed, the right-handed Brathwaite. And we have not been able to solidify that position. That's the reason why this tournament, and it's good to see we're having 4-day cricket prior to that Bangladesh tour. It opens up an opportunity for some of our youngsters to come through, and already there have been some names.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, Chanderpaul, there's no doubt he's leading the pack at this point in time based on his performances, you know, and somebody was telling me, oh boy, could you imagine Brathwaite and Chanderpaul opening the innings? We'll probably get 10 runs in the first 2 hours. But, you know, which is a little bit of an unfair comment. I think Brathwaite is starting now to look for the gaps in the field.
Absolutely right about that.
You know, he is now leading from the front. So he needs that partner to come with him and now try to I was impressed with Powell at the Diego Martin complex against Trinidad and Tobago when he got 100 and then he got a half century in his 2 innings, as Smith has to do it all just about to deliver. May have just lost his footing. Yeah, and I was impressed with him. I thought he batted really well. You know, he was confident in his stroke play. Defensively, he looked compact. I thought everything was good about Powell. Wasn't impressed with him here. He got run out in the first innings, and then he got out very. I can't remember how he got out, but you know, it was a poor looking shot how he got out in the second innings here against the Windwards. But I thought he was also a front runner. That's not a good shot from Raja. It was wide of the off stump. He just stood there and was trying to square drive. Don't think he got across enough to that ball to play that type of shot, even though it was short enough for the shot. Just thought he didn't get across to get to the pitch of it. Or sorry, not to just to get over it, to hit it square on that offside. Yeah, and to me, Chanderpaul has now gone ahead of him based on the scores. And it's all going to be down to this round, who gets runs, you know, but you can't ignore someone who has been making runs, you know, and no matter how he looks, what you think of him, he is getting runs.
Yes, exactly.
That's a good shot from Raja. Excellent shot. That's probably going to run into the boundary ropes just about now. That's a very good shot from Raja. He was into the drive, and he's off the mark. A splendid looking shot, and that's the type of player Isaiah Raja is. If it's there to be hit, he is going to hit it. He's full of confidence. He's a confident player. Sometimes I think he's too overconfident. He tries to play shots to balls that are not there, but he's a different type of batsman to Solozano and Simmons. He's a much more aggressive, and he's much more attacking.
Yes, certainly that was a fine shot, and he kept a still body as well, as he went off the back foot and took it on the up and stroked it away through extra cover. Everything was good about that. And here is Niall Smith Cullen as the over comes to an end. 18 for the loss of 1. Solozano is on 9. Raja is on 14. He has the pace. He can move the ball away from the batsman. However, this is one thing that has plagued him this season. You watched him in the earlier rounds. I just don't want to use the word wayward. I felt that he suffered to control that line far too often, far too wide outside the line of the off stump. I mean, batsmen that do not have the patience to play long innings, they might be flashing at him outside the off stump. But generally, with his style of bowling, and he's supported having 3 slips and a gully and a backward point, you need to bowl as close as possible to the line of the off stump. I do not know. I've watched to see if his head he's been pulled away as he comes to bowl and the shoulder goes and he sprays the ball. I'm not too certain, but that's one area he needs to correct.
Yeah, well, I will use the word wayward because I looked at him in the first 2 games. And the thing is, it happened a lot during his second or third spells when he came back after he was taken away from the new ball. And I think he just tried to bowl too quickly. You know, he needed to get back on line and length because let's face facts. He's I would say fast medium. He's not a tearaway fast bowler. So he's striving for that extra pace. And to me, every time he does that, he strays the ball. You know, either wide of the off stump, wide of the leg stump. And that to me is the problem. Here's an appeal, but that's going to run away. Imlach is after it, and it goes into the boundary ropes just about now. So that's 4 leg byes, was it, or 4 runs? It seems to be 4 runs.
Yes, he
so
did
he got
yes.
some bat onto it, Solozano. So he is on to what, 13, 22 for 1. But again, not a good delivery from Paul, straying in line, and it gave Solozano the opportunity just to tickle it fine for 4. Yeah, and that's to me was Niall Smith's biggest problem when he came back. Because the ball was a little bit older, the pitch, good batting pitch, and to me, he tried for that extra pace rather than concentrating on a good line, good length, trying to move the ball around. They go through for an easy single. Yeah, and that to me was his biggest problem. You know, I didn't see much change in his action where his head was falling away or anything like that. I just think he tried to bowl too quickly.
And he has done that with the new ball as well. I mean, as we can see this morning opening, he looks so much of a better bowler when he touched down on the line of the off stump or just outside the line of the off stump. What Paul, however, is trying here to do to Raja, remember when he got his first wicket, that was a delivery where the batsman Keegan Simmons played around the delivery, and the one that came back, it was a good pitched up delivery. So he's striving to get that one closer to the line of the off stump.
That's an interesting delivery from Kimo Paul, lacking in pace, just a little slower outside the line of the off stump. And Raja wasn't tempted because there's still 4 slips and a gully in position, very straight gully as well. And Kimo Paul operating from over the wicket, but trying to tempt Raja outside the line of the off stump. And Raja's got to be careful. He does like to drive at deliveries. He's got to make sure he picks the right one.
Of course, he needs to, but he's been there for a little while. 17 deliveries so far. Understands what the pitch is doing. Like this one.
That's a lovely shot. That's the Raja. He's going to play his shots, no doubt about it. In the Jeet, once you pitch it up to him, he's going to drive. And that one was a lovely off drive. He was to the pitch. Bat and pad very close together as he played that shot. Lovely off drive from Raja. He's on to 8, 27 for 1.
Yes, and looks good, the left-hander. Always lovely to see a left-handed batsman coming forward and driving sweetly. He didn't look for too much power, you understand fully well. Driving through the line of the delivery, and once he made contact, it's going to scream across the ground for 4 good-looking runs.
Interestingly enough, Kimo Paul has gone wrong the wicket. Didn't time that as well as the first one, but he's going to get runs again. As a matter of fact, that's going to run away because Cameron was diving to his left, never stopped it. And it's a back-to-back boundaries for Isaiah Raja. He was driving that one. Didn't time it as well as the first one, but it had enough on it to go to the boundary. Once Cameron decided he was not going to give chase, he decided to dive to his left. He missed it, and it's gone into that boundary. Raja is into double figures now. He's starting to look very, very competent here. He's on 12 from 19 deliveries. Solozano is on 14 from 28. And after 9 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 31 for 1.
Yes, and Colin, while Raja must have mistimed that one, Dimitri Cameron fielding down at extra cover mistimed the dive as well, because he actually went over the ball. And this has been something plaguing Dimitri Cameron. I mean, he's a youngster just making his debut. This is his 3rd match in this competition. And that's something that he needs to improve, and improve very, very quickly.
Well, it seems to be a change in bowling, and
Cameron.
he's been rewarded after diving across the outfield and not fielding the ball. He's going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So this is going to be an interesting change. It's the first time I'm going to be having a look at Cameron. And he is, in fact, he's played, 2 games. He's picked up 3 wickets. And not a great average. 62. He's averaging 62 at the moment, but just 3 wickets from 40 overs bowled in the tournament. It's going to be interesting how he operates here. It's much more of a defensive feel. See, just 2 slips and a gully, and you've got a point cover mid-off, and a wideish mid-on, a forward square leg, and a fine leg. So a 6-3 field for the fast bowler from the Guyana Harpy.
And to be fair
Eagles.
with him in the bowling department, there were like 3 catches dropped off his bowling. So that wicket that you spoke about could have been added, you know.
Oh, that's a good delivery to start. Just outside the line of the off stump. And Solozano was having a little bit of a nibble at it. Luckily for him, it didn't take the outside edge.
That was a good line and good length as well, and got some pace off the pitch too. So Solozano will be very mindful if he continues keeping this tight line and length on the line of the off stump. Good start for him so far.
Yes, excellent start. Good conditions still prevailing here at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice sunny conditions. And it's a good line, good length again from Cameron. A good start with his first 2 deliveries. But Solozano, very solid indeed at this point in time. Man already gone back to the pavilion. Keegan Simmons, he went bowled by Kimo Paul for 3. Faced 9 deliveries. And the Red Force at the time was 6 for 1.
Yes, so, and if you have just joined the broadcast, let us remind you that today Guyana left out Chandapal Hemraj. Had to be an injury. Cannot do it his performance. Had a blazing 78 against the Jamaican Scorpions of Diego Martin. That's a good delivery, right on target. And Anthony Bramble, who is still recovering from that injured left wrist. So in came Niall Smith to replace Chandapal Hemraj. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, no Carrie Peer in this team, and Darren Bravo not considered as well. So those were some of the little changes based on the previous games that we had.
And the man at the non-strikers then, Isaiah Raja, has come into the team.
And looked the part.
Yeah, he's certainly looking very comfortable at this point in time. As Solozano's delivery just short and lifting. He was trying to cut it. Thought that was a little too close to him, and he didn't get the power. Got the shot away, but couldn't get the direction that he wanted. He was obviously looking for a little bit more power and the gap, either to the right or to the left of the man at point. And it went straight to him.
Yes, and that was a good delivery too. Came off a little bit slow, had some bounce on it as well, and you could have seen there Solozano standing tall on the back foot, and you rightly said, Colin, it was too close to play the cut shot.
That's a bouncer here, and Solozano just getting out of the way. Interestingly enough, Kevin Sinclair is in the team, and I'm very happy to see that because, I really rate that young man. He got into the West Indies one-day setup, and then he's just disappeared. And I was surprised that he was not included in the Guyana lineup in the first game, and I mentioned that because you've got the Guyana attack to me against the Windwards and the Leewards. It was just too much of the same. And I'll come back to that after this delivery.
Yes, we're talking about Moti bowling left arm orthodox, Virasamy Permaul left arm orthodox as well.
Exactly. At the end of the over, it's 31 for 1. At the end of Cameron's over, a maiden over from him. Yeah, and I just thought there was no variety in the attack. And I inquired, I think I asked John Ramsing at the time, what's the situation with Kevin Sinclair? And nobody could have really said to me, well, he's lost his form, he's not interested, he's not playing cricket for some reason or the other. So I'm happy to see him back in the team. It was a tough game against the Jamaicans on a really good batting track. He picked up 2 wickets in the game, but I really expected a lot more from Kevin Sinclair since he came into the one-day setup. There's a couple of spectators and the Trinidad and Tobago red flag flying high, obviously in support of the Red Force, but not many spectators in the ground at this point in time.
Well, getting back to the Kevin Sinclair issue, Colin, it's difficult. There is no way he's going to be playing in front of Moti and the other left arm spinner Virasamy Permaul. These are the 2 guys that have owned that position in the Harpy Eagles 4-day team. So if Kevin Sinclair, the off spinner, is going to be picked, it simply means that the Harpy Eagles will have to do away with the fast bowler.
The quick bowler.
And in their minds, they thought on this pitch that they played and they wanted Diego Martin, that Cameron deserved another opportunity there. And maybe Cameron is given another opportunity here because Hemraj is out of the side as well.
Do you think, that's bowled him, is it? No, it just beat the off stump. That's a good delivery from Kimo Paul. Seemed to come back at him as well.
Yes, it did.
Let's have a look at it in the Jit from Kimo Paul. Oh, that was... Raja is giving the impression it didn't get up all that much, but it certainly cut back on him. It surprised him. He was looking for that ball to seam away, but it cut back on Raja, and he was late coming down the shot, and he so easily it could have just clipped the off stump on the way through.
Yes, all Kimo needs to do now is to be more consistent on that line.
That's another good delivery, angled into Raja. He played it well, though. He just waited for it to come back, and he just worked it out on the onside towards that forward square leg position. Yeah, but it's interestingly enough, they've gone with a 6-prong bowling attack here. So it means that Kimo Paul is going to be playing here as a genuine all-rounder, someone who is you expect to get runs.
Yes, well, once Kimo plays for the Harpy Eagles, he's seen as the genuine all-rounder in the team. And it's good to see him coming back after those injuries. There was a period of layoff, and he begins to get better and better. He had 11 overs straight from this very end against Barbados Pride and bowled really well.
How do you rate his batting in the last year or so? Is it, and from your standpoint, have you found that his batting is improving, or it's just about the same? That's well bowled and well played by Raja. Again, a delivery just angling into the left-hander, and he was getting onto that front foot, bat and pad close together and pushing it back up along the track.
Yes, I think consistency is the problem. Like so many other West Indians across the region, you know this man could bat. He's an attacking player, good shot maker. However, he's still inconsistent. And these are areas that they must develop. If you're going to be a genuine all-rounder, you must match your bowling with your batting as well. And I'm afraid Kimo has not transitioned from since when we know him. His batting has not improved to the standard that we want, but we all know it is exactly there.
Well,
yes, he is.
The end of his over, he's now completed 6 overs, 1 for 19. 11 overs have been bowled. It's 31 for 1. As we have a look at here's the Crawford Stadium, is it, in the background there? And Certainly lots of international football games have been played at that venue.
And a beautiful site as well,
Yeah,
Colin.
lovely.
And getting back to that
But-
Sinclair issue.
But before you go to the
Yeah.
Sinclair issue, I just want to make one point to you, and I want to support your point with Kimo Paul, because I saw him in the first game here. Ghana were in trouble at 55 for 5. He came out with Vishal Singh, and he got 73.
Yes.
Right? Now, he's batted 6 times after that, and has a total only 70 runs.
That's the consistency we're talking about.
Yeah.
The inconsistency, rather. I think for Kevin Sinclair, I will never share the view that we must play somebody because of a variety. I think we must play them because they can get wickets. Kevin Sinclair is not one of those off spinners that spins the ball. What will you say? You'd spin off the ball. He bowls very flat. He's quick through the air, and that is how he depends to get his wicket. He was on a hat-trick at Diego Martin, pick up 2 consecutive wickets. Those were deliveries that were quicker through the air, fast, caught the batsmen off guarded on the back foot, and they were given out LBW. After then, he was battered all over the place. Aldin Thomas took after him. It's a small ground, but those 6s that he hit could have been 6s at any part of the world.
It's a good shot from Solozano. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Oh, it has enough pace. It does. What a good shot in the end. I didn't think it had enough pace to get to the boundary. Again, he was on the back foot. Delivery just short. He tried to play that shot in the over before, but he was cramped for room. Here, he got a little bit more room. Not only that, it was timed better, and it was placed much better. He got it between the man at cover and the point, and down to the boundary for 4. That will give him a lot of confidence. He goes on to 18, and the Tobago Red Force are now 35 for 1. That's a good shot.
Certainly, it was all timing, and this ground is lightning fast. And once you pick the gaps like that, and you have good timing, it will definitely race towards the boundary.
That's another beautiful shot. That's much better than the first one. This is lovely. It was a half volley, and he drove it sweetly to the left of cover, to the right of mid-off, through extra cover for our gorgeous-looking boundary from Jeremy Solozano. What a good shot. He's on to 22, and you can now see the confidence is starting to ooze out from this man. And if he continues like that, who knows what he can end up here today with. But that's a lovely-looking shot. And he goes on to 22. It's 39 for 1.
Yes, and Dimitri Cameron is going to understand now there's a huge difference with national cricket back home in Guyana and regional 4-day cricket. That ball was there for the asking, and, bowling to someone like Solozano, who is well set there, he's not going to miss out.
Well, he missed out on that one because it was short, and he should have put it away. It was much too short from Cameron. And I think the reason for that was the ball before he pitched it up, and he was stroked through extra cover. So he went with this short delivery, but that was far too short, and Solozano missed out. Tried to hit it again. He found that he may have been a little bit cramped to get it away from the man at point. And in the end, he hit it straight to that point position, no run.
Yeah, should have been playing a little later to the right of Chandapola, backward
That's
point.
a much better ball, quicker. Inderjeet was lifting, and I think it caught Solozano by surprise.
Yes, well, we would have seen in bits and parts of Cameron's career so far, he has a good short delivery. He bowled quite a few of the Jamaicans on the body. At times, they were very uncomfortable with it. But the thing is, while he's going to bowl 1 or 2 of those, generally, if you're going to be short and you do not have the pace, you're going to be put away.
That's right. I want to come back to you with Kevin Sinclair in a minute, as we're looking at Cameron and Solozano's. They're thinking of a run. Certainly was not on, as the ball went out towards cover where Pusad is doing the fielding. The end of the over from Cameron, an over in which he was struck for 2 boundaries. So he's now completed his 2 overs for 8 runs. It's 39 for 1, the Tobago Red Force. Is it going to be Kimo Paul, or is it going to be Niall Smith? Giving Kimo Paul a little bit of a rest.
Might very well be Niall Smith switch to this end, where he bowled very well against Barbados Pride. Started from the bottom end, which is the southern end of the ground. You were talking about Kevin Sinclair?
Yeah, I was going to say that, and I hear you. But he's a young man. He's,
yes.
what, 22? or thereabouts.
22.
He's still in a learning curve as far as I'm
Yes.
concerned. And he's the type of, you need to look at youngsters like that and work with them. You talked about him not giving the ball enough flight and things like that. And I'm not too sure who is working with Kevin Sinclair. But, he got into an international team, into the West Indies setup a couple of years ago. And, why has he gone backwards? Who has looked at him? Who has said to him, look, son, you're not giving the ball enough air, or you're not using the crease enough. You're not getting close to the stumps. You're not getting wider. You're not giving us that drift with the ball. Who has said that to him? Has anybody worked with him? Has anybody sat down with him? Maybe they have, and maybe he just doesn't have the ability to go from step A to step B, but give him a chance. And that's my argument,
Yes, I hear.
And I hear you, Inderjeet, and I've not seen the young
Yeah.
man enough to really analyze. I'm just going on what the little bit I've seen. That's a good shot, but hitting it into the ground. Raja was looking to hit that much squarer, and the ball came off maybe the top part of the bat, hit into the ground, and went out to Pasad at gully.
Yes, I hear you, Colin, and you're absolutely right about that. Our youngsters need help. But while success depends on so many things, mostly success depends on you as the individual as well. I know my colleague here, Sean Devers, had some little chats with Sinclair of recently, was advising him the importance of giving that ball generous flight, looping it, exerting spin on it, and so on. He has the talent like we have seen.
That's a good shot from Raja. He went after it. I don't think he was cramped in the end for room, but that's the kind of player Raja is. If you're going to bowl him short or too much, he's not the kind of guy who will get out of the way. He went for the hook shot. And maybe we can have a look at that again, because he seemed to, by the end, he was cramped. He was looking to play this pull shot, but I thought that ball came onto him much quicker than he anticipated. Let's have a look at it again. No, that's the one before which he left alone. So maybe we can't get that replay. But
Yes.
it was short and lifted, and he just didn't seem to have the room in which to play the shot in the Jeet, and he got away with it.
Yes, it actually got big on him. And Clyde Butts as well. I mean, Sinclair could not have asked for a better person than Clyde Butts to impart some knowledge onto him.
Raja gets a single to a short delivery from Smith. Interestingly enough, they've sent the man at forward square leg. He's gone about, I would say, three-quarter way back to the boundary, looking for that hook shot from Raja. But that was much too short and was outside the line of the leg stump. So Raja just had to help it on its way down to fine leg.
Yes, and I'm just wondering to know, with the number of T20 matches that Sinclair has played, the shorter format of the game, they believe the faster they send the ball down, well, then more economical they're going to be.
Yeah.
So they practice that art of bowling. You come to 4-day now, it's not going to work for you consistently.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point because, I got the impression when he was first selected, he was pigeonholed into a limited overs bowler.
Yes.
So when you're bowling that, you're really more studying to bowl your 4 overs for 20 runs rather than 4 overs 3 for 40. So it's a little bit of a double-sworded kind of way you how you approach it.
Yeah.
Do you prefer somebody to get 3 for 40 in 4 or none for 20 in 4? That's a good shot from, more of a push again, and it was half stopped by Smith, and it goes out to the mid-on position. It's the end of the over, and it's after the first hour here. It's been a good tense battle between bat and ball. Solozano is 22. Raja is on 15. Of course, Solozano 22 coming from 42 deliveries. Raja 15 from 29. The man out already is Keegan Simmons. He went bowled by Kimo Paul for 3. He faced 9 deliveries, 6 for 1. The wicket taker so far has been Kimo Paul. Let's have a look at the scorecard there. Solozano not out 22. Simmons bowled Paul for 3. Raja not out on 15. There have been 2 extras, 42 for 1. And the bowling for the for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Kimo Paul, he's had 6 overs, 1 for 19. Niall Smith, 5 overs, none for 15. And Dimitri Cameron, 2 overs, none for 8. So while the players having their refreshment. We're going to take a break here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, thank you, and welcome once again to Queen's Park Oval, where the sun continues to shine here in all its glory. The first hour of play has been completed, 42 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and batting. The man out, Keegan Simmons, bowled by Paul for 3. It was 6 for 1 in the 5th over. 13 overs sent down in the session. Sean Divas is once again with me. Sean, 42 for the loss of 1. How do you judge the first hour?
Well, I would give it to Trinidad slightly ahead because they've only lost 1 wicket. They've put on 4-1, which is a reasonable scoring rate. But these two bowlers, not these two, the opening bowlers, Smith and Paul, bowled very well, but they lacked the consistency, as you said. Cameron, now we'll look and see how he performs.
So he begins the first over after the first water break. Good delivery, tight line this time. And Raja is forcing this one down to short cover. And Sean, I've just gotten a little news from our friend Diego Martin, John Ramsing. He says that Devon Smith has announced his retirement from domestic cricket and was honored by CWI and Windward Islands Cricket Association.
Yes, well, Devon Smith at 43, I think. He's a stalwart in regional cricket. He's a domestic cricket bully, they call him.
Yes, this is a good delivery. And he has served Windward Islands cricket with distinction over the years. He's the one that carried the baton burden on his shoulders.
Well, I think he should have maybe stayed around another year because of the young batsmen coming through in the Windwards. It's not like a Guyana, Jamaica, where you have proliferation of competent batsmen. So he should have stayed around and helped them.
Well, you never know. Maybe in another capacity, he will be lending assistance there. This is nicely turned off the hips down towards the backward square by the left-handed Raja, and they will collect the single. So we wish him all the best, the Devon Smith, and always, once a cricketer, your mind is always in cricket. So at some time or the other, he will definitely be playing a part in Windward Islands cricket.
And he's superbly fit. And also Junior Murray, who is retired a long time ago, he's also playing in the club tournaments. in Grenada, and he's also superbly fit.
Yes, well, that is real nice to hear. And this one just comes off the outer portion of the bat, down towards backward point. Cannot beat Tej Narain Chandapal. I want to say thanks at this time to Regal Stationery and Computer Center, Mr. Anil Hardyal and family. Thanks, Anil, for your contribution so that our accommodation in Trinidad and Tobago is of the highest quality. Thanks to Cap Global, Ricky Narain from 4R. Diamond Trading, my friend Iqbal. Big B's Restaurants and Bax Travel Service. Thanks so much, Shabir and family. Archie Mohan out of Canada. Badish Thakur out of the United States of America. Short lifting delivery. That's a very good delivery, but played well by Solazano too.
It was also a no ball. That spoiled
Well,
it.
that's right, exactly. That is what spoiled it. Maybe just trying for the extra pace and just transgressing that crease. And thanks also to Bank of Baroda, Guyana, with head office and Avenue of the Republic in Georgetown and branch at Mon Repose, East Coast, Demerara. And Legends Restaurant Lounge at International Drive, Orlando, Florida, where the Shensi concert was held last weekend to celebrate their first anniversary. Short lifting allows it to go by, and certainly this weekend is the Guyana Independence concert featuring Terry Gadraj and Tamika Marshall, two local artists there, Sean.
Yes, two local artists there. That's good for Guyana. They will promote Guyana a little bit. And Tamika Marshall is a very good singer. I knew her since she was going to St. Joseph, and she won the GT&T song jingles competition.
Yes, I remember that year. Now, this is an innocuous short lifting delivery way over the head of Solazano. Had no trouble in going under and allows it to go by, and the umpire just signaling one over the shoulder.
Yeah, I want to say good morning to the president of the Essequibo Cricket Board, doing a fantastic job, and his hotel, WD Hotel and Mall, fascinating hotel on the Essequibo coast, just in Charity. And if you want to go to Pomeroon and you want somewhere to stay before you go for that Blackwater,
yes,
that's the place for you to stay.
Yes, lovely, lovely places around. In fact, there's so many beautiful things about our home country, Guyana. Like Trinidad and Tobago, two fine countries. 45 for the loss of one. Solazano is on 22. Raja is on 16. Cameron so far, none for 11 from 3 overs. A little bit too short in this over, Sean.
Yes, but this is his opening spell. Just bowled a couple of overs. In fact, 1 over. So we can work with him, see how he goes. Once your adrenaline is flowing, you've gotten warm, then there's now a switch. Niall Smith has been switched from the Brian Lara Pavilion end to the commentary box end.
Yes, Smith so far, none for 15 from 5 overs. Did trouble the batsman a little, and that's when he gets the ball as close as possible to the stumps. So that's something he'll be striving for. And there are 2 slips. In 4th slip is the skipper for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Leon Johnson. We have Vishal Singh at 2nd slip. Kevin Sinclair in the gully. Off the back foot, this is driven. Beautiful shot up through cover. Won't have the power to get to the boundary as Kimo Paul gets there ahead of Gudakesh Moti. And 2 more good-looking runs to Isaiah Raja.
Yeah, hit high on the bat. Would have liked it to hit more in the middle, and then it would have scooted away to the boundary. But 2 runs, 2 good runs. The point there is he picked the gap.
Yes, and once you pick the gap, Queen's Park Oval here with all the dry conditions is very, very quick. So once you pick the gap, you're certainly going to get runs. Lovely day here for cricket, and it's good to see that the wind is picking up as well with the flags fluttering away in the distance. Nice day for cricket.
But this is the start of the hurricane season here.
Yes, Sean.
And also the end of the travel passport.
Yes, so true. You no longer require to upload your status to enter Trinidad and Tobago. And that's good news for travelers coming in the country as well.
And also bad news for commuters. Today, The taxi drivers have raised the fare by $1.
In Trinidad?
Yeah, in Trinidad.
Ah. Well, good news for the taxi drivers. I don't know too much here if they have unions and so on for the taxi drivers, but I guess the commuters will be mumbling.
Good short delivery, but nicely played off the legs. And down towards the man at the backward square, he got a single.
Yes.
So he's looking good.
Yeah, that was a good-looking shot by Raja, just standing tall on the toes and turning it off the body and keeping it down as well. Good technique there. So far, they are consolidated their position after losing the early wicket of Keegan Simmons in the 5th over. Despite Salazano's face 47 ball for his 22, Raja 35 for his 19. They're doing the job that they've been asked to do.
Guyana, who's got the lowest of all the teams in terms of fast bowling points.
Yes, and that's primarily because of the likes of Gudakesh Moti
And Pamal.
and Pamal. They are the ones that do the bulk of the bowling as well. Other than this year, however, since the professional cricket league started, when we have people like Romario Shepherd playing for them, Keon Joseph had a few.
Clinton Pestano.
Pestano, and this guy bowling here too, Niall Smith. We picked up a lot of fast bowling points.
Yes, that's a fact. Here is Smith. And that's a good ball, back of a length. Again, nicely played, opening the face out towards Moti. In fact, Pamal is the second leading bowler with 20 wickets so far. And the off-spinner, Rakeem Cornwall, to my mind, is the best off-spin in the Caribbean. He's got 21.
Well, we can't debate that at all. I mean, the figures alone speak for themselves. Rakeem Cornwall, he has bothered the bets of West Indian batsmen in regional cricket. And he has done that season after season.
And if you ask someone like Vishal Singh, who's the best off-spinner, he wouldn't hesitate. He'd tell you Rakeem Cornwall.
Yes. Now, this is a better line delivery and has Salazano playing on the back foot. Smith completes his 6th over, none for 18. Salazano is on 22. Raja is on 19. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 48 for 1.
And Colin was talking about the rivers and so in Guyana. Guyana is called the land of many waters because of the amount of rivers in the country. But many people think it's because of the amount of rain. When cricket is scheduled there, the women's tournament, the regional tournament starts on the 16th, I think, and I've heard
the 7th of June.
The 7th of June, and I heard that rain is still falling.
Yes, what you're having, though, it's kind of funny with this season. We know once you step into May and June, you have what you call the May and June rains in Guyana. But from messages relayed to me from back home, the rain is falling at different places at different time. For example, my Cody, where I come from, they had a downpour 2 Sundays ago, caused flooding out on the main road area. After that, you had some rains, but it eased up, and some areas are having sunshine as well.
That's about climate change.
Yes, and climate change is absolutely real. We can never, ever neglect the necessary things that need to be done to avoid the total impact of climate change.
Well, lovely day here in Trinidad. We've got the whole tournament. We've been blessed with glorious sunshine.
Yes.
It started with a Sahara dust. Now it's gotten less. And you're now seeing the blue in the sky, the white cotton wool clouds floating over the swards of the different cricket grounds. So it's gotten better, the Sahara dust.
Yes, it has gotten better in the sense that it has actually left Trinidad and Tobago at this time. And I did have a look at the weather forecast by the local Met Office here in Trinidad and Tobago. They forecast rain for this evening, tonight, and it will go right through until Friday. Not the whole day, but in sessions and so on. I hope that the downpour is not going to affect the cricket too much, because Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will want to redeem themselves in this tournament. 2 consecutive losses at home.
Yes, and nobody wants to lose in front of their home crowds. And talking about crowds, this is not only in Trinidad, all over the region. Maybe the distance from the city of the grounds, like Providence is far away from Georgetown. When Boda was there, the ARG was in the heart of St. John's. It's gone now to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Bossejur, the Brian Lara Stadium. So that might be one of the reasons why the fans are not coming. That's a lovely shot. And he didn't get it as much as he would have wanted. It got big on him and hit the splice maybe of the bat, but he got a run, rotation in the strike, the total going now to 49 for 1. So Lozano on 22 and Raja on 20. But even though most places, first class cricket, the entrance is free. And we're not seeing the type of, when you got CPL, big crowds.
Yes, I think, Sean, it has to do with the performances of our players, both at the international level and at the local level as well, because names will definitely draw people into the grounds. People here, Brian Lara is playing here. This stadium is going to have thousands of people watching the 4-day game. In Guyana, in the days when Ramnare Sarwan, Hooper, you name them, Shivnarayan Chandapal playing, we used to have quite a number of people turning out. So while, you know, we had the pandemic and so on.
That was another no ball.
Yes. Even before the pandemic too, we had the sparsely populated, sometimes 2-3 people watching the games. I think it has something to do too with the location of these state-of-the-art facilities. Having said that, the draw of the names, like in Guyana, you take the matches to Enmore, you take the matches to Blairmont, you take the matches to Albion at Everest, you're definitely going to have more people for regional cricket than the national stadium. But those facilities must come to standard as well.
When you had Garakar Park,
yes,
you had a lot of people there because of the closeness to the road and the lack of distractions in those areas, the country areas. But now the young generation hasn't got the time to sit for 6 hours for 4 days and watch a match.
So we're watching Cameron from the southern end of the ground. And that's a good, solid defensive shot. Delivery pitched right on target. And he's defending down to Kimo Paul at wide mid-off. Another over comes to an end from Cameron. None for 13 from 4. Salazano is on 22. Raja is on 20. And the 50 for 1 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So they're going to be happy to see 50 coming up on the board.
In just 16 overs. That's an important fact too. Cameron so far, none for 13. He's bowled 4 overs. He's looked reasonably good. But as we lose the sunshine temporarily, you know, threat of rain, it's gone behind a cloud. This is a venue which is the second test venue in the West Indies. The first test in the West Indies was played in Barbados, the Kensington Oval. But this venue has hosted 61 test matches and the most by any Caribbean venue since February 1930. The first win here was in 1935. But in Guyana, at Border, I read a book, well, I didn't read it, I saw it, by Nazir Khan. He was looking at the grounds and so in Guyana. I didn't read the book, I just saw it, and when I tried to read it, it disappeared. But the Albion, which you say that there will be more people, that's true, because there was the first game that was played at one-day level in Guyana.
One-day international.
And West Indies won in 1977 at that ground, where they played 5 one-day games there. And now we're seeing the introduction.
From what he has to present here, bowling with virtually a ball that is 16 overs all. Good start from him. There were oohs and ahs there as Vishal Singh, no, that's Akshaya Prasad down at forward short leg. It's making some noise, diving away towards his left. And always, this is going to be very interesting with the Guyanese spinners in operation.
Good delivery again, bang on target. And that's something with Pamal. He's not a prodigious turner of the ball, but he's bowled with impeccable control. He lands the ball in one spot most of the time.
As 32 years old, Virasamy Premal, good delivery, right on target, making the batsman play. So far, 128 matches at the first class level, 557 wickets, 8 for 18, his best bowling in an innings. Certainly 31 5 wickets haul. Down the track and looking to go over mid-wicket. And he was outfoxed there by Premal, well bowled.
When you're bowling to someone like Raja, if you are patient and you bowl good lines, the batsman will try something else.
And like he did in that previous delivery. Just coming down the track to Premal, but his presence was announced very early, gave Premal the opportunity to pull back the length of the delivery.
Good delivery again, just outside the line of the off, a little bit torn, but on a nice spot, forcing a defensive shot.
So just a solitary slip on a forward short leg. It's backward point, extra cover, and a wide mid-off. So working on the patience here of Raja. He has gotten 20 from 45 deliveries. Good over has come to an end from Pimal. It's a maiden over, 50 for 1.
And that last delivery didn't spin back. It kept its line, and he opened the face of the bat and steered it down towards the backward point position. So variety also seen in Pimal's first over.
Yes, now what Cameron has to do from that end is to keep it tight as well. Because if you're having your spinner, he has started well, he has kept it relatively tight. You don't want to be loose at the other end. You must maintain that pressure. And sometimes when some batsmen are frustrated, they will tend to force the bowling, try to improvise, make their own shots. And in that, you can very well pick up a wicket. So we are going to watch very carefully how Cameron responds in this over.
Well, bowling now in tandem with his Albion teammate, Versamy Pimal. He's a rare fast bowler coming out of the club of Albion. They're not known to produce fast bowlers. In fact, he started at Rose Hall Town and then moved to Port Morant. He's now at Albion. Albion known to producing batsmen. The first batsman that they produced in
and spinners as well
was Shiv Narain. And then they produced Narsingh Dear Narain, then Chattagoon, and then Bishu and Pimal, and now Moti.
Yes, they've certainly done well, Albion. Congratulations to them. Albion in Berbice. Cameron bowling around the wicket. And there's a drive. He picks the gap nicely between cover and extra cover Salazano. And they will go back and complete two good-looking runs to Salazano. Had to make a little bit of a room there as he played on the back foot, but he placed it nicely. Didn't look for too much power. 52 for the loss of 1.
Didn't time it as well as he would have wanted. It was a full ball, and he looked to stroke it, as you said, between the gap, which he did, but he didn't time it as well. Because this is a lightning fast outfield. Once you find the gap and you time it well, it's 4 runs.
Yes, and Cameron never played under 19 cricket for Guyana. Pivoted nicely on the back foot there. Once again, Salazano and collecting a single. And it's good to see him, like quite a few others that never played under 19 cricket for the country.
Clyde Watts.
Sir Clyde Watts,
yes,
you have knighted
Sir
him.
Clyde Watts to me.
Yes, hello to you, Clyde. And no doubt he did a fantastic job. You were listening to him on team. He led the broadcast back home in the women's tournament there. And no doubt preparing to do broadcasts in the West Indies women's tournament as well.
And of course, Neil McGarrell never played
under
youth
19
cricket and played for the West Indies. Kenneth Wong never played and he played for the West Indies B team. So a few players never played at the youth level. Wasted ball, plus it's a no ball. Ponged in way too short, too high, and a no ball to compound the issue.
Yes, lots of energy used up by Dimitri Cameron there. Ponged it halfway in the pitch. The line was bad. The length there was too short, and it ballooned way over the wide of the leg stump. So the left-handed Raja walks away, and he gathered composure. No doubt he's on 20 from 46 and has looked good so far.
Yeah, both of these batsmen have looked good. They've joined forces with the demise of Simmons, who was bowled by Paul for 2 at 6 for 1. And since then, they've taken the score to 54 for the same one. Good delivery. And I was close.
Well, we certainly will have a watch on the replay there. There were shouts of umpire. You hear the noise in the background. But certainly the umpire will have none of that. And our friends there in the technical department will be watching the replay. I was going to miss the off stump pitch that moved away as well. So good decision is that umpire Butler.
And sometimes lateral movement is good. But this time it worked against Cameron.
Yes, it was too much. Big shout from him. But Raja survives, and this is a delivery pitched outside the line of the off stump. Again, he's defending, and there is no run. So just let me remind you, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss this morning and decided to have first strike. And I guess, too, if the Harpy Eagles had won the toss, they would have batted first.
Yes, no doubt about it. This is a good batting pitch. I want to say good morning to the new president. Well, I only knew today that he was the president of Queen's Park.
And that's your doctor.
Yeah, my doctor, Dr. Camacho.
Here's a
That's
drive.
a lovely shot. Oh, poor feeling there again. This time by
Kimo Paul.
Paul, who's usually a very good fielder.
Well,
clean over that ball.
Yes, and sometimes he could have even ran and saved that one, but he wants to be a little bit exciting, so he jumped over it. The over has been completed. Solozano is on 25, Raj at 24, 58 for the loss of one, more from you, Sean, and then it's going to be our friend Colin Murray.
Yes, well, that's a poor piece of fielding there by one of the better fielders in the Guyana team. Kimo Paul really made a mess of that one, and it ran away for 4. So a free boundary to the left-hander. Solizano now on 25 from 56 balls. Raja on 24 from 49. They've got stuck in, and it's 58 for 1.
Yeah, 58 for 1, and these two continue to bat well here. Partnership so far 52. So they've not only consolidated, but they're scoring at a pretty good rate. You look at the current run rate, it's just about 3.2, which isn't bad for a 4-day game. And especially in the opening morning when you would expect the pitch might have a little bit of moisture in it.
Still the solitary slip, still the forward short leg in place. So Pomal would want to get the ball to bounce. He would want to get the ball to turn more as his overs progresses. He's one of the more experienced spinners in the Caribbean, in fact, not only Guyana. And he sticks on a nagging line and length. Patience is the operational word of spinners. If you're patient, make the batsman make the mistake. You don't try something different.
Yeah, well, and you could also call the opposite for the batsman. Play him out and wait for the bad ball.
Nice shot.
Does he overflight? Does he try a quicker one and put it in short? And where the batsman can maybe capitalize on that.
Well, most West Indian batsmen now, the concentration level, well, apart from a few like Buffett and Chandrapal, they don't bat time and score runs. They like to score runs every ball, feel the ball and the bat. That's the problem with West Indian batsmen.
Is that too much of limited overs cricket?
Yeah, I think so.
Of course, these two batsmen here, Jeremy Solozano and Isaiah Raja, hail from Queen's Park Cricket Club, so they know this pitch very well, and they know this conditions very well. As a matter of fact, the majority of the Trinidad and Tobago team are Queen's Park players. It's caused a huge uproar by some of the former cricketers saying that there are too many Queen's Park players on the team. But at the end of the day, you pick your best team. And if your best team happens to have 13 Queen's Park players, then you pick them.
Yeah, so the over comes to, and then 19 overs gone, 58 for 1, Solozano on 25, Raja on 24.
Yeah, so it's interesting, but these two, they know the conditions here well at the Queen's Park Oval. They're at home, basically. And one would expect if they exhibit that patience, Sean, that you're saying that West Indian batsmen don't have, if they exhibit the patience and just be mindful and play every ball on its merit, then who knows? We see a bowling change because Kevin Sinclair, very interesting. He's into the attack. And this is what I mean by the variety. Because you've got Sinclair now, you've now got an off-spinner coming in, rather than Moti, who would have been very similar to Versami Pomol, left-arm orthodox. And that's what I thought was their main problem in the first two games I saw them. You know, the fast bowlers would come out in the attack, and then you've got the two left-arm spinners on. Not that they're not capable bowlers. Both of them, they're very much capable, very much getting wickets. But I just felt they lacked that little bit of variety, and I'm happy to see Sinclair in the team. And it's going to be interesting. I want to have a look at him because, Sean, you're saying that, and both you and Indrajit are saying that you find he doesn't give it enough air. He doesn't flight the ball enough, has that loop. Well, let's see how he fares on this first morning.
Well, he's working hard at it. And he bowls, normally as an off-spinner, you bowl a defensive ball to start your spell. You don't want to be hit. Then you find your length and line and so on. But good so far, one ball bowled.
Well, just one ball. We wait and see. And I would think that the reason he's been brought into the attack is because of two left-handers. That's too short.
He pulls the ball down.
Yeah. It's too short. He got away with that one.
It.
Yeah. He got away with that one. It should have been put away by Raja. Thought he got into the shot a little too early. And so it came off the bottom part of the bat. But that's certainly not a good delivery for his second delivery.
That's a much better delivery. Good pace, good length.
That's right. And well respected by Raja. So Raja, who's come into this team, there's been a lot of criticism why he wasn't selected in the earlier games. Because
not a bad delivery, too short and too wide.
And well played by Raja. He's hit it between cover and point, and they're just not good running. I thought they should have been looking for 3 there. In the end, they settled for 2, and that's another big problem, Sean, I find with West Indian batsmen. In general, they're running between their wickets. They don't look for the quick singles. They don't turn ones into twos. They don't turn twos into threes. And that should have been 3 runs. Because that ball was stopped, I would think, about 2 or 3 meters from the boundary rope. Yet they only ran 2.
Well, he's in strike again, Raja. He's on 26. And he gets another good delivery. That's a second good delivery in the over. The previous one, Raja waited on it and just tried to hit it into the gap. Didn't try to find the boundary. And as you said, they should have run 3.
Well, here is Sinclair. And Raja looking to sweep. The loud appeal goes up. Umpire Butler says, not out. We're going to have a look at that again because he looked to me, Sean, as he was playing across the line. But may have... let's have a look. Let's have a look before we comment on it.
But that was a real injudicious shot. Just the ball full length and you're looking to sweep instead of on driving it.
Yeah, seemed to have hit him outside the line of the off stump. He seemed to be going across, and maybe umpire Butler might have figured that was just outside the line of the off stump, but he was playing right across the line instead of him playing that straight back up the track.
And that's what happens when you're not concentrating every single ball. You sometimes premeditate shots, especially against the spinners.
Well, the thing with Isaiah Raja, unlike a Solozano, I don't think he exhibits the kind of patience. He likes to play his shots, likes to get on with the game. But when you're doing that, you've got to, your shot selection is important. You know, I thought there he just played across the line, and once he played across the line, he was leaving that decision to the umpire.
The same can be said of Chandrapal Hemraj for Guyana. He likes to play shots. He likes to feel the ball on the bat. And he gets starts, and he doesn't really convert those starts into big hundreds, unlike Tejanarayan Chandrapal.
Yeah, he was I think it's the second innings of the Winwoods game when he was batting so superbly. Yes, that's right. It was the second innings when they were chasing a relatively small target of 203. And he was batting very, very well indeed. And he got to 78. And I think Guyana at the time were possibly 100 for 1 or, 101 for 2, something like that. But they were coasting. They were comfortable. And he got out caught at long on off of the spinner for 78.
Good delivery, a little bit of bunks, a little bit of turn.
Again, I thought might have been just outside the line of the off stump. Let's have a look at that replay again. As thought it might have been probably just outside the line of the off stump, would get the benefit
And
there.
he was playing a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, he was comfortable. He was stroking the ball nicely, got to 78, and then he, for some unknown reason, lost his head, got caught at long on, and Guyana slumped from 101 for 2 to about 150 for 7. It
Yeah,
was
that's-
amazing.
That's the end of 21 overs now, 60 for 1. Trinidad building a good partnership here. Solozano, he's on 25 from 68 balls. 55 balls has been faced by Raja. He's gotten 26. Sinclair bowled his first over, 2 runs cost, and no wicket.
Yeah, he's back into the attack. And of course, the man, Trinidad and Tobago, winning the toss and opting to bat. And the man already back in the pavilion, Keegan Simmons, he went bowled by Kimo Paul for 3. Bad shot, playing across the line. And it was 6 for 1. So this has been a good partnership. As I keep
But that was a good delivery, though, from Kimo Paul. Full swinging in, and he played around it and over it and lost the stumps.
Yeah, but still, Sean, it might have been
Bad
a good
shot,
delivery.
yeah.
Yeah, you're an opening batsman. You just started. It's 6 for 1.
You play straight.
Yeah, that's right.
Sinclair.
Loud appeal goes
And
up.
he's
This time he's
gone
gone.
before.
So Roger makes his way back to the pavilion. A very promising knock has come to an end, as delivery from Sinclair seemed to be the one that may have just come into him. We'll have a look at it again. And Raja wasn't fully forward. He seemed to be caught on the move. And let's have a look at that dismissal of Isaiah Raja. Sinclair, the bowler, goes wide of the crease. Yeah, he seemed to be just, of course, his back to us. He seemed to want to may have just looked to turn that delivery and missed it and was struck in front. So Raja's innings, as I say, a very promising innings. He looked good, was on 26, and he goes LBW to Sinclair for 26. He faced 56 deliveries. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are now 60 for 2.
Yeah, 60 for 2, a good breakthrough. Just getting up towards the lunchtime on the first day, and that would be an important wicket. Broke the partnership. It was already promising much, as we see Sinclair. And he didn't do a double back flick. When he got the first wicket at Diego Martin, he demonstrated a double back flick. That's his style in the 20 overs format. It's all about style and fashion.
I find it adds a lot to the game. When I first saw him, that was the first thing I remember about Kevin Sinclair, his celebration. I mean, I like it. It adds to the game. It shows that he is, what should I say? It shows that he is...
Passionate.
Yeah, he's passionate about it, and he wants to get wickets.
And he's enjoying
that's right.
his wicket.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I told him, if you get 6 wickets in an innings and you do double back flicks, you're going to be a real tired man, or your back is going to hurt you.
one of the two.
Yeah.
Well, Jis Mohammed is the new batsman, has come to the crease, the right-hander, the veteran. And again, he hasn't had the greatest of tournaments. You look at Jason Mohammed, he's just averaging 84 runs from 7 innings with a top score of 36.
And he, along with Bravo, among the more experienced batters in the Trinidad side.
And that's the problem. The experience, the Jason Mohammed and the Darren Bravos hasn't really come off. And because of that, the team has struggled, especially when you look at Bravo is normally at 3 and Mohammed at 4. You expect them to take the brunt of the batting and carry it forward. But they've not been able to do that.
Sinclair bowling a lot slower, flighting the ball a little bit more in a good spell. But he has to sustain the accuracy, the pace, and the pressure on the batsmen. This is good bowling so far from Sinclair.
Yeah, well, he's in his second over. And Mohammed is hitting this uppishly.
Nice flight again. Looked
Yeah.
to go through the gate and looked to drive and just fell short of Niall Smith at cover.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed going for that extra cover drive. Thought he wasn't to the pitch.
That's what you want as an off spinner. Hang it there, let him go for the drive. If you turn back, you could bowl him between bat and pad through the gate.
Well, the final delivery from Mohammed, or to Mohammed, I should say, from Sinclair. He was just working it on the onside. A quicker delivery from Mohammed, spinning slightly into him, and he was pushing it on the onside. So the end of the over from Sinclair. He's now completed his 2 overs, 1 for 2, and it's 60 for 2 at the moment. Means that Versamy Pomol is going to continue from the Willie Rodriguez end, and it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jeremy Solozano, who's been there from the start. He's on 25 not out and has looked very solid. Hasn't been really in trouble from any of the bowlers. But Pomol is in his 4th over, 3 maidens thus far. So he's been very much on target, keeping things tight.
And putting pressure on a batsman. If he's not good at concentration long, he will succumb.
Dropping just to the left of Pusad at that forward short leg.
Well, he's now owned the forward short leg position, like how Gotslogi in the old days owned the forward short leg position. You have people like Fowd Bacchus, Clayton Lambert. They all wanted to field there.
Fowd Bacchus, remember playing against Guyana, and Fowd Bacchus was at forward short leg, and Colin Croft was bowling. And he and Derek Calicharan, who was at leg gully, just kept giving me a lot of talk. But of course, I played with them for ages, so I knew both of them. So I didn't take them on. But of course, when you're at forward short leg, you murmur things to the wicket keeper, but you want the batsman to hear.
Yeah, and they're contrasting players who it unnerves them.
That's right.
And some
it
gives them confidence.
That's
like
right.
Lara, you don't sledge the Lara.
Or what about Sir Viv Richards?
Yes, or Viv Richards.
Apparently, there was a story with a fast bowler. I can't remember the name. And here's the end of the over from Pomol. Another maiden over. It's 60 for 2, and he fired in a bouncer to Viv, and Viv just got out of the way. And he sort of turned to Viv and said, it's red.
And it's wrong.
It's wrong. You heard the story.
Yeah. And he hit him out of the ground. And
The
then
next
he said,
ball.
you know how it looks like?
You know what it looks like.
Go and
fetch
find
it.
it.
Go
Yeah.
fetch it. Yeah. You don't give people like Viv Richards and Brian Lara talk. You just bowl to them and hope and pray that you get them out.
I remember Barrington Brown used to my club, Maltinos, and he was bowling the first time as a youngster to Viv. That's the guy who played one-day internationals in India. So he got a bouncer to Viv and knocked the cap of his peak, the peak of his cap. And he said, sorry, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, that's it. Hope that he feels sorry for you. Yes, so Viv Richards, what a fantastic player he was when he burst onto the international scene.
Yeah, better line now from Sinclair. He's employed now a leg gully, a forward short leg and a slip.
Yep.
And that's where the great Sir Garfield Sobers took a lot of catches off of Lance Gibbs.
Except he was much closer.
Yeah.
You know, you and I look back at some of the film. He almost could have reached and touched the batsman, Gary Sobers. But he was phenomenal. He was just unbelievable cricketer.
Sinclair would hope to be as good as Lance Gibbs, even Clyde Butts.
Yes, well, Lance Gibbs, fantastic bowler. I heard you talking this morning with Inderjeet, and you were talking about the spinners and Cornwall at the moment. I think he's got, 21 wickets?
Yeah,
the
most.
Yeah, he's got 21 wickets, the most wickets. I saw him. Here's the end of the over from Sinclair. Another maiden over. So Trinidad and Tobago, the runs have dried up over the last couple of overs since the spinners have been on. from the 7 overs from the spinners. Just 2 runs have been scored. So things are really tight. And they've got to weather this storm. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they just have about 7 minutes or so to lunch. They've got to weather the storm and bat out until that luncheon interval.
I didn't even realize Dr. Camacho was
He's the president?
new
Yeah,
president
he's the
here. He said
president
it
here.
was-
That's right.
If you go to his office, it's like a cricket
A museum. Yeah, he's got his crazy.
I said I would take the guys during the lunch break to let them see his office is like
Yeah.
a cricket museum.
That's right. You
Yeah.
must get in contact with him and see once he's available, because you know he's got patience and
Yes,
all of that.
I went to him earlier this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was one that played a great part in me doing my brain surgery for
Right.
cancer at the
At Sinclair?
Medical- yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
And
good.
Dr. Peter Ramcharan, he did my surgery, and I'm successful with the help
Fantastic.
of God.
Yeah, fine. Here's a single for Solozano as he's just working this one out towards that deep mid-wicket. So finally, the sequence of maidens have been ended as Pomal in his 5th over, the first run coming off the bat against him, and Solozano moves to 26-61 for 2.
Every time I come to Trinidad since October 2nd, 2012, I go and visit them
Yeah,
because they saved my life.
yeah. Well, that's fantastic.
I'm
Great
talking
news.
about Sinclair. This was the Sinclair over in the old days.
Right.
And now he's the president of Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Yes, he is. He's was voted in last year.
I knew when he was the head of the Trini posse.
No, yeah. Well, that's many years ago. He will
Yeah.
tell you. He will tell you in his younger days. Here's Mohammed backing away, trying to slash it. I thought he was trying to get it a little squarer. In the end, it went straight down to mid-off. So he's yet to get off the mark. Jason Mohammed been struggling in terms of this tournament. We'll be looking for a big score. That's a
that
good
one
delivery.
turned.
Yeah, good delivery. You could see Mohammed was in 2 minds. He wasn't sure if to come on the front foot, but it was pitched up by Pomal, and he was just groping at it in the end. Mohammed, lucky he didn't get the edge.
And he's got a slip and a gully now. And that was played from off the stumps. Dangerous shot. But he played it in total control.
Well, it's the end of the over from Pomal. So he's now completed 5 overs, none for 1. Look at those figures. And it's 61 for 2. Solozano is back on strike. He's on 26. And he's going to be facing the bowling of Sinclair. Sinclair, who has picked up 1 wicket thus far for just 2 runs from his 3 overs. So it's been very tight since the spinners have come on. They really bowled any loose deliveries that the batsman can put away. And it's been very good. Cornwall bowled here for the Leewards and picked up 11 wickets in the game against the Windwards, and I thought he bowled really well. He bowled with control, he turned the ball, he used the drifter, nice. I thought he bowled really well. Yeah, and he got some bongs. He really bowled well.
Well, if you've just joined us, we greet you with the news here from a sunlit Queen's Park Oval that the Trinidad team, they won the toss and they, not surprisingly, opted to bat. Lost Keegan Simmons, who was bowled by Paul for 3. It was then 6 for 1. And then Isaiah Raja was leg before to Sinclair. 26 he made, 60 for 2. And the new batsman Jason Mohammed is coming to join Solozano, and they will hope to take it to lunch.
Yeah, well, Solozano has looked solid. He hasn't. I think he's really decided that he's going to stay at the crease. He's gonna bat for long, and I like his approach so far. You know, he's if there's one thing I would like to see a little better with him, is maybe just trying to work the ball a little more, get the single, come off strike. But I think his main aim at the moment here is obviously he's going to try to play out to lunch, but his main aim is to bat for long.
Yes, has a temperament like Shiv Narayan Chandrapal, and of course his son
His son,
Tej Narayan.
Tej Narayan,
And
yeah.
what I'm impressed with Tej this season, that he's looked to find the gaps more, he's looked to play more aggressively, a positive mindset. When he gets the good ball, he's going to defend, or if you bowl him outside the off stump for a week and a day,
He's going to leave it alone. Yeah.
But once the ball is there to be hit, his shot selection has improved tremendously.
Well, I'm happy
this
to hear
season.
that. I'm happy to hear. He didn't have a good time in the first 2 games I saw him here against the Leewards and Windwards. He was didn't get the kind of scores that he should have got. Of course, I was impressed in the second game, the leewards. Alzari Joseph bowled exceedingly well. He bowled quick. He was getting bonks. He was getting a lot of movement. And he really troubled all the Guyanese batsmen.
End
But,
of the over, it's 61 for 2. So Lozano 26, Mohammed 14.
and then, of course, Preston
Mohammed
McSween.
not from 14 balls.
Yeah, and then Preston McSween, of course, in the first game for the Windwards bowled very well. So they both McSween for the Windwards and Alzari, I thought had Chanderpaul in a little bit of trouble, but obviously he's come back since those first two rounds, and he's come back with a more than a bang. He's
If you
really
look
done
at
well.
the Barbados game, he scored the slowest ever since 1966
Yes.
century in terms of balls. In the first innings, 140 not out. And in the
What
second
happened in the second innings? Was it? Are you sure it was Chanderpaul was
Yeah.
batting?
And that
Because-
cameo, 23 from 10 balls, included 4 fours, including a 20-20 shot, a scoop over the wicketkeeper's head down to fine leg for 4.
Well, that's a good shot from Jason Mohammed. He's going to pick up a boundary to get off the mark. Finally, with the 13th delivery he's faced, with the 15th delivery he's faced, it was short, one of the rare bad balls so far from Pumal. And when you look at the field, there's a slipper gully, a silly point, and that forward short leg. And Pumal was short. It was a quicker delivery, and Mohammed got onto the back foot very quickly indeed, and he hammered it square on the offside. That's a very, very good shot to get off the mark.
So finally breaking the shackles that Pumal had on him. And this is a good delivery again. Just out of the reach of forward short leg. That's Passad. And Passad got hit twice at that same position, and he's continuing. He loves to feel at forward short leg, and you have to love what you do.
Sean, I just don't know why they call it forward short leg.
Well, I know why
it
they
should
call
be
it
silly forward short leg.
I know why they call it silly mid-off, because you got to
But-
be silly to feel there.
But you got to be silly to feel at forward short leg as well. That's
Nice
another
sweep.
good shot. Excellent
Well
shot from Mohammed.
controlled.
Was a delivery. Give him some air outside the line of the off stump, and he was just paddling it all along the ground down to that deep, down to the fine leg boundary position. Picks up 2 runs, so that's a good looking shot as well.
Yeah,
but
rolled the
badly
wrist.
lined.
Rolled the wrist, didn't try to play the booming sweep square, just paddled it down towards short fine leg.
Well, he's on 6, 67 for 2. Just 2 deliveries left. I would expect lunch may very well be taken after this over. Quicker delivery, and this time he sweeps. So Jason Mohammed now looking to play shots, and that's a very good shot because it was a delivery, seemed to be, well, it was short, but it seemed to be just angling into the right-hander, and he was sweeping it very much with a lot of power, unlike the previous one when he was just rolling his wrist and paddling it down to fine leg. This one he was sweeping beautifully down to the deep mid-wicket position for 4. That's an excellent shot. Takes him into double figures. He's on 10. 71 for 2.
Showing great dexterity there. The first one was a delicate shot. This one was hit harder. Conventional sweep shot.
A lot of power into that shot. And there is Pumal back on line and length and met with a full face of the bat from Mohammed. Are we going to have another over before lunch, or is umpire Butler going to walk up and take the bails off? We may very well get another over in because Pumal got through his over quickly. Yes, umpire Blades just walking away from what was the presiding end. And umpire Butler is now getting into his position, so it means Sinclair is going to have one more over and he's going to be bowling to Jeremy Solozano.
And the experience of Mohammed showing there, because he's going to take the attack to Pumal, whether it's the last over or the first over of the day. Putting the shackles on him was Pumal, but now he's loosened those shackles with those 2 shots and the cover drive.
Well, it's the experience of Jason Mohammed is going to tell here, because he's not going to allow Pumal to bog him down. And he's going to look to make Pumal try different things. Whereas Jeremy Solozano is going to be in a different mold. He's just going to play everything on merit and wait for the bad ball. Whereas Mohammed is going to look to take on Pamal with his sweep shots. If he's slightly short, Mohammed is going to go back to cut. So Mohammed is going to play his shots, no doubt. You just have to hope from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective.
That he does it for a long period of time.
Not only that he picks the right deliveries in which to play the shots. But he's a very experienced campaigner. Jason Mohammed hasn't had the best of times in this tournament, as I keep reminding one and all.
No doubt of his quality, but it is his form and consistency that's the problem. That's the problem with most of the West Indian batsmen. They have quality, you know they can bat, but they don't do it for long periods.
Well, he's on 10, and Trinidad and Tobago would want him to really, together with Solozano, build on this platform that was laid by Raja and Solozano. Good partnership of 54. They would want another partnership here, much more than 54 from these two. And if they do get that, it would mean that it could very well be looking at a total of 300. I'm sure that is what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be looking at, somewhere in the vicinity of about 300. But based on their previous 4 innings, 300 would be a very tall order. The final ball from Sinclair, again, a maiden over. He's completed his 5 overs, 1 for 2. He remains on 26 not out at lunch. Mohammed is on 10. It's 71 for 2 at lunchtime, Sean. I would suppose a even session. Guyana picking up the 2 wickets, that of Keegan Simmons, bowled by Paul for 3. Isaiah Raja went LBW Sinclair for 26. Solozano is not out on 26. Mohammed is not out on 10. 6 extras, a total of 71 for 2 from 28 overs delivered. Let's quickly look at the Guyana bowling figures. Paul, 6 overs, 1 for 19. Smith, 6 overs, none for 18. Cameron, 5 overs, none for 21. Pamal, 6 overs, none for 11. And Sinclair, based on those figures, you'll have to think the pick of the bowlers, 5 overs, 1 for 2. Even morning session, you would think Guyana would be happy to pick up 2 wickets, but the Red Force, 71 for 2, they would have probably lost maybe 1 wicket less.
Yes, I agree with you in terms of that, but they still got this partnership, the 2 most experienced batters in the side without Bravo, and this is going to be a key partnership for the Guyana Harp Eagles to break.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but we at lunch here at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad and Tobago 71 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat. We're going to take a break here at the lunch in a very sunny Queen's Park Oval. We're going to take a break for lunch, and then we'll be back with more live action on the period of play after lunch. Until then, it's back to the, well, we're going to come back to the Oval, after that luncheon interval. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. The sun is still with us, which is a good sign. Let's hope it stays that way for the entire afternoon and we get a full day's play. We've already had, 28 overs for the day. It means we've got another 62 overs. Lots of cricket. The Trinidad and Tobago team, having won the toss and opting to take first strike. They've lost 2 wickets, that of Keegan Simmons, who went bowled by Paul for 3. He faced 9 deliveries, and Trinidad and Tobago was in a spot of bother at that time. They were 6 for 1. But then a good partnership of 54 between Jeremy Solozano and Isaiah Raja. Before Raja went LBW to Sinclair for 26. He faced 56 deliveries. It was then 60 for 2. Jason Mohammed has since come to the crease, and he is on 10 not out at the moment. Played a couple nice shots off the bowling of Versami Pumal, and it's going to be all to play for in this session after the luncheon interval, if these two can maybe bat for another hour or so and take that score to 120, 130 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago will feel they have the upper hand. On the other hand, if the Guyanese can pick up 2 early wickets after lunch, they would then have the upper hand. I'm Colin Murray alongside Inderjeet Prasad. Well, all to play for in this second session, isn't it?
Hi, Colin. Yes, you've called it right. All to play for.
Here's Kimo Paul. And Jason, the right-handed Jason Mohammed, looking a little bit confident. He hasn't been among the runs in this tournament, but I thought before lunch he batted well. He played a couple of good shots off the bowling of Versami Pumal, who was bowling very well, very tight, getting a little bit of turn, bowling that arm ball. I thought he was varying his deliveries, but I thought Jason Mohammed played him well.
Yes, he drove him for 4 and then had 2 good sweep shots against Veerasamy Permaul. He looked good against Permaul, and he did that just before lunch as well. So it simply means that he's growing in confidence.
Yeah, he has. It's a situation where he needs to put bat to ball. He's cutting a delivery. Didn't really get up. They're going to go through for a couple of runs or just a single because wicketkeeper Imlak didn't hold on to it. He's going to signal a bye, I would think, from umpire Blades, or he's looking. Yes, he does signal a bye. I thought it may have come off the bottom part of the bat of Mohammed, but certainly did not. And the first run after the luncheon interval, it's now 72 for 2 and brings Solozano back into strike.
Yes, and with that delivery, kept the rifle low outside the line of the off stump and going through to Imlak there. Paid the penalty of not observing the basic as a wicketkeeper, got up too early.
Well, Kimo Paul is in his 7th over, 1 for 19. It's a good shot from Solozano. Doesn't get a run, didn't have all that much power in it. And had it had a little bit more power, it would have gone past Prasad there at that short cover. And even he didn't get it far enough in the gap to create problems. So he's batted well, Solozano. He's been solid in the Jeet, but he's just he just needs to get from step 2 to step 3 in terms of a little bit more power in the shots, a little bit more placement.
Will this be the innings when he's going to come good? It is left to be seen. So far, 26 from 90. Kimo Paul just missing his run. And the previous delivery sent down by Kimo Paul, Colin, that's where he needs to bowl more often. Make the batsman feel I can offer the drive. And with him bringing the ball back in and leaving the left-hander, there is where you present some problems.
Yeah. I thought it was a slower ball as well. And Solozano played it well. Well, Paul going wrong the wicket now. This one just outside the line of the off stump, and Solozano picked up the line early, allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. 2 slips and a gully is a deepish point. Then that short cover, mid-off and mid-on, a forward square leg, and then a man at fine leg. So a 6-3 field for Kimo Paul, which tells me that he's going to be bowling at the stumps. He shouldn't be going too wide of the off stump because he's got the protection on the onside if he does stray onto the leg stump. It's a good delivery. He's not bowling with much pace. I've seen Kimo Paul bowl faster than he's at the moment. am I right in assuming that Inderjeet, or he's bowling well with himself?
Well, he can bowl faster than this, but I think what Kimo is trying to do is to ensure that he has the control first, and as the ball begins to get older, you can find Kimo Paul striving for pace and moving the ball around. He has some good bouncers, some good short delivery, but yes, I agree with you, he's just holding back on that pace a little.
Well, that was a little quicker, shorter outside the line of the off stump. Does move the ball, Kimo Paul, and the good thing about him, tends to move it both ways, which is always an asset for a fast bowler. It's the end of the over from Paul, the first over after lunch, just the one run coming from it, a bye, and it's 72 for 2 at this point in time. And is Sinclair going to continue from the Branlar Pavilion, or is he going to come with some pace? I think it's going to be Sinclair, and he's had some really good figures, 1 for 2 from 5 overs.
Yes, and he has bowled well here. We have seen on many occasions that Kevin Sinclair flighted the ball nicely, wasn't short and wide and wayward, and that's the reason why his good bowling figures, like you said, 1 for 2 from 5 overs, having a good bowl so far. And the off spinner is now coming to the fore, and this is good to see, because if he can improve in his off spin, he's an asset to the team.
Certainly is. So he's going to operate from that Branlar Pavilion, and as the sun is back with us, again, we want to say good afternoon to wherever you may be picking up this broadcast, all our viewers and listeners. As Mohammed is sweeping, he's going to pick up 2 runs. No, he does pick up a 4. So he's favoring this sweep shot against the spinners, because this delivery was angled just outside the line of the leg stump, and he swept it beautifully all along the ground. And the man down there, that's Chanda Paul, who is at a deep backward square leg, was sprinting around to his right, diving full length, and still couldn't prevent it from going into the boundary. 4 good-looking runs for Mohammed. He's on to 14. And this one he's pulling, but this time it's going to go straight to Chanda Paul. He just has to take a couple steps to his left and a single. So Mohammed batting well. He's when you look at his approach in the G to the spinners, completely different to Raja and Solozano in particular. Raja was trying to get on with it a little bit, but found it difficult. However, Mohammed has not experienced that difficulty in playing the spinners thus far.
Yes, and looks good as well too, and had a little difficult moment against Kevin Sinclair when he started the innings, because Sinclair kept him quiet then, but he opened up against Veerasamy Permaul. In 1 over, struck him through the covers for 4, then swept him for 2, and then swept him for another boundary as well. Coming back after lunch, he received 2 short deliveries and made use of them.
Hey, sir, what is good so far about his innings? You know, sometimes when you're striving for form, you're not batting well, you tend to just push and prod. He seems to want to play shots. He wants to get on with it. And because of that, he's got, 15 from 24 balls, which is a good return.
Yes, and I thought at one time in his career, Colin, when he made the West Indies team again in those one-day series against Pakistan, he looked so much of a different player. I felt that he would have continued with that. He played some blazing innings against one of the top bowling sides in the world, but since then have just fallen apart. 7-7 for 2. Solozano is on 26, Mohammed on 15.
Yeah, and Sinclair has just completed his 6th over, 1 for 7. And no doubt Kimo Paul is going to come back for his 2nd over after lunch. Just had that 1 over. And didn't concede any runs, just a bye coming from it. Yeah, and Mohammed, you know, he even went into CPL and was playing for the Guyana franchise at a time, and the Amazon Warriors, and looked good. He played some crucial innings, but has fallen away slightly. And you just have to think that he's capable, there's no doubt about it. But being capable is one thing, and scoring runs is another.
Yes, and Colin, you have played the game of cricket. Some of our listeners, they know, well, all of them actually, they know their cricket as well. What goes wrong in the mind of a batsman, we say, when he loses form? Has it to do with the coordination of the body What is it when a batsman loses form? What is he going through?
Sometimes it's just your movement. Sometimes you don't get your feet in the right position. You move too late. You move too early. It's a good shot. He's going to pick up maybe just a single because he's probably going to come back for the second. That's good running in the end. And picking up 2 runs. That's Moti running down the ball there, picking up. So 2 runs to Mohammed. Again, a nice shot. And you just sometimes got to go back into the nets and look at the movement of your feet, how you get out to the ball, and it's just a matter of losing. And I don't want to say lose your technique. You don't lose your technique,
no.
But you just, it's sometimes you're just slow reacting and various things like that. And it's a simple case in the Jeet of going back and work on your game. I
Yes.
mean, and once you do that, and of course the other thing is your confidence. When you go back out into the middle, you're confident enough that you've tried to iron out all the wrong things that you're doing in the nets, and you go back out into the middle, and now it's just a matter of confidence, saying to yourself, okay, I'm going to play the shots, I'm going to work the ball around, I'm going to get the runs.
Yes, and sometimes top-class batsmen, they go through this bad period, but one shot off the bat, and
right.
they're bang on target again.
And also runs, you talk about one shot, but that one shot will get them 40, 50, and all of a sudden
Yes.
the run of low scores is in the back of their mind.
Exactly.
We've seen it with so many world quality batsmen.
That was a good delivery by Kemo Paul. Right on target, lined with the off stump. Just moving a shade back, but he plays it well, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, he was out to the pitch of it and coming off the middle of the bat. He's really looking confident.
And what Kemo can do, and he has it in his armory, with those 2 deliveries, right on target, making the batsman play. He has this ability, just short of a length, and it can kick off the pitch, move a little way outside the line of the off stump. That's his stuck delivery that normally brings a lot of problem to batsmen.
Well,
We might very well see that one in this over.
Well, he's got the final delivery of this, his 8th over. It's another well played by Mohammed. You notice he's getting right out to the pitch of
Yes.
the ball and just meeting it with a full face. But this is a good over from Kemo Paul. He's not trying to do too much. I think he's concentrating now on a good line, good length, just a little bit of movement. And he's obviously looking at Jason Mohammed and hoping that if he makes a mistake, he will pick up his wicket. But so far, so good in terms of Mohammed playing every ball on its merit.
Yes, he did. Was a good over by Kemo. Good response from Jason Mohammed as well. Remember, he's trying to bat himself back into form. It's going to take a little while, but we all know when he's on sound, he's a good player to watch. Jason Mohammed, he has faced 30 deliveries so far, 79 for the loss of 2.
And Kevin Sinclair is going to continue bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Solozano. Just think that Solozano needs to look to pick up the singles. He just can't keep defending because you see the man has moved from that silly point to a forward short leg. Very interesting, that decision, which gives me the impression that Sinclair is going to look to drift that ball into the pads of Solozano and just get him to push forward, maybe get an inside edge onto the pad and into the hands of forward short leg. But Solozano just backing off and opening up nicely.
And maybe Colin, with him batting this way at the moment, that very shot that he played looks good, played straight to a fielder. If he had used soft hands as he come forward and opened the face a little, there might very well be a single there for him.
Yes, he's comfortable though. I don't think Solozano not scoring is going to affect him. He's the type of individual that he likes to bat long and he takes his time. And even though he's not scoring, I don't think that will worry him too much. There are some batsmen, if they look up at the scoreboard or they play 3 or 4 dot balls, they believe the next ball in the Jeet, they've got to get either a 4 or a single or some kind of run.
Yes, different mindset. Think of Chandapal Hemraj in the Guyana setup. that's for the flamboyant batsmen around the region or around the world as well.
Yeah, I was mentioning to Sean as we come to the end of Sinclair's over, he's now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 7. So that's good bowling. On his part, it's 79 for 2. So Lozano remains on 26, and Jason Mohammed is going to be back on strike. He's on 17. And Kimo Paul is going to continue from the Willie Rodriguez end or northern end. And I was mentioning to Sean that I looked at Hemraj here in the second innings against the Windwards when they were chasing a relatively low total after losing on first innings. They were chasing 203 and they were batting comfortable. They were about 100 for 1, 101 for 1. And he had 78 and he was totally in control. And all of a sudden, Demba was the bowler, Kenneth Demba. As we look at Kimo Paul starting his new over. And again, Jason Mohammed long forward. Nice sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. And all of a sudden, he chipped down to Denver. There was a long on in place. And he hit it straight down the hands of long on. He got out for 78. And Guyana went from like 101 for 2 to about 155 for 6. You know, they lost about 4 more wickets to the addition of 30, 40 runs. And, you know, when he was so much in control, Guyana were cruising, and you thought, well, they're going to win this game easily. They ended up winning by 1 wicket. That's a good delivery. Came back at Mohammed. He was looking to drive, and luckily just got the inner part of the bat, and it went out towards a mid-wicket. But could so easily have been a false shot as Kimo Paul got that ball to angle back into the right-hander.
Yes, and you talked about that innings that Chandra Paul Hemraj played. Back home in Guyana, we were listening and watching you and John Ramsing doing the match, and we felt, all right, Hemraj is well set here for 100. He pummeled that bowling to all parts of
That's
the game.
right.
But typically when we out, we were like, well, this is Chandra Paul Hemraj for you.
It's so sad because he's such a... You look at him and, you know, we were talking about West Indian openers, and the name of Chandra Paul Hemraj, he may come into the conversation, but he should be automatically in the conversation because he's such a good player.
Yes.
But he finds ways in which to get out. Amazing.
Exactly. He's the kind of player that you will call the spectator's man. He wants to play his shot out in the middle there. If he faces 2-3 deliveries and he isn't getting things in his way, he's going to manufacture a shot, maybe wide outside the line of the off stump or driving. But technically though, having said all of that, I feel Hemraj needs to work, understand where the off stump is. It's my humble opinion that he has a serious problem not picking the ball on the line of the off stump or just outside the line of the off stump. You look at him, most of his dismissal on good fast bowling, he doesn't know where the off stump is. He's driving and being caught behind.
And I tell you why I think that is. Because he wants to play shots. He has a mindset that once that ball is pitched outside the line of the off stump, he's going to go after the bowling. As another good delivery from Paul, and well respected. This is a good battle here between Kimo Paul and Jason Mohammed. And Mohammed showing the patience, Mohammed showing the patience at the moment, and one will have to wait and see how long, because Paul is bowling a good line and a good length. Yeah, and you know, and I think that's the big reason, because he just wants to play these shots, and he doesn't care where his off stump is. That's a good ball, good shot from Mohammed. I was about to say a good ball, but it was short. And give Mohammed credit. He was on that back foot quickly, and he put it beautifully to the right of the man at mid-on, down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Very, very good shot from Mohammed. And here, let's have a look at that as it was short. He was just onto that back foot and taking it from outside the off-stump. It was short enough, and he hit it down towards the mid-wicket position for 4. Excellent shot from Mohammed. So his patience has finally paid out, and there was Kimo Paul dropping the delivery short, and Mohammed was equal to it. 83 for 2. Mohammed has done 21.
That was a good looking shot, and he read it early. So he was able to go onto the back foot, and he kept the pull shot down as well, bisecting the short mid-wicket and the mid-on. So it was an excellent cricketing shot. Good pull shot by Jason Mohammed.
Excellent shot. And we were talking about the patience of Mohammed as opposed to the patience of Kimo Paul, because Kimo Paul was bowling that ball up to the bat, just back of a length, and he kept Mohammed quiet. And I suppose he was just trying a different type of delivery, banged it in a little shorter, and I think you made the point. Mohammed was back and across very early, picked up the line, and banged it away to that deep mid-wicket position for 4. Well, Solozano is going to pick up a run, the first run for a long while, goes to 27, as you could see the intention from Sinclair, just trying to angle that delivery into the pads. Yeah, he does have a forward short leg, and one could understand why he bowls that delivery there, but Solozano just equaled it, just dabbing it down to backward square leg, picking up that single.
Yes, and he's a perfect foil for the likes of Jason Mohammed, who is more flamboyant. Solozano is going to accumulate his runs, look for the gaps, pick up the singles, and he's going to hit the occasional boundary when the bad ball comes along. And this partnership should just begin to worry the Harpy Eagles a little.
Every time I hear Harpy Eagles, I was talking to John Ramsing, and I said, John, where does this Harpy Eagles come from? And he was giving me the history of that bird. Here's Mohammed, that's a good shot. Excellent shot from him, because Sinclair gave it a little bit more air than usual, and Mohammed came down the track, danced into it beautifully, and he smacked it straight back over the bowler's head down to the boundary 4. Let's have a look at that, Inderjeet.
Yes, well, what he did, you rightly said, he danced down the track, made it into a half volley, and he had the luxury, because long off and long on isn't there. Perfect cricket shot. And remind Kevin Sinclair too with that shot. If you bowl it there, I'm willing to come down the track.
That's excellent cricket on the part of Mohammed, and you were making the point how he's an Solozano is an excellent foil. He's going to play those shots. You're not going to see Solozano doing that. It's another well-played shot from Mohammed. He's mixing up his aggression with defense very well. It's been a good innings from him so far.
Yes, and you were talking about the Harpy Eagle.
I was asking John, where did this Harpy, because I've never heard of this bird. But he tells me it's a huge bird out in Guyana, in the Amazon jungle. He was there. I said, well, that's one place you're not going to find me anyway. So I will never see a Harpy Eagle. But because I was mentioning to him where I made a trip a couple of years ago to Alaska, and there were these, on the cruise, there were these beautiful eagles all in the mountain tops and things like that. And he says to me, oh, that's a joke compared to the Harpy Eagle. That's a huge type of bird. But it's 88 for 2. Is Kimo Paul going to continue? We'll have to wait and see as the over from Sinclair came to an end. It's it was very interesting listening to John talking about this Harpy Eagle, because I couldn't understand where this Harpy Eagle came from.
Well, I guess it has to do with nature.
Yeah.
It's the largest bird of prey in the world, and the Harpy Eagle, powerful beaks and very curved and sharp talons. Those are the claws.
Right.
The wingspan is huge for the bird, roughly about 3 meters. And you can imagine that? It can pick up anything like 40 pounds and fly with it in its territory, and then goes away to have a good dinner or breakfast or whatever.
Thank God I'm over 40 pounds. I tell you what. Well, here's Kimo Paul. Time bowling to the left-handed Solozano, and you could see that delivery coming back at the left-hander, but it was too far outside the off-stump for Solozano to offer a shot. Yeah, it's amazing. But so you only really see them in the Amazon jungle.
Yes, they're not known to come to the coast whatsoever. Right. And listen, it take bird watchers sometimes years and many trips to see them. And what they claim, the best time to see them is the nesting season. They will make their nest in the tallest and darkest part of that forest, and that's the time when they can spot them. Many would have come from different parts of the world to just look for the Harpy Eagles.
That's amazing. And of course, there's not necessary as well that you're going to see it. So it's like going whale watching.
Yes.
It's not necessary you'll see the whales.
Exactly.
But they're not. Are they vicious? When I say vicious, in terms of if if you go to have a look and you're looking at them from a distance, of course, would they attack or anything
Yes,
like that?
they can attack. They're known to attack. They will attack things like some of the monkeys and other creatures and so on, small four-footed animals, and so they will definitely attack them. If they're hungry, they're very, very vicious. If they are not and they do not feel threatened, they'll fly away upon spotting you.
Okay.
But generally, they becomes very vicious when they're hungry.
That's good news to know. So anybody visiting Guyana, and you see a harpy eagle, run.
And I heard you said that because of that, you're not going to visit the Guyana jungle.
That's for sure.
Yeah, but let me tell you this. That's one of the most beautiful places on planet Earth. The harpy eagle is just a bird.
Right.
There are many other birds. You talk about our flora and our fauna. If natural beauty is your idea of paradise, visit that part of Guyana. Some of the most beautiful waterfalls.
Well, I know about the waterfalls.
And they're in the hinterland as well.
Yeah.
The world have been told about Kaichor.
Oh, yeah.
Largest single drop waterfall in the world. But there are some other ones as well. They're beautiful, like we have the Orange Oak. There's one that is called the Bad Woman Falls. Lovely place to visit.
Well, I'm not too sure. I suppose I'd visit it if somebody tells me, oh, you could tell me after I visit. You just visited the Bad Woman's Falls. Well, that's fine. But I don't think I would want to go there before. But here's Kimo Paul back at the cricket. And Solozan is going to look for a quick single, but it's not on. And Jason Mohammed quickly sending him back. So the end of the over, and Kimo Paul has just completed his 10 overs, 1 for 25. Very steady again as Solozano maiden over. He remains on 27 from 110 deliveries. And Mohammed, he's on 25 from just 41 deliveries. He's done the bulk of the scoring. This partnership came together with a total on 60. So you look at it, Mohammed has scored 25 out of the 28 in the partnership. There's been one bye. So Solozano has only contributed 2 runs so far to this partnership. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would not mind, because while Solozano is there, runs can keep coming.
Yes, and you're right about that. In consideration of their performance in the last match, where they failed to reach 140 in either innings, of course, they're looking for a better performance here. Losing those 2 early wickets, it is important that these 2 understand their role in the team, and Solozano is playing a good role to Jason Mohammed, and the partnership is just beginning to blossom.
Well, Kevin Sinclair is going to continue. He's had 8 overs, 1 for 12. And he's operating from that brand. That's a lovely shot from Jason Mohammed. When this guy is in full flow, he really is entertaining. And that was a really good shot. A delivery, given a little bit of air outside the off stump. And Mohammed was driving a half volley, but he hit it sweetly. And the important thing is, he hit it away from the man at the cover, just to his right. And once that ball passes, there's no doubt it's going to run into the boundaries. So Mohammed goes to 29. It's 92 for 2 and another very good shot.
Yes, that is what you call the perfect cricket shot. Just a little bit of movement, kept the balance, and drove it sweetly where he wanted it through extra cover.
And Sinclair comes back with that delivery flatter and lined maybe just a middle and leg. And Mohammed couldn't do very much with it. You could see him in defense pushing it out on that onside. So he remains on 29 as the sun has left us for the moment, but still a very good day here at the Queen's Park Oval. We're just keeping our fingers crossed that we don't have any interruptions for rain. We do have the weather forecast saying that later in this afternoon or this evening we might have some showers well into tomorrow. But let's hope that there is no real interruption here, and that it rains all around Queen's Park Oval and not inside Queen's Park Oval. Single to Mohammed. He's on to 30 now.
And he's looking for every scoring opportunity. And this is good, just exactly what this partnership requires. Get off strike. You're not going to be bogged down. Let the other man comes there. And I think Jason Mohammed is leading this fight against the Harpy Eagles with very sensible batting.
So it brings Jeremy Solozano back into strike. And he's looking to cut a delivery, but again, hits it straight to the... That's a lot of the problems with Solozano so far. When he's played some attacking shots, he's finding the fieldsman. He's actually hitting it straight to the fieldsman, and he just needs to find that gap.
Well, that time he picked out the substitute, Anthony Adams, feeling at a backward point. That's a delivery, a little bit of a shout there, but good use of the feet as he defends, driving down toward short extra cover. The over is completed. It's 93 for the loss of 2. Solozano is on 27. Mohammed is on 30. More from you, Colin, and you'll be joined by my Guyanese colleague, Sean Divas.
Yes, and Sean seems to know about going into the Amazon jungle and looking for the harpy eagle. But he's a brave man, so nothing is wrong with that. Let's see, I think Kimo Paul has been taken out of the attack. Is it going to be Versami Pumol? And it seems to be Pumol coming back. Leon Johnson is standing there behind the presiding umpire, just waiting for Pumol. So he's going to have a word with Pumol and just maybe asking him about a fielding position. He's actually talking to Pumol, and yes, Pumol now realizes that and says, yes, go ahead, put a forward short leg in place, maybe a leg gully or a second gully. But Prasad is the man who is normally in that forward short leg position. And yes, there is a man going to mid-wicket. So a 5-4 field, 5 men on the offside for Jason Mohammed, which includes a slip, and then 4 men on the onside with that forward short leg in position as Pumol back in the attack. He's into his 7th over. As I say, welcome after lunch, Sean Diva. Sean, you had a good lunch?
Yes, sir. I had a very good lunch.
Good. I know you don't eat certain things. You're very particular with what you eat. And I'm happy you were able to devour some of the good Trinidadian food.
Yes, I did. I left half for tea time.
Oh, for tea time. Okay. So you're going to have a lunch tea.
Yeah.
I hear you. It's Pumol operating from around the wicket to the right-handed Jason Mohammed. And Mohammed long forward. Mohammed has batted well. He's on 30. And what I like about his innings, he's on 35 at the moment. No, he's on 30. What I like about his innings so far is his shot selection. I think he's handled that well. He's used his feet to Sinclair. He's played the sweep shot. He's played the cover drive. He's played the off drive. It's been a good innings.
And he's one of the senior players in this side, not only because he's 35, because he's playing in now his 88th first-class game. He's had 1100s. That shows that he can bat.
Oh, it certainly does. But his return this season has not been good, and we've said that all along. With a top score of 36, so he's just 6 runs away from what would be his highest score of the season. And Pumol round the wicket. He's not giving it air, Versami Pumol, and he's also bowling a little bit of a drift into the right-hander. But operating from around the wicket and not bowling between the umpire and the stumps. Normally you'd see the left-arm spinner running between Mohammed looking to sweep and appeal goes up, but that's certainly heading down the leg side. Normally you'd see the left arm spinner running between the umpire and the stumps to deliver. He's actually a very straight approach around the wicket, almost from behind the umpire.
Yes, most times you see spinners, even the off spinner, when they go around the wicket, they go between the umpire and the stumps. The left arm spinner goes between the umpire and the stumps. But most of these modern day cricketers, they run to the right of the umpire, which means that they're chest on, and they can't spin the ball as much as they would have done if they go with angle, because they have something to pivot.
That's right. Well, Kevin Sinclair is going to continue. We haven't seen Gudakesh Moti yet. Are you surprised that he didn't come into the attack instead of Pumol after lunch?
No, I wasn't surprised, because Pumol is the senior bowler, and he would want to have a psychological impact on the batsman, especially Mohammed, who is a very senior batsman.
How do you rate Moti as, in terms of his progression over the last couple of years?
Very, very good. But the problem with Moti,
runs
lovely
here,
shot.
yep. Lovely shot from Solozano. It was short, and he finally picked the gap. He's been trying to do that for a little while, Sean. So some of the short balls he's been getting back, but so far he's been finding the man at backward point, cover point. Here, he was able to pick the gap. Let's have a look. He was back, and this time he hit it maybe a little bit earlier, and because of that, he found the gap between the backward point and the cover down to the boundary. That's a good shot. That would give him a lot of confidence. He's into the 30s now. He's on 31.97 for 2.
And Sinclair aided him with that because he bowled it too flat. He pulled it down and he gave him the width to cut.
That's right. So, yeah, you were making a point about Gudakesh Moti.
Yes, it's unfortunate that he's come up at a time when there are so many left-arm spinners, Warrakan, Hussain, Pamal. So it's hard for him to get in a test team. But he's already played one-day cricket. And maybe, but it's hard for him.
And his batting has seemed to have improved.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Just got a maiden 100.
Yeah. So Sinclair wrong the wicket to the left-handed Solozano. Is he going to get a single? No. Mohammed is not interested, as Pamal just comes around to his right to do the fielding, and maybe Solozano was thinking of that since it was going to the right of Pamal. He is left-handed, that it might have been a single, but Mohammed was not interested. And this time he was looking to push that delivery out to mid-off. I was just drifting into him and came off the inner part of the bat and squirts out towards the mid-on position, and there is no run. So the end of the over from Sinclair. He's now completed his 10 overs, 1 for 21. Just the 4 runs coming in that over. A very good shot from Solozano as he's on 31. Mohammed is 30, and the Trinidad Red Force just 3 runs away from bringing up the 100.
And Mohammed is a all formats batsman or batter these days. Done away with the word batsman.
Well, they could do away with it. It's still a batsman. But you go ahead, Sean.
So he is an all formats player, and when he's on song, he plays white ball cricket just as good as red ball.
Yeah. I agree with you. But you made an interesting point when he's on song, and that's the thing with Jason Mohammed. You know, he just has to be feeling good about himself to make runs. You know, and when he's on song, he looks a very, very good player.
And he also can contribute with his off spin.
Off spin, yeah, that's right. He's a partnership breaker, isn't he?
Yeah.
Comes up and he seems to be, as Jeff Boycott used to so many years ago, seems to be a lollipop bowler, but he gets wickets, and that's the important thing.
And of course, when he said that, he was talking primarily about Carl Hooper.
Yeah, your fellow countryman. They go through for a quick single. Oh, that's good running in the end. But Kimo Paul attacked that ball and had a shy at the non-striker's end. But give Mohammed credit. It's difficult to see if Kimo Paul had hit, if he would have been home. But once he played that shot, he immediately called for the single, and off he went. And Kimo Paul may have been taking a little bit of a snooze at the time, and he attacked the ball all of a sudden and had that shy at the non-striker's end, missed it, and eventually Mohammed was able to get home. But good cricket all round.
Yeah, and good batting there by Solozano. Seems to have the world of patience and concentration.
Yeah, he does. And that's good for an opener. I think because he's been struggling, he's almost
use of his feet there.
Yeah.
You don't see that often.
Yeah, but he's been so struggling that he's just he is playing for survival. If he's not taking any risks. Yeah, again he uses his feet, and that's a good shot because he's going to get a single. He pushed the ball to the right of Smith using his feet and immediately called for the single. So that's good cricket.
So that means he's gaining in confidence because this is the second ball in succession he's used his feet.
That's right. So he goes to 32, 99 now for 2, the Tobago Red Force. So they would be pleased with this start. They would have probably been, if they had 1 wicket less, that they lost 1 wicket less, they would have been more happy. But I think they would be pretty satisfied with 99 for 2. And that's loud appeal goes up. I don't think that's going to be given because he was long forward. Could have been maybe struck just outside the line as well. But the thing is, he was long forward, and that would have put a lot of doubt in umpire Blades' mind.
But he's got to be careful with those type of shots because he's not the tallest of men.
Another one, he's long forward to just come off the inner part of the bat and goes out to sing there. Who's not too sure. He stands with his hand on his hip, not too sure what is his problem because he seems to be concerned about some sort of shot, or he was not happy as that ball, what he is saying. It obviously, I think he is thinking that in addition to that forward short leg, maybe they should have a silly mid on as well to put an added pressure on Jason Mohammed. That's the only thing I could think of, because he was then showing Permal how Mohammed was stretching right forward, and if that ball comes in and comes off that inner part of the bat, then it's going to go out towards a silly mid on rather than a forward short leg. So he may be just having a look at that and trying to get Permal it has to be in the next over now to put added pressure on Mohammed. So 91-4-2, is there going to be a change in bowling? I think Sinclair is going to come out of the attack, and Niall Smith. It's going to be interesting, him in this second spell, because as we keep saying, Sean, in his second spell with the ball a little older, he tends to try to get a little bit more pace, and when he does that, he tends to lose his line and his length.
Yes, in his second and third spells, he struggles badly. Maybe that's because of his fitness. He's always had some fitness problem that he's in, he's out. So maybe that's because of his fitness level. He's not concentrating enough. He's getting tired quicker. And he tries to bowl faster when you're tired. That is not a combination you'd like to see.
Well, he's operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and he's going to be bowling to Jeremy Solozano, who's on 32. And 2 slips and a gully for Smith as the sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval. And runs for Solozano, just a single down to fine leg as Permal does the fielding. And the 100 is now up. Solozano goes to 33, and it's now 100 for 2. Not a good delivery to start with, angling into the left-hander, but you could see clearly Sean going down the leg side.
Yes, and 100 for 2. It's a good scoring rate. Even though 2 wickets have gone, it's a good scoring rate. And this partnership is beginning to build. They had a 56 partnership between Raja.
54 between Raja,
between
and
Raja
Solozano.
and Solozano.
Yeah, now 40.
Yeah. So once you see consecutive partnerships going over 50, it's a sign of the batting getting easier.
That's well played from Mohammed. A delivery just angling into the right-hander, and he was getting in line and was a very straight bat, pushing it back up along the track past the bowler. No run.
And his bat looked as broad as the side screen.
That's right. He's looking very good. He's on 31 from just 55 deliveries. But what I like about this inning so far from Jason Mohammed is his caution with aggression.
Yeah,
caution with aggression, you're right.
And he's got good shot selection in this innings.
That's right.
2 slips, a gully going down. And this is hit just between them. The right of the second slip to the left of Sinclair at gully and down to the unprotected third man boundary for 4. Just when we were talking about how solid he's looking, outside edge found, but they say it's an educated edge.
Well, the thing is, I don't think he had the room in which to play that shot. He was looking to play that ball square, and it got big on him as he was onto that back foot. And in him trying to hit it through that offside, he got the thick outside edge, and luckily for him, it went to where there was no one in maybe a third slip or fourth slip position, and down to the boundary for 4. But
Do you think that would inspire Leon Johnson to put in another slip?
Well, I don't think he's going to do it now because it was a bad shot from Mohammed. His judgment there on that length and line wasn't correct. The one false mistake he's made, and he's got away with it because it just didn't have the room in which to play that shot, and the ball got big on him, and he got the outside edge. He was lucky it didn't go. It could have gone straight into the hands of second slip or into the hands of the gully. So he was lucky that it went down to the boundary for 4.
So just 15 away now from his 16th fourth-class half-century. And once he crosses that barrier, I think he will go on to get a big score. Nice shot again. Didn't find the gap, but that was a nice timed shot.
Yeah, it was on the front foot and just pushing it. And he would have liked to have just pushed it to the right or to the left of Prasad there at that cover position. 104 for 2.
But
Mohammed.
he's looking confident, more confident as this innings is progressing. You can see it in him.
Yeah, he's. It's the first time I'm seeing him looking so confident. I've seen him in the game against the Leewards. He looked scratchy. And there again, driving. That didn't seem to come off the middle of the bat, but it's still going to run away for 4. It seemed to come off more the bottom part of the bat, but it had enough in it. Once it was to the left of the man at mid-off, it just ran away down to that extra cover boundary for 4. Good shot from Mohammed. Again, I don't think he would have... He gets the result in terms of a 4, but I don't think he got that off the middle of the bat. But it had enough to go to the boundary. 108 for 2 at the end of the over from Niall Smith. 2 boundaries coming in the over. He's now completed 7 overs, none for 27.
Yeah, well, no time in, but excellent placement. So you got a boundary, and the sun back in all its glory here at the Queen's Park Oval. Only sad thing is the lack of crowd.
Yeah, well, that's the problem nowadays with regional cricket. Diego Martin had a decent crowd when I was there for the Leewards game against Trinidad and Tobago. And when I say decent, I'm talking 150, 200 people. And they also had a lot of school children in.
Yeah, when we were there for the Ghana-Jamaica game, they had a handful of people.
Yeah.
But they were vocal.
Yes, they were very vocal in the Trinidad game. There's a bad delivery, he gets away with it.
Yeah, that was pulled down short. He swung at it. Luckily for him, he missed. Luckily for Guyana, he missed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very vocal crowd down at Diego Martin. And I tell you what, the Trinidad and Tobago players against the Leewards, they got the bulk of the abuse from the crowd because they were not happy with the Trinidad and Tobago's performance. And unfortunately, they expected much more than when they batted at 140 in the first innings. And then even when they bowled, the Leeward Islands, they got to 357. And thanks largely to 139 by Powell. Oh, that's his dropping just in front of Leon Johnson at slip.
That's a good arm ball.
Yeah.
It went the other way, and Solozano was reaching for it.
Yeah, he wasn't too sure, was he? He just sort of played. He wasn't right forward to it. And luckily, the ball didn't carry into the hands of the man at slip. So Solozano remains on 33, 108 for 2. It's much better, as he could see him just waiting on the delivery. It was just backing across and lining it up.
Down the track he comes again, and when he gets there, he just stabs it away into the offside. The thing is, Solozano and good batsmen who play spin, you don't necessarily have to play an attacking shot. You use your feet to smother the ball. If you're not to the pitch, you defend. Many young batsmen, you tell them, use your feet. They think that you're using your feet to hit the 6s or 4s.
It's quite true. Very, very true.
Or if you tell them, bat positive. Positive doesn't mean you're hitting the ball all over the place. Positive means that you're positive intent, you're running hard, and these kind of things.
Well, Niall Smith is going to continue. He's had, he's just had, I think, 6 overs so far for 27 runs. Had 4 overs in his first spell. No, he's had 7 overs, sorry, not 6, for none for 27. He's in his 8th over now, 108 for 2. And Jason Mohammed surveys the field.
It's very hot out there.
It is. Just looking at it, it's very, very hot. And Smith running away from that Brown Lara Pavilion end. That's a good shot from Mohammed. He's just going to pick up a single because it was a Yorker length delivery and he was getting on top of it and pushed it out to the right of the man at mid-on. Looks like Kimo Paul out there. And they pick up a single. So Mohammed is into the 40s now. This is his highest score of the season. He got past the 36 he made against the Leewards. So he would be very, very happy indeed at 109 for 2. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be happy so far with their day's work.
And that hit the bottom of the bat. You heard the song, the cracking song as Let It Kiss Willow there.
That's a good shot from Solozano, but again, he can't beat the man at a forward square leg. Prasad is out there. Was a delivery lined on that pad, and you would have just thought that Mohammed had to wait a little bit before he played the shot to get it more towards a backward square leg, but he was leaning into it and pushed it and couldn't beat that man at that forward square leg in Prasad. 109 for 2.
Similar shot from Solozano before Mohammed. So similar shot, one a left-hander, one a right-hander. He's pitching the ball up, but he's bowling too straight. And this one he goes wide.
Yeah, too wide.
So as the sun continues to stream down here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Let's be thankful we have that sun.
Yes.
Sean, because a friend of mine said to me the other day, he said, I don't know how you guys like cricket, you know, he's a football fanatic. Says it's the only game in the world where rain falls and you can't play. I said, are you sure it's the only game in the world? I didn't want to agree with him. So I had no comeback. So I said, are you sure it's the only game in the world?
That
No, it's in the air, just dropping short. So Solozano seemed to be caught in two minds.
Yeah.
He was looking to pull, and then all of a sudden...
Tried to pull out of the shot.
Yeah, tried to pull out of the shot. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, he was there, and then all of a sudden he sort of just played almost like a flick. It is strange.
Almost the ball hit the bat instead of the other way around. And it fell agonizingly close to Prasad running in.
So another fall shot, this time from Solozano. So Smith has been unlucky so far. This one angled into him, making a little bit of height.
This time with a good line.
Yeah.
It angled into his body, into the rib cage, so he couldn't pull. And he couldn't get out of the way. So good delivery. But this is a slow pitch. Well, not slow. It's a good pitch. It's not a pitch that would encourage fast bowlers.
Smith operating from around the wicket. Final delivery of his 8th over. That's a good ball, just outside the line of the off stump, and Solozano had to play at it, and he pushes it out into cover. It's the end of the over from Smith, 109 for 2. Solozano is 33. Mohammed is on 40 at 109 for 2. Sean, I'm going to take my leave, and you're going to be joined by your fellow countryman, the man who hunts down the Happy Eagles, Inderjit Prasad.
Yes, and that's a much better line from Smith in this over, except for the ball which was pitched up on the leg stump. And so 109 for 2, 42 overs completed. So Lozano on 33, and Mohammed looking more and more accomplished as his innings progressing here. This might be the innings. He bats himself back into form. He's 40 from 60 balls, and he's forward and plays it into the offside as Pomal starts a new over. So I want to say good afternoon to Dave Singh, Dave Narayan. He is the owner of the Dave's West Indian Imports. He's got products from Jamaica. He's got products from Trinidad and Tobago. And he's got products from Guyana, his native land. All of these things can be found in the United States of America. So, oh my, that's a beautiful delivery. It pitched and it spun, and it comprehensively beat Jason Mohammed.
Yes, hello to you, Sean. Hello to listeners once again. That was beautifully bowled by Virasamy Premal. And just as Colin Murray was evacuating his seat to give me that seat to do commentaries, I saw him with a beautiful pen, and I was just wondering to know where he got it from. And then he said, compliments of John Ramsing, our colleague from Guyana. So it's good to see Colin putting it to good use.
Well, John is in the tongue of Diego Martin, the tongue that produced Sir Larry Constantine.
Yes, and he knows where heroes are. That's the reason why he chose to go down to Diego Martin.
Good delivery again from Pamal. Little bit of spin and bunks. But Jason Mohammed equal to the task.
Yes, Sean, he is on a good roll here at the moment. Of just one or two deliveries that he was very uncomfortable with. But he's on 40 on 65 and continue to look good. His cover drives have been good. His sweep shots have been good as well. And he played one particular excellent pull shot.
That's another good shot, but can't find the gap. Straight towards Chandrapal at the cover position. And the over is completed. Pamal, none for 13 now from 10. Nice tidy spell. 33 is Solizano. 40 to Mohammed. He's looking really good on 66 balls he's faced. 109 for 2. And slowly but surely, Trinidad and Tobago taking the ascendancy in this game. If this partnership is not broken soon, then it could be a dangerous sign for the Harp Eagles.
Yes, and winning the toss and batting here is added advantage to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They lost the 2 early wickets, the 60 for the loss of 2. At that stage you feel, well, the Harpy Eagles were in front, but this partnership is very troublesome for them. At lunch, 71 for the loss of 2. Salazano was on 26. Mohammed was on 10. 28 overs sent down in that session, losing Keegan Simmons, who was bowled by Paul for 3, 6 for 1. And Isaiah Raja, who I thought played well until he reached 26, was LBW to Sinclair. Since then, these two are putting pressure on the Harpy Eagles. One is going to accumulate his runs. The other is a natural stroke player, but he's trying to curb that natural instinct to attack with sound defense. So it says that he might just be coming back into good form.
Smith, good delivery again. And Chandrapal, who has been in this competition on the field more than he's been off of it.
Yes, and that will tell you that he's a very strong guy. He's very fit, both mentally and physically, and he loves what he is doing, Tejnarayan Chandrapal. And I just have a feeling he has already scored those 2 centuries. And my feeling is that this is going to be a season where he really stamps his authority on regional 4-day cricket, and certainly reminding the West Indian selectors that I am around and I'm just not knocking, but I'm looking to kick down the entire door there.
Bad line again from Niall Smith down the leg side after bowling 2 nice tight deliveries. Going down the leg side again. Yes, Tejnarayan is Chandrapal. He's gotten 414 runs already, only behind Craig Braffett. And when you look at him, he's confident. I saw him this morning. I wished him happy birthday. I asked him to get some more runs. He said he's going to try. That's his mindset. He's going to try hard. He's going to try to... That's a wide delivery. And short and wide, giving him the room to play it into the offside. And Solizano goes off strike. He's on 34. Gives the strike back now to Mohammed. Mohammed on 40. So Mohammed looking very set. Solizano, just after lunch, he started a little shakily. But he also is known. His temperament has been tested, and he's proved that he's a batsman that will bat long.
Yes, and so far, so good for Solizano and Jason Mohammed as well. And Smith, that's a good delivery coming back into the right-hander forced into the defensive shot. And you're right, Sean, Craig Braffett is leading. He's at the top of the run scoring, 475 runs, 2 centuries, average of 79.16. Tage and Devon Thomas, they're locked at 414 apiece. Devon Thomas with 59, 1 century and 4 50s. So that's good consistency. Tage averaging a high 82.80 with 2 centuries as well.
Well, Tage, like his father, known for their knotouts. And in fact, all of his previous centuries before this, he had 3, were all unbeaten knocks. The only time he was dismissed was in Diego Martin when he scored 184. And that may be because of the way he had to play for the team, scoring quick runs. So the Water Boys are coming onto the field now. At the break, 110 for the loss of 2. We'll take a little break and then we come back. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we see the Trinidad and Tobago side. They won the toss, and they had no hesitation in electing to bat. They've already lost 2 wickets, but they've got 110 runs. 44 overs have been completed. Solizano is looking very, very solid. He's on 34 from 137 balls, while Mohammed is looking to get back his best form. He's on 40 from just 68 balls. They've lost Keegan Simmons, bowled with a ball that came back, a foolish delivery played around it, and he was bowled for 3. It was then 6 for 1. And then Isaiah Raj, who replaced Darren Bravo in this side, he was leg before to Kevin Sinclair, who bowled with nice flight, good space in the first session, and he was bowled for 26 he was tracked LBW by Sinclair for 26, was 60 for 2. Since then, Jason Mohammed has joined Saluzano, and they've now progressed to 110. Good partnership in the making.
Certainly, it's a good partnership, and the Harpy Eagles will look for a wicket here because they do not want this partnership to get out of hand, and that's the reason why Virasamy Premal continues from this end. None for 13. He is in his 11th over. Very economical.
Well, this is played between the backward short leg and the forward short leg, and it goes out towards the deep square leg. So good rotation in the strike. So Lozano goes now to 35, 111 for 2. Jason Mohammed, who's on 40, will come back into strike. And with Jason Mohammed in strike, they've removed the leg gully. They've only got the 2 attacking fielders. One slip and the other at the city mid-off. Pomal, as the sun breaks out again here at the Queen's Park Oval, bowls, and that's forward he comes. Mohammed plays it out to Chandrapal at the cover position. We talk about Chandrapal. He's gotten 2 centuries, so has Braffett. Those are the allowed appeal. Confident one too. So
well, we certainly is going to look at that one on the replay. That looks very, very close indeed. But umpire Blades, Jonathan Blades, says that's not out. Ooh. Well, he was stretching forward there, Sean, taking on the pads. And the ball was lying within stumps and stumps.
Well, Jonathan Blade would want to say sharp as a blade.
Oh, that was very, very close. An interesting decision indeed by Jonathan Blades. But the right-handed Jason Mohammed lives to survive. He's on 40.
Pomal bowls a ball again on the... that was outside the line of the leg stump. But he was sweeping again. Another indigestion shot. All of a sudden, Jason Mohammed wants to counter-attack Pomal because maybe he knows that's his biggest threat.
Yes, exactly. And while he's doing so, he has to be very careful here because Pomal is bowling at a good length. So he has to be careful with that sweep shot. He has to judge the length as far as possible. Good judgment. So far, Pomal has outfoxed him.
Very experienced campaigner. 36 ODIs for the West Indies, in addition to 88. Well, before this, 88 first-class games. This is 89. The over comes to an end. He's on 40. Solazano, the left hand, he's on 35. And after 45 overs, 111 for 2.
Yes, and it has been a good start by the Harpy Eagles. After the lunch session, they have kept both Jason Mohammed and Solazano very, very quietly, especially Jason Mohammed. And in a previous over, Sean, he swept Virasamy Premal twice. One brought him 2, the other brought him a boundary. But on those occasions, Virasamy Premal's length was further up. In the previous over, Premal pulled back to his length a little, and Mohammed was still going for those shots. Here is where he has to be careful.
And here he is at the non-strikers end, rehearsing those shots. So intent to sweep at Pomal and be aggressive to him, counter-attack him. Doesn't want him to build the shackles as he did before the lunch period. Smith is in now and bowls a ball that's pitched up. Nice sound of the bat as the ball came off of it, but Solazano can't score. So he's got 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off on the offside. There is no third man, there is no fine leg. The 2 men on the onside, they're at the forward square and a mid-on. So that means he has to bowl on or about the off stump. Can't bowl too straight.
And that should be the line he'll be striving for.
Nice shot, picks the gap. And it's going to get him about 2. Or maybe press for 3. No, he doesn't. Settled for 2. So nice shots. And Solazano doesn't give the impression that he's hitting the ball wanting to get a boundary. He's just picking the gaps, picking up the 2s. If the ball is full, you hit it to the boundary. This is a very well compiled innings from Solazano. He's moving now to 37, 113 for 2.
Yes, and that was a good looking shot. Realizing it was on the half volley, just outside the line of the off stump. Just reached the delivery, opened the face of the bat, all timing, bringing him 2 good looking runs.
Sleeves button down to the wrist. Oh my dear, that's a wide delivery down the leg side. Actually, it's a wide. And you've got 3 men on the onside. Most of the field is on the onside, and you bowl a leg side wide in a red ball game.
Yes, and Niall Smith knows it. His hands akimbo at the moment and realizes that he has bowled a bad delivery. He acknowledges that, wondering to know where is it that he's going wrong. Well, that was sprayed way down the leg side. And the length of it as well, far too short. The line was no good, and he goes back to the top of his mark, just losing total control of that delivery.
Most umpires are reluctant to call wides in a first class or 2 innings game, but that was certainly a wide down the leg side, and it was called. That's a much better delivery. Back of a length, had the batsman standing up on his toes and steered it down off the splice of the bat towards Moti.
Yes, a better delivery, this time well lined into the body of the left-hander, just short of a good length and making good height after dropping on the pitch. And Solazano plays it well. He has been there for a long time, faced 142 deliveries for his 37 as well. And not scoring the singles as frequently as he should, but he maintains his strike. He's holding up that one end.
Smith bowls another bad delivery, flicked away, might have some bat onto that as the umpire signals 4. So a nice little tickle just past the right of Imlak, the keeper, and down towards the boundary for 4. There's Pamal on the long leg boundary, and even he, who's fast, couldn't get across his left to stop that. Again, another badly lined delivery. So Lozano now goes into the 40 with that. The 40s with that boundary. He's 4-1, 180 now for 2.
Yes, and Niall Smith, Sean, is running wide of the crease. And when he slants it down the leg side, that momentum is going to take it further. And Solazano ensured that he got the boundary. All he had to do was put the face of the bat in line with the delivery.
Oh my dear, not a short lifting delivery and not a wide. So this one was wide for height. The previous one was wide for width. So he's getting it all wrong.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm not too certain exactly what's happening to him, but he has gone totally out of control here, Niall Smith. Running in very, very hard, pounding it in the pitch and not getting it in the right areas. He's running wide of the crease. I'm just wondering to know if it's Skipper Leon Johnson out in the middle or maybe Kimo Paul. Can go up to him and say, listen, just run a little closer to the stumps there and let's see if we can correct this. But you look at the line of him running in, very close to the edging and flown over a second slip by Vishal Singh. And it's going to come down towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. And Vishal Singh made a leap in the air, couldn't hold on to it. And the left-hander has dodged a bullet.
Yes, he was on 41. And he got a fortuitous reprisal there. Johnson was looking to his left, and there was Vishal Singh flooring the catch.
Yes, I mean, at this level, it should have been taken. He made the effort, got it in the palm of the hands, and then it spilled out again. On another day, that would have been taken a brilliant catch if he took it. But I'm afraid they have to take it at this level. No excuses.
So Lozano capitalized on this. Not a bad delivery outside the line of the leg stump. You just had the man drop that slip. You gone down the leg side again. Solazano capitalize on this life and make the Harp Eagles play. For their sake, they wouldn't want that. They would want to break this partnership as quickly as possible. It's now 121 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and we have seen a number of drop catches by the Guyana Harpy Eagles team in this in the first, second, and we're seeing it here in the third round as well. Those catches, you know, win matches for you. John Campbell, they dropped him. He had a big innings there. And Alden Thomas was dropped. He went on to score a century as well. So these are things that they have to look at. And I'm afraid Vishal Singh should have done much better with that one.
And most of these drop catches are in the slip cordon of the fast bowlers. We even see catches dropped that slip off the spinners, as we saw Sinclair when Campbell was dropped.
Yes, you're right about that one, Sean. So it simply means that's a problem area in the field for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I mean, Vishal Singh getting on with age as well. So too, Leon Johnson. I'm just wondering to know if they're picking up the ball as early as they can, or in those positions. Now you have to look for other people, make them specialists there. And Johnson can control the field maybe at the mid-on, mid-off area. But they have done well in the past, but like I've said, the years are going by too.
Leg gully back in place, and forward comes Solizano as Pomal pitches up. So there's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a short cover catch in, there's Smith inside the circle where the circle will be in a one-day game at mid-off. So those are the three fielders on the offside. Pomal spinning the ball back in towards the left-hander. So there's a backward square on the boundary, and there's a leg slip and a forward short leg, and stabs it into the onside out towards Skimo Paul, who's at the leg gully, and there is no run. So this young man, Pomal, bowling to have the batsman play those shots into the onside, one with bunks, and hopefully, and that would cause the demise of the batsman. But Solizano is a type of player, plays each ball in its merit.
Yes, he does. And Pomal is in a good rhythm here.
That's a good ball, a little bit of turn, but he on the back foot punches it out towards the cover position, explores the possibility of a second. Is Mohammed, but sent back by Solizano. So again, rotation in the strike.
And that was well read by Solizano as well. He read it off the pitch and realizing he was in no bother, just strokes it away and picking up the single. Good cricket.
So he's gone to 44 now. Mohammed is on 41. Mohammed has been the more aggressive of the two, but it's a perfect foil for Solizano. Mohammed plays it into the onside quietly, and the over is completed. None for 60 now from 12, and 41 is Mohammed, 44 is Solizano, and the Red Force winning the toss and deciding to bat their 123 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and this partnership keeps growing between these two, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will feel that, you know what, we came out, we stemmed the tide, we lost those 2 early wickets, but these 2 boys, they have done us well. Niall Smith is going to be replaced now by Gudakesh Moti. So we're seeing Gudakesh Moti for the first time in this match. And I feel a little bit sorry for Niall Smith. He did bowl short and wide going down the leg side. But when he got a good one in, he did trouble Solizano. And the catch went a begging by Vishal Singh down at second slip. He had to go towards his left. The ball was going away from him. Got it in the palm of the hands and then floored the catch. So he has been dispelled with. And now Gudakesh Moti has been brought into the attack.
Well, the Queen's Park Oval, one of 6 grounds first-class cricket has been played on here in the Twin Island Republic, because there's Shaw Park in Tobago. And of course, Garakar Park, we were chatting with Colin, and he says that there's nothing going on there since the oil refinery has been closed. Petrotrim closing down operations, and like those facilities in Guyana owned by Guy Suko, like Skeldon and Iflocht and so on, they're not being maintained as Moti comes into the attack now, bowling from the far end, and he's bowling to the left-handed Solizano. A solitary slip. There's no leg gully for Moti. There's just a forward short leg. and he plays it out towards that man there, who's at forward short leg. Prasad, he fields, and there's no run. Of course, there's this Queen's Park Oval, which is the prime ground, only international ground. This is a ball that's whipped away. As a quicker, flatter delivery there from Moti. There's also the National Cricket Centre in Couva. There's the ground, UWI at St. Augustine. That's a good delivery there from Moti. Brings the batsman onto the front foot and a little bit of turn.
Yes, certainly got some turn from this pitch here and had Salazano in some worries there. So this is going to be interesting.
And of course, the last ground to have first class status, Diego Martin Sports Complex. That's a ball that's pitched up and stroked away. So those are the grounds that have played first class cricket, or first class cricket was played on. Nice delivery there. That one didn't spin in, it went away with the arm, and good testing over comes to an end. As the over comes to an end, it's 124 for 2, 45 to Mohammed, 45 to Salazano, Mohammed on 41. Good first over from Moti.
Yes, a good testing over by Godakesh Moti there. So that's the reason why there is a little discussion going on between the two out in the middle. No doubt, just analyzing what they have done so far, what are the requirements of present, and where they will want to be maybe at tea time. But both of them are sorting half centuries. One has faced 155 balls, that's Salazano. Mohammed, 41 coming from 74. And you're right, Sean, Garakara Park, it's a pity it has to go down that way. I did 2 4-day matches there, and I love the scene at Garakara Park. That's a lovely ground. And in those times when I did those 2 4-day matches, you had a lot of people turning up to watch a cricket.
Yes, that's the country area, deep south, and most people would come out to watch cricket there. They've got some chutney competitions and concerts and so on there. There's also a T20 tournament, I understand, being played there in a T10. But that's not the Garakar Park that we know.
Yeah.
Similar to Skeldon. Kanji no longer played first-class cricket. In fact, Kanji, it was the first-class ground in the county of Berbice, which is the second largest county in Guyana, and which most of these players on this team hail from. Here is Pomal, also from the county of Berbice, Bowles, playing it with the spin towards the mid-on position, and fielded there by Sinclair. Motiers, we've lost the sunshine temporarily, Bowles, and that's played again into the onside, and there's no run. But of course, in Guyana, we had Skeldon, with Albion is still being used, but not for first-class cricket. Kanji and Blairmont, those are the other grounds in Berbice. And of course, Enmore on the east coast. Well, Boda, it's a pity how Boda is deteriorated. Boda should have been a heritage site in Georgetown, first venue for the first ever test match win in 1930. The Everest, there's Providence, there's Iflocht, and there's Hampton Court, which is also no longer a cricket ground. Not even a ground that doesn't play first-class cricket. It's no longer a ground. The best ground in Essequibo, to my mind, is Imam Baka's ground here at the Queen's Park Oval. There's a nice shot, nice use of his feet, but he can't pierce the gap. Kevin Sinclair at mid-on in the way. And a good teasing over again completed by Pomal. So he continues to bowl well. None for 18 from 13 overs. Solazano remains on 47. Mohammed on 41. 126 for 2.
And that was good bowling in the previous over there by Virasamy Pramal. Right on target, making Salazano play at every delivery and just pulling back the length for the last delivery. And good use of the feet by Salazano. He spotted it, but couldn't beat the fielder at mid-on. So after the lunch session, we are seeing gripping cricket here at the moment, where the batsmen, they're trying to score. They want to be denied that by the Harpy Eagles, who have done a good job at it as well.
Well, at lunch, it was 71 for 2, with Solazano on 26, Mohammed on 10. And since then, it's moved up to 126 for the same two. So Lozano has progressed to 47. He's been the more watchman-like batter of the two. Mohammed, the more aggressor, but he's looking a little bit more sedate after lunch. He's on 41 from 74 balls. And this is a good partnership building. We saw Solazano and Raja put on 54 for the second wicket. Moti comes in, bowls. And talking about grounds, the first pitch I ever bowled on was the Riversdale Cricket Ground in Curip. When I pass there on my way to Tunapuna every day, that ground is in a deplorable condition. The roof of the pavilion, it's no longer there. I want to say good morning, good afternoon to Uncle Preman. He's the man who founded that ground. He's now in a wheelchair, and he's asking for some assistance to get that ground back in order. He's a old man, he's 83 now, but he still loves cricket. Ball slapped into the offside, out towards sweeper. And not a single there to Mohammed. He goes now to 42. So Lozano is 47, 127 for 2.
And that was a good looking shot because the fielder is out on the boundary, so he was not going to get the 4. He knew he was going to get the single.
Again, that's a ball that's pulled down, quicker delivery, but lucky thing Prasad has on the wicket keeping pads under his pants. That took the brunt of the blow.
Yes.
And he knows all about getting blows under the bat. This time he's looking to stretch, but it goes wide of him to his left and down towards the short backward square, and there is no run. So, of course, players coming out of the Riversdale Cricket Club, Paul Prasad, the former Guyana player, his brother Peter Prasad is one of the selectors. This is whipped into the onside between the man at forward square and the backward square down towards the man on the deep boundary. He gets a single, so Lozano will keep the strike as the over is completed. 48 he is. Mohammed is on 42, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 128 for 2.
Yes, and it continues to progress here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And thinking in terms in their last game, they did not reach 140 in either innings. Today, it's another day of cricket. Today, it's at the Queen's Park Oval, a different venue. They're so far 128 for 2. And the way these two are batting, at this moment, it looks as though Trinidad and Tobago is going to pose a challenging first innings total. But this game of cricket can change, and change very quickly to add another 2 wickets to that, and you see the different scenario.
Pamal still bowling with an attacking feel. Leg gully still in place. Forward short leg, solitary slip. The keeper Imlak going down. And this is the back of the length ball. It wasn't spinning a lot. We wouldn't expect to see big turn on the first day of this track. And generally, the tracks here in Trinidad, the 3 being used, are very good tracks for batting. Here is a ball that's pitched up and played back towards the bowler. And there is no run, of course. Troy Cornelius. Good afternoon to you, Troy. I think he played a couple of first-class games for Guyana in 2005. He also was a part of the Riversdale Cricket Club. Royston Crandon, the brother of the the Ghana head coach, who played a couple of one-day internationals in South Africa. This is a good delivery. Skid on to him and keeping him in check. Continues to bowl well, Pamal.
Yes, and especially after the lunch session, that was a good delivery. Just floated a little bit more. So Lozano first took it on the bat, then into the pad and onto the ground as well. And he's inching up towards another half century at this level.
Back and across he goes and plays it quietly into the onside. And there is no run as the breeze gets a little bit stronger.
And the place is getting a little bit darker as well.
Yes, well, that's just temporary.
For a period,
because
right.
the sun, the clouds has gone behind the sun or in front of the sun. This is pushed into the offside and there is no run. So 128 for 2 as Moti completes another over. So he's got 2 overs, none for 3.
Yes, actually, Pamal none for 18 from his 14 delivered the last over, and keeping both Solozano and Mohammed in check, especially Solozano. Good bowling so far by the left-arm orthodox, Virasamy Premal, touching down on a nice, good line and length, asking the batsman, well, if you want to get at me, come down the track. We have seen them come down the track on quite a few occasions, but not being able to get Premal away as the deep backward square goes out.
Moti continues, and Mohammed is sweeping out towards Cameron, who fields nicely with a double knot on his back, and he sends the return back towards the wicketkeeper Tevin Inglak.
Yes, and Jason Mohammed continues to sweep the left arm spinners, and he has done a good job at that as well. Maybe just on 2 occasions he didn't got it the way that he wanted it, but his sweep shots today have been good.
This is a nice delivery on the line of the off stump. Nice flight there from Moti. When Moti was a little bit younger, he used to bowl a lot slower. Maybe he's taking the example from his senior Albion teammate and bowling a little too quickly. But he's not got the control of Premal. Premal would live on a line, on a length, and make the mistakes if you're a batsman that doesn't have great temperament or patience. But Moti is a more attacking left-arm spinner. Bowls a little bit slower. This is a good delivery from Moti. Brings Mohammed forward and plays it back towards the bowl, and there's no run.
That was a good delivery. But Jason Mohammed has been there for a long time, and he understands that he just needs to step forward and play it, and he has done that.
Waited on that and then tapped it away out towards the backward point. There is no run. None for 5. Last ball to go in his third over. Gurukesh Moti, unless there's a wide or a no ball. And I don't think Moti would want to transgress like that.
And it's good to see in the heat of battle there that Akshaya Prasad can come in and do some repair on the lace of the boot of Jason Mohammed. So while the game is being played with passion for your franchise, that humanness is still there, and that's good to see.
If it was me, I would have tied the laces together. So when he tried to go forward, he would have not been able to make that stretch.
Yes, so the over has come to an end, 130 for the loss of 2. Solozano is on 49. Jason Mohammed has 43. And so far we have had 52 overs completed. These two came together when the score was on 60. So the partnership so far has worked 70 runs without further loss. And this is excellent by every standard of the game. You cannot be too aggressive, play every ball on its merit, and you need each other to complement each other out in the middle. And that is exactly what Solozano and Mohammed are doing. Solozano, he is on 49. He's in strike. And surely very well will be sniffing his 10th half-century in regional first-class cricket.
Premal is in, bowls to the left-hander. He's forward and plays it back towards the bowler. Solozano has been there from the start. He's been involved in 2 50 partnerships so far. And he would be hoping that this one progresses to a 100 partnership. But first of all, he'd want to get that single. But he's careful, he's cautious, he's correct. And he plays it quietly back towards the bowler.
Yes, yes, continue, Sean.
Yeah.
Yes, I was saying that Virasamy Premal knows that he's approaching a half-century there. Solozano is keeping him quiet.
This is his 50, his 10th 50 at this level, Solozano. So the little left-hander turns it into the onside, and he gets another 50 for Trinidad and Tobago. He played for the West Indies. He was selected, but he didn't get to bat because he was hitting his head while fielding, and off he went. And unfortunate for him, because of his low scores in this first half, Campbell got the nod as the opener.
Yes, definitely that was the case. And good to him. Congratulations, Jeremy Solozano. Well played so far.
Well, he want to come now and with the West Indies team to face Bangladesh, about to be picked. He'd want to stake a claim with a big 100.
Yes, exactly. And like we said in the last 3 years, so many opening batters were used to accompany our West Indian,
Brafitt.
right? Test opener, Brafitt, and he has been the seasoned campaigner. Campbell was his last opener there, but you get the general feeling that the West Indies might look beyond Campbell now, but you'll never know. He has had some runs so far. His last innings was a good 98, I think.
Yeah, 98, just falling short of what would have been his second 100 for the season.
Yes.
Lovely shot. Great feeling there by Chandra Paul at backward point. Threw himself to his right. And great stop, limiting the scoring to 1. But that'll deserve 4. Short and wide and slapped away. But great stop there by Chandra Paul. 132 for 2. Solizano is on 50. Mohammed on 44.
Yes, and that was brilliant feeling. He had to adjust, go very quickly towards his right, and in the end got there and ensure the ball did not pass him. If that had passed him, it would have surely gone away down towards the boundary for 4. And we've been saying too, Powell scoring some runs as well. Tej Chandra Paul is in there. Devon Thomas making some runs. It all augurs well for Cricket West Indies because you're given the selectors more option.
But with 140 not out and 184 plus that cameo innings, which shows he can bat positively when he wants to, Chandra Paul would be a foot in to join Craig Brafitt as the opener. I don't know how much Campbell would make today, but he's also in contention. So is Kieran Powell. And all the opening batsmen are getting scores except Solizano, and he's got a 50 now. He's got a half century already in the tournament. Yes,
and I think, Sean, I mean, I'm not trying to pick the West Indies team. I will never endeavor to do that at all. That is up to the selectors. I'm giving my opinion. I think the time has come now for us to move beyond John Campbell. He has gotten so many opportunity, and with the opportunities that he have gotten, he hasn't shown that he is test material. I mean, just look at the figures, and that will tell you clear. So we have come to a time we need to move beyond him.
Well, I think that Tej Chandra Paul has done enough already to at least be in that squad. And here he is, coming to his left, at his right, to backward square to do the fielding, Tej. And Tej is fit. He's got tremendous concentration. He's also shown that he can be positive when he wants to. He's finding the gaps a lot more this year. And he looks now like he's ready to play Test cricket. Yes. Especially against a team like Bangladesh, where the batting is strong, but their bowling is not as strong as their batting.
Yes, and those test matches will be played at home. So whoever you're bringing into the team, you're giving them an opportunity to play on home soil, which means less pressure playing on a foreign soil. And this is the ideal time to bring in someone like Tej Chandra Paul on the account that he has scored and scored heavily.
Yes, and those matches will be played in Antigua and also St. Lucia. So ideal for Tej Chandra Paul to join his illustrious father, to become only the second father-son to play Test cricket.
And you'll tell us about the next one as the over comes to an end. 133 for 2. Solizano is on 50. Mohammed is on 45.
Well, I'm talking about West Indian players, father and son. Larry Constantine played with his father. Well, they didn't play Test cricket. The only other one that played Test cricket is George Headley. And his son Ron, they played Test cricket. And also his grandson, Dion Headley, he also played Test cricket, but for England. So he's got 3 generations that played Test cricket. The others, like Sir Larry Constantine, who hails from the place where John Ramsing is in right now, his father and him played first-class cricket together. So Chandra Paul and his father already did that. So they're the only 2 that played together in a first-class match at the same time, in the same match.
Good, so that's good information. Always the appetite of some of our viewers and the listeners. That's a good delivery by Premal once again. Force down towards extra cover. I would like to say thanks to Mahendra Hardial of Regal Sports and Regal Stationery and Computer Center in Campbellville, Georgetown. Thanks for your support so that we can be here in Trinidad and Tobago. Thanks also to Cap Global, Archie Mohan out of Canada, Badesh Thakur from the United States of America, Ricky Dearnarine from 4R, Big B's Restaurant and Bax Travel Service. Hello, thank you to my brother Shabir Bax, as this is swept away down towards Backward Square. We'll bring him a single. I'll also like to say thanks to Ramesh Sunich of Trophy Stall. Thanks to you, brother, for coming on board. And also like to say thanks to Bank of Baroda, Guyana, with head office and Avenue of the Republic in Georgetown and branch at Mon Repose, East Coast, Demerara. And also Legends Restaurant and Lounge at International Drive, Orlando, Florida, where the Shensei concert was held last weekend to celebrate their first anniversary. And also, of course, this weekend in Guyana, Independence Concert featuring Terry Gadraj and Tamika Marshall.
So Solizano is on 50 exactly. His 10th first class half century. Mohammed is at the non-strikers end. He's on 46. And as another over comes to an end from Pamal, who's got none for 21. He's bowled 16 overs. It's 134 for the loss of 2. And I told you there were 2 apart from Tej and Shiv. Well, they're not already. Only if Tej is picked, then his father and son would play Test cricket together.
Yes.
But the other 2, the other one, apart from the Headleys, is Sir Everton Weeks and his son, David Murray. You knew David Murray was Everton Weeks' son?
Yes, I heard that. Was a pity because David was one of the best keepers we had in the Caribbean, and I understand there was a sad story as far as his life after cricket was concerned.
Yes, well, that's when he went to South Africa. He was shunned by the Bajans, and he just got a nervous breakdown or something like that.
Well, yes, whatever happened to David, it was sad indeed, because there was one time in West Indies that he brought us glory. We all listened to his exploits on the cricket field, and his name was talked about.
And he was the wicketkeeper that Jeffrey Dujon in the 1983 tour of South Africa replaced when Jeffrey Dujon made the tour as a batsman. And the first couple of games he had 40s. And then David Murray was injured, and he got the gloves and never looked back.
So Gurukesh Moti continues, none for 6. He's about to start his 5th over. And he'll be bowling to the right-handed Mohammed, who's on 46 from 91 deliveries. And still there's a silly point right up in front of him.
Moti in, bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed is forward. And of course, David Murray's son, Ricky Hoyt, also played first-class cricket for Barbados. He played with me at the under-19 level when I played for Guyana. And he played for Barbados. So using his feet, nice shot, and that's a good shot there from Mohammed. Will it bring him his 50? Yes, it would. So he's gotten to his 16th first-class 50 with dancing down the track and hitting Moti over his head for 4. So he's got 50 from 93 balls, his 16th first-class 50.
And congrats are in order too for Jason Mohammed on his 50. This is his 88th first-class match, 16th time he has gone to 50. He has played well, came in a little difficult situation, but struck the ball around, wasn't going to be bogged down, and it's nice to see him getting a 50.
So still a long way to go. You'd want to convert this one into his 12th 100. Here he is giving himself room and slapping it away out towards Cameron. And Cameron feels well. Maybe his confidence is also increasing on the field, Cameron, because he's looked very good. He hasn't, no ball has passed him except one, which he dived over.
Yes, and he has been sent to the ropes on the square cover boundary.
This is a good delivery. The arm ball again. Squared up a little bit with Solizano, looking for it to turn back. It hit the outer part of the bat and went down to Pamal. So good delivery there from Moti again.
It was a good delivery.
Down the track he comes, it's hit. Looking to hit it a lot straight, it spun. And it took the inner half of the bat this time again.
And he misread the line of the bowler there. And he has to be careful here because he will not like to throw away this good start.
oh my, this is for the third time in a row he's been deceived with the flight, this time with the spin, and he's spinning it off the edge down towards the third man. So he will keep the strike with a fortuitous shot down towards the third man position, and he gets a single. Both batsmen are on 51, 140 for 2 from position of 71 for 2 at the lunch break.
Yes, and that was another good delivery. It was a fine over, irregardless of one going out towards the boundary for 4. No problem asking the batsman to come down the track to you. Moti won't mind that. Jason Mohammed got it in the meat of his bat to bring up his 50. Other than that, I think he did trouble Jeremy Solazano.
So like you, I'm not going to pick the West Indies team, but Tej Narain Chandrapal is on the verge of becoming the third pair of father and son to play Test cricket. Not together, but to play Test cricket. Father and son playing.
Well, the opportunity is there, and certainly he needs to continue. He still has 2 innings to bat here if it comes to that. But certainly he will have a chance when he come out in the middle on an easy pace pitch to show us his continued form and his worth as well. That has been known, but just to continue with the nice momentum. And Sean, when you're in a momentum, you do not want to lose that.
I told him he was in a purple patch.
That's
and
right.
He should make use of it. It's not often you will get such a purple patch. And I told him also he should have more birthday. This is clipped away down to the same man we're talking about, Chandrapal. And he's also good in the field. He's athletic. He's energetic. And we can't help saying how much time he spent on the field since the resumption of this tournament.
Yes, he's an excellent fielder as well. He anticipates well. He attacks the ball. He dispatches it very quickly upon collection. Those are hallmark of a good fielder. And you can only do that when you're physically fit. And he's one of them who takes fitness very seriously.
Yes, and right now his confidence is sky high. He celebrated his birthday yesterday. And they had a cake for him. And they jokingly put...
Ravi B had a little singing there as well. I think it was one of his
but on
CD.
the cake had 140 from 9,400 and something balls. That was a joke.
Yeah, and I think, the whole atmosphere yesterday at his little birthday celebration was excellent.
Yes, and they had some singing. Maybe that's why the weather forecaster said that the possibility of rain today. Because all of them sang. And of course, Ravi B. Here is Pomal bowls to Solazano. Tight in defense. Maybe just a temporary lapse in concentration. Solazano would pull himself up and says, you got to bat long, you got to bat long. But that's his nature, he bats long. Solitary slip going down, and Solazano is forward again, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. As the breeze begins to blow again, we see the flags in the distance. The Queen's Park Oval cricket flag, the Guyana golden arrowhead, and the Trinidad and Tobago flag. This is a ball that brings Solazano forward again, and there is no run. So quickly the over is being completed by Pomal and Moti when they're bowling in tandem, and Pomal now has none for 23 from 17 overs. Very frugal spell. Solazano is on 53, Mohammed is on 51. Guyana Harpy Eagles wants a breakthrough, 152 for 2.
Yes, they're actually 142 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yeah. Well, they had a chance after the resumption, that's after lunch, when Niall Smith induced the edge from the left-handed Solazano. Vishal Singh made a valiant effort. It was a difficult catch, but it should have been taken at this level. When you get it in the palm of the hands, you need to grab it. And every opportunity to take a wicket, you must make that count. That did not happen. And these two now are turning on the pressure on the Guyana Harpy Eagles after Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and batting against the Eagles. And that score of 142 for 2 will be bothering the Eagles out in the middle.
Well, they would hope that these two don't capitalize and get a big partnership, especially Solazano, who was dropped. And he is one that would bat for days and days as he gets another single out towards the backward point position. And he goes now to 53. Mohammed is 51.
Yes, and Sean, I'm not seeing Chemo Paul on the field at the short backward square position. There is the Essequibian. Anthony Adams, he's there, and Chemo would have been off the field for a little while now.
Yes, I hope he's not aggravated his injury, because he's just come out from injury and he's worked a lot hard on his fitness, and he's proved that with his spell of 10 consecutive overs right here against Barbados. But I don't think that he should want to overbowl himself, because he's the spearhead of the attack now, especially with Niall Smith bowling inconsistently, and the pressure's back on Chemo Paul to be the main strike bowler for Guyana, for the fast bowlers.
Yes, and you're right about that, Sean. Coming back after injury, you do not want to go outside there and bowl at express pace or overwork the body. It's the human body. It will take some time to get back your shape, to get back your strength, your total conditioning. And Chemo might just feel that, you know what, I need to take a little rest here. If I'm having a little niggle, let me look at it and see how it is. So it's going to take a while before Chemo gets back in top shape.
Red Force, who replaced Darren Bravo with Isaiah Raja, won the toss and elected to bat. Keegan Simmons was bowled, playing around the full-length delivery that knocked out his stumps. He went to Paul for 6-1, and then Isaiah Raja was looking well set for a big score. Played around a ball from Sinclair, and was also trapped leg before for 26, 60 for 2. But since then, these two have joined forces, 145 now for 2, from position of 71 for 2 at lunch. So the over is completed again as Moti just bowls the ball. It might have clipped the pad. And Johnson at this slip position taking the catch off the pad. So the over is completed. 58 overs completed. 145 for 2. So Lozano on 54. Mohammed on 53.
And a good battle continues out in the middle there. The Harpy Eagles, they're working on the batsmen there, try to pick up another wicket. Both Solozano and Jason Mohammed, they're being very, very careful. They aren't getting the frequent boundaries like they did prior to the lunch session, but that's no problem because they have been scoring their singles and their twos. And this is good batsmanship that we're witnessing out in the middle. And when you get a good pitch to bat on, you want to ensure that you make maximum use of it.
And looking up at the National Gas and Oil Company of Trinidad and Tobago, we see the partnership there on 85. So it's a good partnership for the Red Force team and continuing to build. And Solozano has been involved in both half-century partnerships so far. Similarly, like Tejan Chandrapal has all batted the entire innings and shared in about 5 partnerships of 50 and 1 of 100 in Barbados against Barbados, and about 2 50 partnerships against Jamaica. So he's batted for a long, long time, Tejan Chandrapal.
Yes, and if you want to build a good score, that is built primarily on partnerships. And they built those partnerships with Tejan Chandrapal holding it out in the middle there.
Here is Pamal. Bowls, forward he comes. And my North Coast cricket coach, good afternoon to you in New York, Dr. Dotson, Lyndon Dotson. He used to say that partnerships, one has to play the piano and one has to fetch it.
Well, that's interesting indeed.
Nice shot, played with the turn, but can't pierce the field. Sinclair in the way at mid-on, and there's no run.
Maybe those were the days, Sean, when the pianos didn't come with legs. Today you have pianos with legs that can go up and come down to suit your height as well. Technology, right?
Yes, technology. But technology sometimes is not such a good thing. Like we saw the guy learning to all over again to score with a book and a pen when the technological factors failed him on the score.
Yes, well, good that Visham there at Diego Martin, he still had his book and his pen in preparation.
And he did an excellent job.
Yes, he did an excellent job indeed. The over has been completed. Solozano is on 54. Mohammed too is on 54. 146 for the loss of 2. Primol none for 24 from 18 overs.
Yes, so we're heading up to T on the first day of this contest. And at the stage right now, Trinidad would be in front. But if Guyana can make a breakthrough before T, then who knows? One wicket brings 2 and 2 brings 3.
Yes, it normally happens. And if you look at the last 5 matches between these two teams, in 2017, Guyana won by an innings and 217 runs. That was a huge victory. Then in 2018, Guyana won by an innings and 81 runs. Another huge victory for them as well. As that's a good delivery, but well played by Jason Mohammed, turning it away down towards short forward square and picking up a single. And then in 2019 home and away matches, Trinidad and Tobago won by 98 runs and Guyana won by 6 wickets. Their last encounter was in 2020 when Guyana won by 219 runs. So based on that, Guyana is with the advantage. But this score of 147 for the loss of 2, Trinidad and Tobago is right in this one.
Yeah, we must remember that Trinidad and Tobago lost their last 2 matches very badly. On the resumption, this one is pulled away down towards the boundary by Solozano. A rare loose delivery from Pomal. Moti pulled it down and got the treatment it deserved. He goes now to 54. Forward he comes again.
Yes, this was a good delivery by Moti, drawing Solozano there on the front foot. Not long forward, but enough to ensure he got him on the front foot. Because there's a solitary slip on a forward short leg and a leg gully as well. Moti has this habit of just ensuring that he gets the faster one in the air. Did it go through the legs of Vishal Singh down at leg gully there? Did it fall in front of him? We shall look at the replay for this one. That was very close. There were oohs and ahs going on there. Just might have fallen in front of him as well.
Yeah, but that went very quickly.
Very quick.
So let's see if we can have a replay with that. It went very quickly. It might have just dropped in front of him. It went through his legs though, and they got a single. So Solozano is on 55. Mohammed is also on 55. So you can see how fast Mohammed is batting or how slow Solozano is playing. But both are complementing each other. One man has to play the piano, the other man has to bring it. So, good afternoon to you once again, Doc. He's got a son, Akeem Dotson, who actually played for the US. He played also for Maltino. So the overs completed, 148 for the loss of 2, 60 overs gone. Solozano and Mohammed both on 55, but 200 balls for Solozano, half of that for Mohammed. Well, not exactly half.
Yes.
101.
So we might very well see a change in the bowling from that end. Moti none for 17 from 7. And he's going to be replaced with... no, well, in fact, Moti just completed that over. Sami, I thought there would have been a change from this end, but they'll continue with Virasamy Primol, the left-arm orthodox. None for 24 from 18. They want to maintain pressure from this end. And that's the reason why, of course, I'm thinking of Virasamy Primol might be the man to get them a breakthrough.
The sun is back in all its glory here at the Queen's Park Oval. And we saw in the Ghana-Jamaica match, Primol taking a long time to pick up his first wicket, but then he got a couple more. And he ended with a very good feeling again, this time by Moti coming to his right. As the batsman played it away into the offside. I was hit pretty hard by Solozano, and good fielding. This is something that is a feature in this Guyana team, the ground feeling. The catching has been a little disappointing, especially in the slips. But the ground feeling has been very good, apart from a few misses by Cameron. He was obviously nervous. This is only his 3rd match of the series. And this is a ball that's on the line of the leg stump, played out towards Chanderpaul, and there's no run. But the run's coming too easy now. Rotation in the strike, picking up singles. Solozano moves to 56. 55 now to Mohammed, 149 for the loss of 2.
And as we head towards tea on this opening day, it is expected, Sean, that, despite he has been there batting for some time, get the silly point in as well for the right-handed Jason Mohammed. Sometimes just the presence of a fielder there at the close of a session can add to the little pressure.
Yeah, when you look up, you're tentative, you don't want to drive, and you see a man just in front of you on both sides. So psychological pressure also. Just the man on the onside. That's a man who's made the short leg and silly mid-off positions his own.
And took some vicious blows in that area as well.
Yeah, Passad goes down, and that's tea on the first day of this final round of the Cricket West Indies regional first class tournament for the Weeks and Headley Trophy. And at the close of the first session, the close of the second session, 149 for 2 with Mohammed on 55, Solozano on 55, and Solozano scoring his 56, in fact, from 202 balls. In total contrast, Mohammed's unbeaten 55 from 103 balls. The only people dismissed, Keegan Simmons, bowled by Paul for 3, and Isaiah Raja, who replaced Darren Bravo. He was leg before to Sinclair for 26. So after 61 overs, 149 for 2. And bowling figures, the only wicket taker so far, Paul, 1 for 25 from 10, and Sinclair, 1 for 21 from 10. So until we come back again in about 40 minutes or so, Sean Devers, on behalf of the entire commentary team, saying bye-bye for now.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Nice sunny conditions still prevailing. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they find themselves in a decent position at 149 for 2. Jeremy Solozano, he's progressed nicely to 56 not out. Jason Mohammed has slowed slightly, but he's still there. Very consistent in terms of his performance in this innings. He's been very watchful. He's been attacking the bad deliveries. He's on 55. Solozano dropped at slip by Vishal Singh off the bowling of Niall Smith. That is about the only blemish in terms of the innings from both batsmen. I can't recall Mohammed giving a chance, but he's been solid in defense and attack. And we're just about getting ready to resume, and it seems to be Gudakesh Moti is going to bowl. He's had 7 overs, none for 17, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jeremy Solozano, who is on 56. I'm Colin Murray, and alongside me, Sean Devers. Sean, the Red Force, putting themselves in a pretty good position.
Yes, but the Red Force in a good position. They're 149 for 2. They had an entire session where nobody was dismissed, and not only are the players resuming, the sun is out back, and you want to make a mockery of your weather forecast.
That's right, but there's 150 is going to be up because a delivery outside the line of that off stump, and Solozano was pushing forward to it. The ball came off a thick outside edge and went to the left of Leon Johnson, who's at slip. And they were able to pick up 2 runs. So the 150 is now up. It's 151 for 2. Solozano moves on to 58.
And even though the approach of Solozano is sedate, the run rate is quite good.
Yeah, well, it's 2.5, and that's not bad in terms of a 4-day game. Some people would have said to you, well, they prefer it more like 3, but 2.5, 2.8, 2.9 is a pretty good run rate.
And if Mohammed continues to bat, I'm sure the run rate would
Will
pick
improve.
up.
Yeah, no doubt. So here's Moti over the wicket to the left-handed Solozano, and he's going to pick up a single. So he's really growing in confidence. Good to see him getting some runs, the young man. We talked about his unfortunate experience in Sri Lanka when making his test debut. Never got to bat. Was hit in the head in the helmet at a forward short leg and was concussed, and that was the end of the game for him. And I understand the following day he wanted to go and bat, and the doctors refused. He said he's feeling good and he wants to go out and bat. Obviously he would, because you're making your test debut and something like that happens. You just want to get out in the middle.
Yes, but that really affected him, because when he came in the first 2 rounds, he looked a shadow of himself.
Yeah, you're very right. Never really got, and his scores really say that. I mean, he got a 65 as his top score in one of the innings, but outside of that, he's really struggled. Yeah, he's only got 90 runs in his entire 4-5 innings. He's got 90 runs, and as I said, one of those innings he scored 66. So you're talking some 24 runs in the next 4 innings. Really, really struggled. But here's Mohammed cutting a delivery and picking up a single, because there's protection in the deep. And that was a short delivery from Moti outside the line of the off stump, and Mohammed was cutting it play. That's one of his favorite shots, and he gets a single. So the end of the over from Gudakesh Moti. He's now bowled 8 overs, none for 21, and Mohammed moves up to 56. And at the end of the over, the TNT Red Force are 153 for 2.
Well, they've now replaced Pamal, who bowled the last over before lunch, before tea. And Cameron, with 0-0 on his back, is going to pick up the attack from the commentary box end.
Why would you have 0-0 on your back? I don't understand it. Any idea why he has 0-0 on his back, Sean?
Maybe because he's not off the markers yet.
I just wouldn't want 0-0 on my back. But everybody, I suppose, have their favorite numbers. And he's going to be operating here from the Willie Rodriguez end, northern end, and is going to be bowling to the right-handed Jason Mohammed. Leon Johnson still there. You see him pointing and giving orders, and just settling the field and ensuring that all the fieldsmen are in their respective, pretty defensive field at this point in time. Just 2 slips. Is on that offside, or is it a slip? More of a slip and almost a straight gully, or a 4th slip if you want to be technical. And there's that 3rd man, a point, square cover out on the boundary, a short extra cover mid-off, a mid-on, and a deep square leg. So it's a 7-2 field, so it tells me that Cameron is going to be concentrating on that line outside Jason Mohammed's off stump. Whether he can be consistent enough and do it consistently, we'll just have to wait and see. That delivery just angled into the right-hander. Lots of early swing, but it was moving into the right-handed Mohammed, and he was pushing it out towards mid-on.
And Solozano, a la Tejan Ryan Chandra Paul, display is the glue that bonds the Red Force and Instigator. He's also shared in 2 partnerships of 50 now, and this one is 93. So this one can progress to 100.
Certainly, he's batted. He's looked confident from the beginning.
Ooh.
There's Mohammed. 1 minute he was getting in line, and it gives the impression that ball didn't really get up.
Yeah, maybe kept a bit low. And we saw in the Barbados game from that same end, balls keeping a bit low.
Yeah. Well.
And if you look at the balls, Solozano 207 balls. Mohammed 108. Even though Mohammed has slowed down maybe the last 15 minutes before tea, he's still scoring faster than
That's right.
Solozano.
That's right. Well,
Solozano's been there from the start.
Well, Cameron bowling at a brisk pace now. He's not extreme quick, but he's just bowling a little quickish, and one would say about fast medium, and he's getting that ball with his action just to come back at Mohammed. And Mohammed in defense, and he's batted well, Jason Mohammed. It's easily the best I've seen him bat for the season. He's timing the ball well. He's looking to play his shots off the bad deliveries. And he's looking good for his 56. And the Red Force, they're doing very well at 153 for 2. Again, you could see that ball coming back into the right-hander. And Mohammed, at first, he was shaping to play it through the covers, and then realizing the angle of the delivery coming back to him, he was just playing it with a straight bat, and then got it out towards mid-off. So this is not bad bowling from Cameron.
Yes, and are those school children in the Caribbean stand?
That's right. They've come in after school, so we've got a section there, maybe about 50 of them or thereabouts. And then we have maybe another 50 spectators. Maybe 1 or 2 might come in after work. There are the school children. That's a good shot from Mohammed. He's only got a single because there's cover down at 3rd man. Could think he was trying to get at maybe a little squarer, but there's also a square cover right out on the boundary. So the boundary is well protected on the offside, and Mohammed helps himself to another single. So he's on to 57, 154 for 2.
It's always nice to see the Generation X or next come to see cricket, especially 4-day cricket. They just like the blam, blam, slam, dam.
Yep, that's
of
right.
2020.
Well, that's what a lot of youngsters now grow up on. They haven't grown up on test match cricket and 4-day cricket. They grew up on, as you rightly say, slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. And that's it. You know, it's which is a pity because, you know, the real, true
Connoisseurs.
will tell you that there's nothing like 5-day and 4-day cricket. And that tells the real ability of players. As that final delivery, this time bowling to the left-hander, was pitching outside the line of the off-stump and going further away from Solozano with his swing. And again, Solozano, who's been circumspect, especially with deliveries being pitched outside the line of the off-stump. He's left the majority of them alone. And outside of the one blemish he had where he was put down at slip by Vishal Singh, it's been a good innings from him. And it's been an innings where it's needed. He needs to get some form. You never can tell with Bangladesh coming if there are any injuries. I don't expect, unless he gets a big, massive double hundred here or something like that, that he may be penciled into the first test team. I understand that he's in the President's 11 squad, so that he's going to get another opportunity before the Bangladesh tour starts to show his credentials and whether he can get some big hundreds, because that's what he needs to get him to get his name up to the number one.
Those test matches will be played in Antigua and St. Lucia.
Yep.
So he's got a chance before then.
So here's Moti, wrong the wicket to the right-handed Mohammed, and he's going to get 4 runs for this because he was just guiding it to the left of the man at a point position. That's let's see who is that there. That's Chandapal. He started to go to his left, and realizing that ball was timed much better than he thought. There it is. He started to go to his left, realizing that it was going past him. He dived, trying to stop it, but it was all in vain as that ball trickled down towards that third man boundary for 4. That's a good shot. Mohammed is into the 60s now. He's on 61.
He's getting better and better all the time. He waited on that ball, didn't try to hit it too hard. And this time he repeats the shot, but not as successfully as the previous one. The previous one, he waited a little longer and just tapped it away.
Yeah, he guided it past the man at third man at a short backward point. Here, I thought he didn't have enough room in which he was looking to play that cut. And this time he's sweeping, but doesn't make contact. This is one of the occasions he swept and didn't make contact. He's been sweeping well all since he came into bat. Played a couple nice sweep shots in the very first over he faced. Just 2 more runs for the 100 partnership. And Moti in his 9th over. How do you rate Moti's bowling today?
Not too bad. He's had consistent spell, bowling in tandem, especially with Pamal.
Anything you'd have liked him to do differently than in his spell?
Maybe just bowl more consistent lines.
Yeah.
He bowled too many balls, leg stump balls.
What about giving the ball a trifle more air? Is he a little too flat?
I think so, but when Moti was younger, he used to flight the ball, and still, although he's taking maybe an example from Pamal, who generally bowls the ball fast, he's still slower than Pamal.
Yeah, he is. Well, it's the end of his 9th over. He's got none for 25. It's 158 for 2. The Tobago Red Force winning the toss and opting to bat. Solozano is on 59. Mohammed is on 61. Of course, the way the standings are, Tobago in 4th position with 47.2 points, and Guyana in 3rd with 51.2. So just a 4 gap in terms of points differential. And neither of them really have an opportunity. Haven't got a score out of Diego Martin or out of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as yet. And it's going to be interesting to hear what's going on with those games. This is cut by Solozano. It was short. It was outside that line of the off stump. And he actually got into position and waited on the delivery and then cut it down to third man. So he's into the 60s as well. He's on 60. Let's have a look at that delivery from Cameron. Short. And Solozano was in position early and was able to cut that delivery. He may have felt he could have probably found a gap away from that man at third man. But in the end, I think he would be content with a single. 159 for 2.
Trinidad and Tobago has not won a regional first-class title since 2005 under Darren Ganga.
2006, yeah.
Yeah. So they've won many T20 title, one-day title. Is the focus here on white ball cricket?
Very, very much so. Very much so. Here's a single, but I think it's a leg by. Let's wait for umpire blades. Yes, a leg by. An appeal went up, but it was clearly going down the leg side. And with that single, the 100 partnership is now up. It's 160 for 2, so it's been a very good partnership. These two came together with the Red Force on 60 for 2. It's now 160 for 2. Yeah, very much so. You know, there's a lot of, for example, the local competitions this year was a 50 over competition and a T20 competition. They also had a Dream T10 competition. And, you know, and that's my beef. You know, we in this country should be looking to play more 3-day cricket. I know they're going to say, well, we didn't have the time. By the time the minister opened the sport, they couldn't fit in the 3-day games. But you've got to you cannot come into a 4-day tournament playing T20 cricket and 50 over cricket. And they're going to obviously say, well, we had trial matches. A trial match is completely different to a competitive 3-day club game. When you're playing in 3-day club games, you're playing for your club, you're fighting, you know, it's a different atmosphere to when you're playing a trial match.
Well, in Guyana, there's no national 2 innings competition, but the Georgetown Cricket Association has a 2-day competition, and the Barbies Cricket Board play 2-day cricket. And they focus more on the longer version. That's why Guyana's not won our regional
50 over
since 2005.
Yeah, it's a little bit different here in Trinidad, and that's my problem. I think they launched yesterday another T10 competition, and you know it's a T20, is a T10, is a T this, a T that. And
that's the one that's going to be played at Brian Lara Academy.
Yeah, you know, and that's my problem, that we're not playing enough of the longer version of the game. And it tells with some of the batsmen, they go out there looking to play shots from the second or third delivery they face.
And there have been a recent overdose of the IPL every single day and twice on the weekend.
Yep, that's right. You're right about that.
And all the young people look at it on their phones, get home to look at it on their TV, and they want to play these shots, but they don't understand that you have to build up your technique in order to be successful in T20 and 50 over.
Desmond Haynes was making a point that he wanted the likes of Puran to play Test cricket, and he's so right. You look at Puran, you know, and he's got a good technique. The thing sometimes with Puran is shot selection. For example, yesterday how he got out, you know, was a poor shot on his part, and you just say to yourself, well, he's a much better player than that. And I honestly think if he starts to play 4-day cricket, it will help his white ball cricket in terms of his shot selection, in terms of picking up the line of a ball, when to play the attacking shot, when not to play it, you know. But right now he's so concentrating on just white ball cricket and just playing shots from the time he goes into bat. Sometimes he picks the wrong deliveries.
So 162 for 2, 65 overs completed. Solizano won 62 from 213 ball. This has been a tremendous innings in terms of patience. Mohammed, more aggressive. He's on 61 from 118 balls. And Moti continues from the Brian Lara pavilion end. And that's a good delivery. Again, Mohammed growing in confidence. You can see him growing in confidence. I'm hoping from a Trinidad perspective and a West Indies perspective that he converts his 16th half century into his 12th 100.
Yeah, you would want the Red Force would want both of these guys to go on to make 100. And I tell you what, if both of them go on to make 100, the Tobago Red Force scoreboard would be very healthy.
Yes, I'm seeing the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, the scoreboard, the partnership 102, 162 for 2, looking quite good.
Well, make that 163 for 2 as Mohammed picks up a single there, playing that ball out, working it out as that delivery was just coming in with the arm, and he was just working it out towards mid-on and picks up another single. But both batsmen are looking very comfortable. It's been a good pitch so far. It's been more of a batting pitch than a bowling pitch. I've always said here at the Queen's Park Oval, in the regional games previously, the seamers in particular came into their own. Cornwall came into his own in the game against the Windwards. He bowled very, very well indeed. But when you look at the seamers, the McSweens, the Louis, all of them bowl exceedingly well here. And even in the opening 2 rounds, we talked about Alzari Joseph, we talked about even Kimo Paul picked up a few wickets here. So they seem as bending their back, certainly got wickets here at the Oval. But this wicket looks a belter. It looks like you can bat all day long if you just take your time, as Solozano is doing. The end of the over from Moti, he's completed 10 overs, none for 26. Both batsmen, Solozano and Mohammed, on 62, and it's 163 for 2.
And when we look at the fixtures, the international fixtures, we see Bangladesh come in for 2 test matches, and no other team playing test matches. The CPL is going to start from August the 13th and culminate with the final on September the 30th in Guyana. The final will be there for 3 years. And they also got the October the 16th, the ICC World Cup 2020 starts. So these young players have, our fans have nothing to look at. So it's all 2020.
Yeah, that's a fact. And we were trying to get a score. I said we were trying to get a score out of the Diego Martin Sporting Complex and out of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a good shot from Mohammed. It's going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep at that cover position, and they pick up a single. So it's one at the Diego Martin Sports Complex. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are batting, and they're 199 for 9. So Barbados well on their way if they can dismiss them for maybe around 205 and knock those runs off quickly, get them back in. Who knows? They can very well wrap up the title by Friday or early Saturday.
Well, winning titles for Barbados is nothing unfamiliar. They've got the most titles. I think they've got 23, and this year will be their 24th.
That's a good shot from Solozano. He can't get a run because Chandapol moves swiftly to his left. But it came off the bat nicely. It sounded in the middle of the bat as it, you heard that nice sound out the middle of the bat. But he couldn't beat Chandapol at that backward point position. So 164 for 2. As Solozano, the left-hander, has been there from the start. Good knock from him. That one just outside. Cameron doesn't bowl badly, Sean. You know, he's getting a little bit of away movement, and I suppose if you have to say something against him, he's just got to attack the stumps a little more.
Yes, but in his formative stage, he is now in his 3rd match, so he's needing a lot more experience. But he's in the middle of a good spell. Cameron in, bowls, and that's a ball that's dabbed down towards the fielder on the 3rd man boundary. Smith comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and the total kept on 165 for 2. Solozano 63, Mohammed on 63 also. Trinidad in a good position here. So we've got a good situation here with these 2 batsmen looking to pile it on, putting on the pressure on Guyana. And for Trinidad and Tobago listeners, the India series, you guys will get 4 matches.
Yep.
3 one-day internationals.
And a T20.
And a T20.
This
No
is
shot
Mohammed,
there by Mohammed.
Never got across. He just stood there and was trying to play it square in the offside. Luckily, he didn't get the edge, but he never got across it. If you looked at that, he just stood there and was playing at it outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, 3 games here, 3 ODIs at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, on the 22nd, the 24th, and the 27th. And then
they go to
Brian
Lara
Lara
for
the 29th.
T20. Yeah.
And the rest of the series, the 2nd and 3rd T20 will be played in St. Kitts on August 1 and 2. And then they move to Florida on 6th and 7th for the 4th and 5th T20. So good afternoon today. There's a low shot again.
Yeah, so that's 2 in a row. Yeah. I think Solozano needs to go and just have a word with him and says, hey, you got to tighten back up, because that was a good delivery again from Cameron. As I said, I think he's bowling much better than we give him credit for, because that ball was pitched up to him and it moved slightly away from Mohammed. But Mohammed just stood there and was trying to belt it through extra cover, and he just didn't get across and cater for the movement. And he could have got the edge. He was lucky.
Seems to be learning very quickly, Dimitri Cameron, because this is the best I've seen him bowl at this level. And he's also feeling a lot better, which means his confidence is going up. He now feels comfortable at first class level. And that's a thing too. When you're uncomfortable in a team, you look that you're not wanted, you're not a key player, and especially if they had big crowds, that could be a psychological disadvantage to a young player.
Certainly can be, but I looked at him here today, and I think he's bowling. He's carrying the ball up to the bat, and he's getting some movement. He was angling it back into to Jason Mohammed, and that last delivery, it just went away from Mohammed. So give him some credit. I think he's bowling well.
Yes, and he did for us a genuine fast bowler to produce by the Albion Cricket Club.
And just a further score out of the Diego Martin Sports Complex. The Windward Islands, they're 203 for 9. And that name, Preston McSween, who got 86 against Guyana, coming in at number 10 in what was then a record last wicket partnership with Shamal Lewis. He's on 17 not out. But he's the sort of player, he goes after the bowling, so he always gives the bowlers a chance. It's just that day against Guyana, everything he seemed to hit was in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that's like the wicketkeeper from Jamaica, Thomas. His maiden century belted the ball all over and was especially severe on Moti, hitting him for a number of sixes. And
out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, apparently Jamaica, they are batting 211 for 6. Palmer is on 88, Merchant is on 52. So they, both Barbados and Leewards at the moment, I think they would be pretty happy. A loud appeal going up, but Mohammed looking to sweep at a delivery may have just been outside the line of the leg stump. And umpire Butler says, not out. It's the end of the over from Moti. He's now come. Let's have a look at that. Sean? Yes, seem to be going down the leg side.
Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. Appeal more in hope than conviction. But it's the right of the players to appeal. If catch the umpire napping, put pressure on the batsman psychologically.
You sound as if you know about those things, Sean. Yes. You sound as if when you played, you try your best to catch the umpire napping.
And I did catch a few napping.
It's not a pleasant thing for the batsman though, when you are able to catch the umpire napping and he puts his index finger up. It's never a pleasing thing for a batsman, especially if you know you're not out.
Lovely shot again. Just waited on it and steered it more than hit it. And this partnership beginning to look ominous for the Harpy Eagles. So sun back in all its glory here at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice breeze blowing across the ground. The flag stretched out, and we see a man or three people with a big Trinidad and Tobago flag, also in the Caribbean stand.
Yeah, that could very well be the Trinidad and Tobago ambassador, where he goes all around with the flag. Once Trinidad is playing, whatever sport, could be tiddly wings, he is there with that huge Trinidad and Tobago flag. I think they call him, I think it's Joey, is his real name. They'll have to hurry, and Solozano gets over. That was mightily close. Solozano seemed to be struggling. So that was mightily close. Solozano seemed to be struggling at one time as he got the call early from Mohammed. Give Mohammed credit. He played it and he immediately called. Solozano, I think he was napping a little bit. And he started late. You see Mohammed just touches him now on his left shoulder as if to say, well, sorry about that, buddy. Yeah, wake up if you're going to go for those short runs. But it would have been very, very tight if those stumps were broken.
Yes, even if it was a direct hit, would have been gone. So the sun goes behind the clouds again, very temporarily though, as the sun comes back out, This is a lovely shot, played outside the line of the off stump and driven nicely by Solozano.
He's just getting a single again, so he goes to 66, 169 for 2. Brings the right-handed Mohammed back into strike.
Good rotation of the
getting
strike
boundary,
here.
Sean, but they've been picking up the singles.
Yes, and good rotation in the strike. Left hand, right hand combination will cause the bowler to change his lines if they get a single every ball. You want to bowl as a bowler to one batsman, maybe to set him up. But if you get rotation in the strike, that disrupts your plans.
That's correct.
0-0 on his back. Cameron moves in, and that's dabbed the way out toward the deep third man. And again, they get a single as Pomal is there and tosses the ball back towards Imlak.
I think they feel very contented at the moment. They're picking up the singles, and because it's difficult for them to get the boundaries. The behind square on the offside, very well protected from both the left-hander and the right-hander, because there's a third man, and then there's that square cover right out on the boundary. So unless the ball is pitched up where they can drive probably through extra cover, once it's short and it's outside that line of the off stump, more often than not, they're going to just pick up a single rather than getting a boundary. But these two seem very contented. They're playing the ball, everything on its merit. They're pushing that ball wide towards the men at that deep third man and then that cover. And every now and again they're looking for that quick single, but this time it was not on, as Kimo Paul, who is at that shortish cover, was coming in quickly to do the fielding, because he realized after the last time when Mohammed called for that quick single, Solozano very well might be doing the same thing.
I don't feel that the stifling the batsmen for runs would bother Solozano at all. It might frustrate Mohammed, but not Solozano.
Well, the thing is, if they're going to continue picking up a single, that's okay, because if they're going to get 3-4 singles and over, or even 2-3 singles and over, they'll be quite content with that. So it's the end of the over from Cameron. He's bowled 9 overs, none for 31. Problem is if you're going to bowl maiden after maiden, 3, 4, 5 maidens, which is what Cornwall was doing here against the Windwards, and he stifled the Windwards. I think that was the downfall of Devon Smith. After I was making the comment that Devon Smith is not going to be too worried about playing down Cornwall, he just lost his patience and hit it straight down to mid-off.
And I heard he's retired from regional cricket.
This is his. I'm not sure if he's playing in the game today, but I know it was said in the last game that he was retiring. Was it that he was retiring at the end of the series, at the end of the tournament, or at the end of the game here at the Oval? I'm not too sure. But he's had a good run, Devon Smith. Been the backbone for years of the Windward Islands batting.
And I think he should stay around a little bit more to work with the young batsmen, because he's been a regional bully.
That's right.
And I wonder why, when he gets up to the international level, he doesn't make too many runs, although he's got a century.
Yeah, it's interesting, but a lot of batsmen, you find, Sean, that they play well at a certain level, but when they get to that top level, they just can't make the adjustment. And it can happen from club level to regional level, from regional level to international level. It's sometimes the step up is just too much. And international teams tend to work out batsmen early. They see the floor, and they have the bowlers.
Yeah, they have 5 top quality bowlers.
That's
maybe
right.
A country playing regional cricket, they have 3 good top quality bowlers and 2 bowlers that you can beat around.
Yeah.
And worse in club level.
Well, I've always said at regional level, you may get 1 bad ball and over. At test level, you'll probably get 1 bad ball every 3 or 4 overs.
Moti continues, and that's
a good
away.
shot. He's only going to get a single because Pomal is it. Yeah, Pomal is out there at that deep, or I would say more of a fine leg than a backward square leg. And that caters for that sweep shot, because Jason Mohammed tends to sweep very fine and picks up a single. 171 now for 2. Both batsmen on 66. It's a quicker delivery from Moti, and Solozano long forward.
Good afternoon to Arlie Rutherford, who is one of the umpires. He's not feeling too well, and he's a close friend of Devon Smith. Not a hit on the wrist. He's taken so many hits. He seems to love that position and love getting hit.
Well, I don't know how to answer that one, because if he tells me he loves that forward short leg position, I will have to ask him to go and get a checkup. Nobody that I know. I mean, you mentioned Gus Logie earlier today. He was a master at that forward short leg position.
Backus, Clayton Lambert.
Clayton Lambert
Desmond
was
Haynes.
another one. Yeah. They were. I mean, somehow they were masters of that position. I don't think they liked it, but they had to feel there, and they made sure that they were more than competent fielding in that position. And I can't remember Gus Logie or Haynes or Lambert dropping many that came their way at that forward short. And the thing with Logie, he took some catches there. And I'm not talking a ball just coming from bat pad into him. People were flicking, players were flicking, and he was taking the catches. It was incredible.
Lovely shot.
He's just going to pick up a single. I don't think, are they going to come back for two? No, they won't. Again, that's much more of a drive, hitting it more towards cover. And the man there at that square cover point position right out on the boundary had to run about 15 meters or so to his right, but did it well and limited the scoring just a single. So Mohammed on to 67, 172 now for two.
Indigesel just told me that Smith has played this match. He was bowled for 11 by Ruston Chase.
Right, so this is his last game. Yeah. 203 all out, the Windward Islands. So Barbados already in a very healthy position in that game, just having to get to 203, and you would think that they've got another hour of batting this afternoon. So if they can get maybe 50 or so, reduce that lead by 150 runs, and then bat all day tomorrow, and maybe an hour into the third day, and have a lead of, say, 300, 250, and send the Windward back in. That game could very well be finished by the end of the third day, early in the fourth. Too wide to tempt Solozano, who was Cameron. He's in his 10th over, none for 32. And still say he's bowled well. He's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length. He's kept the ball up, looking for a little bit of movement, both in and away from the batsman. Opted to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Solozano.
Barbados used to be such a powerhouse in regional cricket in the Shell Shield days. When Jamaica won their 5 titles, Barbados dethroned them. When Guyana won their 5 titles, it was Barbados again who dethroned them. Barbados has only won 4 in a row, so this might be their second, and they're going on to break the Jamaicans and the Guyanese record.
Yeah, could very well be.
But incidentally, it was 4 wins for Tamar Lambert, and in 2012, Gale won the title. This one here with Guyana, Leon Johnson has won all.
Yeah. Yeah, Leon Johnson has been very successful. His batting of late has gone down slightly.
If Leon was more consistent, score about 300 and over in a season,
tournament,
he would certainly be the West Indies captain. He's the best captain in regional cricket, but you can't pick a Mike Bailey as a captain.
What is his strength, you think, as a captain?
His knowledge of the game, that's number one. His understanding of field setting, his understanding of his players.
That's a good shot from Solozano, but again, he's only going to get a single because there is cover at that deep square point position, and he picks up a single. So it's the end of the over. Both batsmen on 67, so they're going neck and neck, trying to get to 100, and it's 173 for 2.
And apart from that, he's been with the Guyana team so long, his leadership. A leader is different from a captain. A leader is somebody who gels the players together and who they look up to as a leader. His batting is inconsistent, and that's my only disappointment with him.
Yeah, well, as the sun is back out here at the Queen's Park Oval. And Sean Devers is making his way out of his commentary position. And the Harpy Eagles Hunter is making his way in the Jeet Prasad. Tony Gray sent to say hello to you, Inderjeet.
Thank you so much, Colin, and I'll surely ensure that I see Tony before I leave.
Yeah,
we share a good relationship with each other.
Yeah, he never bowled to you, did he?
No, I wouldn't want to face him at all.
Oh, I faced him. I faced him in the dark. He never. I never let him forget that. Was a club match here at the Queen's Park Oval, as Solozano takes a single, 174 for 2, and Queen's Park. He was playing at the time. He was playing for Harvard Cricket Club, and we got into the last 20 overs in those days. And we were chasing like 164 to win the game, and they were wasting time. The wicket keeper was at the end of the over. The wicket keeper was keeping at the northern end, was walking all the way to the third man position to give the bowler the ball, and then walks all the way to keep towards the northern end. You know, and it just kept going, and the time kept going, and the umpires, they started to get dark. And they brought back Tony Gray to bowl. And I was batting with a guy called Gary Almondos, former youth cricketer at Trinidad and Tobago, and he couldn't get us out. And eventually, we were 1 run short of victory. We didn't have the scoreboard, of course. It's club cricket. And the umpire said it's too dark, and they pulled up the bails with 1 run to win and 6 wickets intact. So the players were running out in the field. Umpire, with 1 run to win. And they said, "I'm sorry, it's too dark." And they said, "But it's 1 run." And they refused to go back on the field. And that was it. And up to today, I keep telling Tony Gray, I said, "Look, you bowl me you are this big West Indies fast bowler, bowling me in the dark, and you couldn't get me out." He's never lived it down. So anytime you see him, you must tell him that I told you that he couldn't get me out in the dark.
I will remind him that. I think it was when the overs come to an end, 174 for 2. Solozano is on 68, Jason Mohammed on 67.
And that's Moti's 13th over, none for 29.
Yes. I remember when India last came here for a test match, the rain had intervened and so on, but prior to that, I knew that Tony Gray would have been a part of the commentary team, so I was looking for Tony. So when I walked up here, I saw this tall fella. My face was actually looking at his back. I didn't look at the face, because I looked at the size of the boots. I saw the length and I said, this has to be Tony Gray.
Yeah, he would love that. He talks about his shoe size all the time. Says he loves to talk about his shoes. But talking about shoe size, I never forgot when I first got into youth cricket. We were playing against the Barbados youth team at Kensington, and we didn't know any of the Barbados players. It was my first year. Ranji Nanan was the late Ranji Nanan was on the team, and I don't know if he never really made it, but he was a fine left-arm spinner, a guy called Siran Kunai, excellent left-arm spinner, but never made it in terms of in national team and that kind of thing. But he was the captain, and I sat down there with my, shivering when I was about to bat, nervous, you wouldn't know, I was 16 years at the time. Here is Cameron, starting a new over, and Solozano drives, but he's only going to pick up the single because, again, there is protection out in the deep. So he goes to 69, the total on to 175 for 2. Anyway, at the end of the day's play, a bit of a sticky wicket. And we went into our dressing rooms, etc. And there was Emerson Trotman, remember?
Yes.
Ran into our dressing room with this boot. It looked like it was about a size 20. And he says to us, "Well, this is the guy you all facing with this size of boot. Aren't you all scared?" It was Joel Garner's. It was I kid you not, I've never seen a shoe size as big as that. It had to be, it had to be about size 17 and here is Cameron, and Mohammed is going to pick up a single because he's tucking this one down to that deep backward square position. And Cameron, you could see that ball coming into Mohammed, and he waited on it, played it nicely down to that deep backward square position, 176 for 2. But you know, it was interesting because he was basically saying that he didn't buy this in a shop. Somebody actually had to make it. And I kid you not, Indrajit, I have never seen a boot that size since then. Like, I mean, it was, I didn't take the size, but it had to be 16 or 17 or something in that vicinity.
And he claimed Wayne Daniel weared it.
Well, he was another one, Wayne Daniel. I played with Wayne actually, and Wayne was an excellent team man. Very much of a gentle giant was Wayne Daniel. You know,
and I think you put it absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Gentle giant.
Yeah, but give him the ball in his hand.
It's a different.
Oh, he was a different individual.
Yes.
You know, he was thundering down and never gave you the chance to really settle. But
I had the privilege of doing quite a few cricket matches with him on radio commentary, and he was very, very nice in his speech, very eloquent, not loud at all. And I was wondering, is this the man that sent down all those thunderbolts?
I tell you.
Well, Tony Koja once said that the fastest 5-over spell he saw in his era of covering West Indies cricket had to be Wayne Daniel in Australia. He saw Michael Holding, Andy Roberts, you name them, but he said the fastest 5-over spell he saw was Wayne Daniel. So, 177 for the loss of 2. Salazano is on 70. Mohammed is on 68. And we're watching Dimitri Cameron from the northern end of the ground. That's a bad delivery. Too wide outside the line of the off stump. No pressure whatsoever on the right-hander. That Jason Mohammed, he allows the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. So at lunch, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they were 71 for the loss of 2, with Salazano on 26, Jason Mohammed on 10, 28 overs rather sent down in that session. At tea, 149 for 2, with Mohammed on 55, Salazano 2 on 55. The partnership then worth 89. And here is a catch taken by the Guyanese skipper. That's Leon Johnson, and he has to go. Jason Mohammed caught at foreslip by Leon Johnson, is it? Of the bowling of Dimitri Cameron. And now Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have lost their 3rd wicket to Dimitri Cameron, 178 for 3.
Well, let's have a look at that again as Jason Mohammed. And Cameron, I think he thoroughly deserves this wicket. He really bowled very well indeed. And we're trying to get the replay of that. Let's see if we can get that. There he was just pushing at it, wasn't he? And the ball came off the outside. You can see he's looking at his position. He should have left it alone. But it's the end of him. Leon Johnson takes the catch. It's now 178 for 3.
It was a good catch by Leon Johnson as well, because the ball was going away towards his right. He had to stretch and go down at the same time, and he got it in the palms and he held on to it. Good to see Leon Johnson taking that fine catch to end a fine innings in the circumstances by Jason Mohammed. He has gone for 68, faced 140 deliveries, but he will feel that he has gotten the start. Just a little lapse in concentration there, pushing at one just outside the line of the off stump, and the catch was taken. So those back in the pavilion, Keegan Simmons was bowled by Paul for 3. It was 6 for 1. Isaiah Raja, LBW Sinclair for 26. It became 60 for 2. And just after the tea interval, after bringing up the 150, Jason Mohammed pushed at one outside the line of the off stump from Cameron. Johnson took the catch, 178 for the loss of 3, as Yannick Carrier makes his way out in the middle. And Yannick Carrier, one of the all-rounders in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and no doubt he'll be looking to ensure that he continue batting and add runs with Salazano, who is well set out in the middle. Yannick Carrier, 29 years of age, 2,889 runs in his 69th first-class match so far, a highest of 196 with an average of 28.32, 5 centuries and 11 50s at this level. Had 18 and 100 against the leewards and 13 and 35 against Barbados Pride. So he's one of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters who have come into this game with some form.
No doubt about it. And, he would be looking to get a big score here. Of course, this is his home ground as well. He plays for Queen's Park. So another left-hander. So of the first 5, we've had 4 left-handers. But he's another one, very patient. He's the kind of player in the Jeet he doesn't matter. He will just stay and bat and bat. And I think that's the biggest asset that he has. Wickets were falling all around him against the leewards. And he was just playing everything on merit and pushing the ball around. He looked very good for his 100. And then in the last game, I see he ended up 35 not out against Barbados with wickets falling all around him.
So he's in that Larry Gomes style.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, the main thing for Yannick Carrier is that he has been scoring runs, and the way that he gets his runs as well will tell that he's someone that puts a premium on his wicket. He's yet to face a delivery. Will be facing his first ball now from Godekesh Moti. And gets a good delivery just outside the line of the off stump, and he's covering up. Plays down towards short cover. There is no run.
Actually, he left alone a delivery from Cameron. Solozano back on strike. 2 left-handers.
Yes, it's Solozano in strike. I beg your pardon. He's covering up. Plays down towards short cover. And so Colin saying that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have quite a few left-handers in their lineup. This will present a little better opportunity for the Harpy Eagles. They do not have to change maybe the way they have been bowling, but there are different types of left-handers, so they might be looking at the length they bowl, the line they bowl as well. Just a forward short leg in place. That's a good delivery, bang on target. And Solozano, who is playing well on his 70, rock solid. 178 for 3.
Yeah, Guyana needed that breakthrough because these 2 guys, Mohamed and Solozano, were very much on top. And that wicket was very much needed.
Yes, and was for the Harpy Eagles, it was good that they got the breakthrough because they were actually running away with this match with that solid partnership. But Jason has gone. He has returned to the pavilion. It is left now to see the role that Carrier is going to play along with Solozano.
Well, Carrier is not going to, I can tell you, he's not going to give his wicket away. It's the end of the over from Moti, and Solozano remains on 70. He's not the kind of player, he's not going to be too bothered. He's got a good temperament. He's a fighter. He's the kind of batsman in the Jeet that will just bat and bat and bat, and not to be bothered about what's going on around him. He's a solid individual. And I'm happy that he's got some form, in a batting lineup that has really, over the last 4 innings, has not batted very well. But he, getting 100 and then 35 not out, he's the only one that can really hold his head up and say, well, I'm not part of the failure. I've been doing well. I've been playing my part.
Yes, and if you can get 100 against a Leeward Island Hurricane team, which I thought played pretty well in this year's championship, they can very well go on winning the championship. So if he gets 100 against them, it's going to be a top-class regional 100.
Yeah, it's a much improved team, that the Leeward Islands team. I tell you, I saw them here. The first time I saw them was in the game against Guyana in the second round, and they absolutely hammered Guyana. They played extraordinarily good cricket. The bowling was excellent, led by Alzari Joseph. And then the batting, from the top, from Powell, Hodge, Devon Thomas, each one of them put their heads down and batted, and they batted Guyana out of the game. Well, but they were bowled out for 116 Guyana, and that, from the time you make 116, you're up against it.
And this is a good delivery. Kept a little bit low, so there should be some concern there for Carrier. Not a very quick delivery and a no ball signal by the umpire as well. So just overstepping there, Dimitri Cameron.
Yeah, that's probably maybe looking for a little bit more pace, but overstepping. But he's done well. He can hold his head proud here. I think he's bowled exceedingly well. He's not been trying to bowl too quickly. He's just bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. And he's moving the ball. Again, this one angled into the left-hander, and Carrier looking comfortable at the moment and middling that ball as you would expect from a man in form.
Yes, he played that one very well. And Colin, while the Leeward Islands have shown tremendous improvement this season, there should be some bother for the sister grouping, the Windwards Volcanoes. With the exception of that first match against Guyana when they had a chance to win, they've just fallen apart this season.
Yeah, and it's really surprising because, you know, that first game, I thought they played well. They bowled well. They didn't bat all that well. As a matter of fact, they didn't bat well at all. They were pulled out of a very sticky situation by Preston McSween when he got 86 in the first innings, and then they faltered in the second innings, only getting to 190. So the batting has been their problem. You know, you look at their lineup. You know, Hodge at number 3 hasn't scored all that many runs. Then there's a guy I really have a lot of time for in that Windward Islands batting lineup.
This is a good delivery, right on target. And Carrier is showing Dimitri Cameron the full face of the bat as he looks good playing the forward defensive.
Yeah, Alec Athanaze, I saw him in that first innings. He got to 68 against Guyana. And he looked so good. His timing was good. He was getting the ball off the middle of the bat. But, you know, when you look at the Windward Islands, their batting, their Cotoy is at the top of their averages with 28. And that's only because Carrier is thinking of the single. It was not on. It was just a push from him more than a full-blooded on drive. But he still was looking for a single. But Chandapol had to move swiftly there to his right. Yeah, you know, when you look at those averages, he is 28. Athanaze is 26. Hodge is 20. Devon Smith is 20. McSween is 19. Melius, who made a very good half-century here in the last game, is 19. You no surprise why they're not doing well.
Yes, exactly. You're right about that one. Good delivery. Stingy line and linked. They will call this from Cameron. 1 for 38 from 12 overs. Salazano is on 70. Carrier yet to score. Trinidad and Tobago red first. They're 179 for the loss of 3. And today Colin playing against top of the table Barbados Pride. They were all out for 203 from 62 overs. Teddy Bishop getting 44 and Larry Edwards 37. Raymond Simmons and Ruston Chase 3 wickets each. Miguel Cummins, the fast bowler, picking up 2. Justin Greaves and Warwick 1 wicket each. So the off spinners were the one who actually did the damage against them.
When you called 2 names there in Teddy Bishop and Larry Edwards, they didn't play in the last game.
That's right.
You know, so you've got them replaced. So what has happened to the others? What has happened to people like Athanaze, Hodge? These guys have got to start to score runs.
Of course, you know, I agree with you. And they've been around for a while, too.
That's right. You know, Melius is a youngster. I was glad to see him. He looked a good player. But, you know, you get to 50. He got to 51 and then got LBW to Devon Thomas. Come on. You can't get... I mean, I'm not... And this is no disrespect to Devon. That's a good shot from Solozana. He's even a better bit of fielding. And he's done some damage to himself. Is that Smith down there?
Yes, it is Smith.
Yeah, well...
Apparently, he rolled over on top of the ball... And that could be dangerous. He's holding the abdomen area.
Well, it looks serious because immediately they've called for the physio to come onto the field. And let's hope there's not too much damage done. That is it his back as well or his abdomen? We're not sure. Well, at least he's sitting up, so that's good news. Seems that the physio is just.
He's holding around the abdomen area there, and somebody is giving him a little knowing. That's Vishal Singh stepping over him.
Well, but the physio is on the field.
Yes, that's Angelica Holder, the Guyana physio.
Right, and
I think that if Smith have a look at Angela carefully, all the pain's going to go away.
I would think so. I would think so. I think if you've got a physio like that, you just need to look at them and the pain will go. As a matter of fact, many years ago, I was watching at the English Premier Division as the players are going to take a little bit of a break now because of the water break. But before we stop for a minute or so, I was looking at the English Premier game, and it was quite a few of us. I was in the Oval, in the big screen, and watching it. And a player got injured, and the Chelsea physio ran onto the field. And well, I tell you, she looked a pretty good physio. And the guys were saying, God, I would love to play for Chelsea and get injured. And these things always happen. But it's a water break here. It's 180 for 3. And there is the scorecard. Solozano is 71, not out. Simmons, bowled by Paul for 3. Isaiah Raja, he went LBW Sinclair 26. And Jason Mohammed, after a pretty good knock, he was caught at first slip by Leon Johnson off the bowling of Cameron for 68. He faced 140 balls. Yannick Carrier is there. He's not out yet to get off the mark. He's faced 8 deliveries, 180 for 3 after 75.2 overs. So it means that the new ball will be due in just a matter of 4.4 overs. The bowling figures for the Guyana Harpy Eagles: Paul, 10 overs, 1 for 25. Niall Smith, 10 overs, none for 39. Then there is Dimitri Cameron, 12 overs, 1 for 38. Versami Pomal, 19 overs. He's bowled a lot of overs, not picking up a wicket, none for 25. And then Sinclair, he's had 10 overs, 1 for 21. And Moti, 14.2 overs, none for 30. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back here at the Queen's Park Oval, where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will resume their innings.
Well, welcome once again to a sunlit, windy afternoon here at Queen's Park Oval, where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are locked in battle. 180 for the loss of 3, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, with Solozano on 71. Carrier is yet to score. And Godakesh Moti, none for 30. He's in his 14th over. He will continue and will be bowling to the left-handed Carrier. In this over, we saw that Niall Smith dived at one, rolled over the ball, and picked up a little bit of injury, nothing to scare about. He is cool, he's sound, and he still is out in the middle. So Moti continued to peg away from the southern end of the ground. As I say, good afternoon once again to Sean Divas.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everybody watching and listening.
Yes, so Moti is in a very good spell, still looking for his first wicket, but very economical so far. This one was nicely tossed up to the left-hander.
Yes, Moti is continuing to bowl very well, as Pomal is doing. But they need 2 more wickets to get back in front.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen this afternoon. There is still time to get that as well. But both these two fellas, Solozano seem to be getting back into good form. He's on 71. Carrier is in good form so far. So he will not want to lose that momentum. Nice use of the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and playing down towards mid-on. The over is now completed. Moti none for 30. Solozano on 71. Carrier yet to score. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 180 for 3.
When they started, the run rate was over 3, but it's 2.4 now. Still relatively good in 4-day cricket.
Yes, I agree with you. Nothing wrong with the run rate so far. This is only the first day. The score looks a healthy one, 180 for 3. Solozano is holding the innings together. And when you win the toss and bat, and you lose 2 early wickets, you want a partnership to be built so you come back in the game. So that should not be any worries whatsoever for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
They lost their first wicket at 6, and then they had a half-century partnership, 54, with Jeremy Solazano, and Raja, and then they lost Raja 60 for 2, and then they had another partnership 118.
And that was an
Mohammed.
excellent partnership
and then they
indeed.
lost Mohammed at 178 for 3, and these two now will want to continue that trend of having 50-run partnerships, but they would want to go like Mohammed and get another 100 partnership.
Yes, so now we see that Kemo Paul has been entrusted with the ball by his skipper Leon Johnson. This might very well be signs, with 4 overs remaining before they can claim the new ball, that might be on the card. I'm not certain. We shall see as the game progress.
Yeah, probably because he would want to warm up a couple of overs for us.
Exactly. Paul wrung the wicket, and that delivery came back, but it was far too wide to induce Solazano in playing a shot.
Another thing he might want to test is if he can swing this old ball, and if he could bowl a couple overs with it, and if not, then take the new ball.
Yes, those are all possibilities. And Kemo Paul normally will bowl the old ball very, very well too.
Yes, Kemo Paul, brand ambassador for V Networks.
Yes, that was news around, and it's good to see that people are showing faith in this talented West Indian player. That's a good delivery, striving for the Yorker, but Solazano is playing well. Been there long, must be seeing it like one of those breadfruit, and he defends in the meat of the bat down towards extra cover. There is no run, and Sean Paul, Kemo Paul has shown so much promise since a youth player growing up. His work attitude is excellent, just that he has suffered these injuries at crucial times.
And I continue to say he can bat.
Yes, he can bat. We have seen him play some lovely innings over the years. Just to concentrate on the things that you do them well.
Do you know Kemo Paul played for Guyana at under 15 as a wicket keeper?
No, I can't recall it.
Yeah. And he was an off spinner after wicket keeper.
Yes, and like so many other people, they change as they age. Some started as spinner, they become fast bowler. Courtney Ambrose, he more in love with basketball than cricket. And this is a lovely flowing cover drive down towards backward point, and Sinclair fielding well, running away, diving, knocking it down, and coming up with a throw right over the top of the stumps for Imlak to field. Good piece of cricket.
Yeah, very good piece of cricket all round. Good feeling, good return, and good running. I must say good afternoon to Gavin Ned. He changed Kemo Paul into a fast bowler.
Well, Gavin is one of the best coaches we have in Guyana.
Not one of the best, one of the best youth coach.
Yes, well, I'm talking generally overall. You know, I like his work attitude. I like the programs that he have the youths in. My son spent a little time with him at DCC there in the evening, and he has done a good job, especially at the youth level.
He doesn't like to coach older people. He likes to see his products grow like a tree, flowering.
Yes, he has done well so far. That's my Maikoni man, you know, with Maikoni roots. So we want to say hello to Garvin Ned. And we're watching Kemo Paul here, striving for another wicket. And we're bowling to Yannick Carrier, who is well built, has a good stance at the wicket there, and working this one wide of the mid-on, out towards the boundary. Tej Narayan Chand, the Paul is in hot pursuit, and he sends the return in, but cannot prevent Carrier from coming off the mark. And what a nice way, a nice little clip through mid-on.
And I just heard you describing, referring to Yannick Carrier as the Larry Gomes of this team. Do you know that it was Tej Narayan Chandra Paul who played the role of Larry Gomes in the Indian movie called 83?
Yes, the Bollywood movie 83. They had scouts around the region because they want to make that film in recognition of India winning the 1983 ODI World Cup. And when they look around and they felt that Tage Narain is best suited for the role.
Yeah, but he had to wear a wig.
Yes, when they dressed him up and so on, just Larry Gomes, and we will say in the countryside, Sakmak.
That means similar.
Yes, exactly. And he should be extremely proud of that achievement. Down the track by Carrier, back up the pitch, he's
Brilliantly
gone! Caught and ball by Moti. Well, he came down the track and didn't get to the height he was looking for. Moti gets his man, 183 for 4.
Yeah, so could this be the turning point where Guyana sneak back into this game? 183 for 4. Carrier going, caught and bowled for 2. Solazan is still there. He's set 72 from 252 balls. Moti's picked up his first wicket. 16th over he's in. 1 for 30. Could this be the period when Guyana sneaks quietly back into this game?
Well, it could happen because they have lost Jason Mohammed, who was well set, and now their in-form batsman, Yannick Carrier, going very early for 2. So it is left now for the rest to come. In fact, we cannot forget the part that Joshua can play as well. He's the wicket-keeper batsman for West Indies in Test cricket, and he'll be looking for a good innings. Of course, with Bangladesh coming here, he wants to start that series on a high, but he's coming up against Gudakesh Moti here, Kimo Paul, and the likes of Premal, a very good bowling attack. But once he's there, he's very solid, but Da Silva knows it's a challenge for him out in the middle.
Well, he started, in fact, his career as a batsman, and then the keeper got injured, and that's where he is now.
Yes, well, the thing is this, once you're given the opportunities, well, then the sky, they say, become the limit. And Joshua Da Silva has gotten his opportunity, did well for Trinidad and Tobago, so much so that he in the West Indies team is the number 1 wicket-keeper batsman as well. And so far, he has done reasonably well for the West Indies team. So at 183 for the loss of 4, the old ball picking up a wicket, they might just wait a little longer before they claim that new ball.
Yes, because they wouldn't want to take that ball out of the hand of Moti, who's getting better and better. That's an excellent delivery for his ball.
Yes, and Joshua Da Silva knows he faced a good delivery. Wasn't all that comfortable as he played the shot. You look at him there. The ball did come off the bat, but it flew between the silly point and the slip. There were anxious moments there for Joshua Da Silva. And this time turning it away down towards short backward square, and he opens his account with 1. And it's always good, Sean, when you come to the wicket, there's a huge difference between a 0 and 1.
Yes, once you come off the mark, you feel relieved, especially if you've gotten a duck in your last match or your last innings. So Moti continuing to bowl well. And that wicket would put a spike in the heels of all the Guyana players. They would be on their toes now.
Yes, of
Or
course.
they should be on their toes.
And this is what a little bit of success can do for you. Just raise the team spirit a little. And what Solazano needs to do here is to continue. I was talking... well, I just got mixed up a little here. It's the left-handed Carrier in strike, right?
Yeah.
He's on 2. That's another good delivery. Well bowled by Gudakesh Moti. Moti completes his over. 1 for 31 from 16. 184 for 4. Carrier is on 2. Da Silva has 1.
Yes, and that wicket of Solazano was a big wicket for Guyana. Because that pushed back, sent back into the pavilion one of their set batsmen who's had the reputation of batting long. And if the Trinidadians want to be any force in this game, they'd have to bat long to eke out time if they want to draw it.
Yes, certainly. And these two are new at the wicket out in the middle. Carrier is on 2. The Silver has 1. So it simply means it will take some time for them to play themselves in. And it's always important, regardless, it's a good batting pitch. If you have come pretty early in the middle, you're struggling for a little bit of form, ensure that you first face a few deliveries, understand what the pitch is doing to you. Is it of true nature? Is it holding up? Whatever the case. And then you make the necessary adjustment and you get your innings off. But it's good for the Harpy Eagles. They're having 2 relative new batters out in the middle.
Yes, they've got 2 batsmen that are new to the crease, and Kimo Paul is bowling. And
Yes.
he's getting that one to bend back. But Joshua De Silva and Carrier, they can both bat.
Yes, of course, both of them can bat. We were making the point, Carrier very solid, very sound, and the Silva, he's a West Indian player. And when you come to this level, West Indian players must make a difference at regional level. That is what you want to see.
And do you know that Darren Bravo first class average is lower than his test average? One of the few batsmen.
Well, give us those averages there, Sean.
35 in first class, and I think 39 in test. No,
Well,
the other way around.
the other way around. Well, he's one of the
that same way. 39 in test matches and 35.
in regional cricket, first class.
No, 39 in. Yeah.
All right, let's get that clear. You're saying he averaged 35 in first class cricket, regional cricket as well, but improved to 39 in test cricket.
No, the other way around.
All right, that's a good delivery. That was pitched
No,
just
I got
outside the
confused
line
like you
of
now.
the off stump, and he's
So
defending.
he's averaging higher in tests than first class.
Right, that was
Right.
what I was trying
Yeah.
to say.
What is his test average?
39 point something, still low.
And his first class?
35.
So so he has to be one of the few players to have done that, because of recently, and I want to say of recently, maybe for the last 15, 16 years in West Indies cricket, you'll find that many of our players with below 40 making the West Indies team, and they can't improve. If you do not have certain qualities at the regional level, the question is, when you go to a level that is much higher, what do you do then? So he has to be one of the exceptions.
Yes, but 39 is still not a good average, an outstanding average.
No, we're not saying that. He has to be one of the exceptions.
Yes,
This
he-
is
he
outside
is
the
one
line of the off stump,
exceptions.
goes by into the gloves of the keeper, and a delivery that was sprayed wide there, not forcing the right-handed, the Silver to go into the shot. But Paul must be looking to get it closer to the line of the off stump.
But that average would have been built when he was in his prime, scoring a lot of runs for the West Indies. If you look at his recent past, that average would have gone down a lot.
Yes, and it's a pity because I thought that Dwayne Bravo could have played more test matches for the West Indies, but these things happen in life. He's an important cog in the wheel for any team when it comes to white ball cricket, and he has proven that across the world in franchise cricket and playing for West Indies at the highest level in ODI and
one time he
T20.
averaged 54 in test cricket.
Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago is the home of Dwayne Bravo. 184 for the loss of 4. Carrier is on 2. The Silver is on 1. Moti 1 for 31 from 16.
Yesterday I rented a rail home of Darren Bravo, Santa Cruz,
Yeah, that's nice.
and I met his father.
Yes, and I heard Colin asking you, did he give you a chance to talk?
And I also met Brian Lara's 2 brothers, the elder one and the young one that's still playing. It was a tournament organized by Mr. Trim from Crompton. They toured Guyana back in the days. Ian Bishop and a guy named Kurt Romalo.
That's
Kurt Nawalo. He's now a pastor.
Yes, that's good to hear. Turned away into the onside, down through forward square, and they get the single. What other than you, were there any other Guyanese in the group in there?
Yes, a lot of Guyanese. The whole of the team of YPO That was John Ramsing's friends. They won the tournament.
Yes, Guyanese are all across this world, Sean.
I was invited by Luke Latif,
That's nice.
and his wife Saucy was there scoring.
So, here is Moti outside the line of the off stump.
Derek Calitran sends his regards. Says to say hello to you guys
Nice.
on WhatsApp.
Hello to you, Derek. Nice to know that you're listening and viewing from the Queen's Park Oval. Good delivery here, short of a good link. Derek Calitran, one of the best leg spinners to have come out of Guyana as well.
Yes, when you hear Calitran harp on butts, that's a potent spin attack.
Exactly. This is a lovely sweep shot by the silver, getting to the pitch of the delivery and turning the arm nicely. He gets a single, 186 for the loss of 4. And his brother, Alvin Calitran, one of the best the world has ever seen.
Yes, he had such eyesight that he used to pick the ball the way it's spinning in the air. So he would know if it's turning leg spin, off spin.
Yes, and once I did commentary with Maurice Foster from Jamaica, and while we were doing commentaries, we were just turning back the years, looking at former West Indian great batsmen. And then belatedly I mentioned the name Alvin Calitran. And I'll tell you what Maurice Foster said to me. Good delivery, wrapped on the pad, he's gone, leg before. He was right in front the stumps there, Carrier. No excuse, outfoxed by Gudakesh Moti. And what a fine wicket to get at this stage. He's gone LBW Moti for 3, 186 now for 5.
Yes, I thought you said you were going to say you were doing commentary on Alvin Calitran batting.
Yes, we look at that one. He was right in front of
Yeah,
there.
plumb.
You think it was... yeah, that was plumb there,
Yeah, that was
right in
plumb.
front of the leg stump.
Good decision by umpire, but these umpires in this tournament, they continue to do fairly well. Well, not fairly, they continue to do well. In all the matches that I've seen, the umpiring standard is also high.
Yes, I agree with you. Will this be Moti? When you see Moti in this mood, he can be destructive over the years looking at him. 186 for the loss of 5. And they have to be very careful not to squander that fine partnership that was put together between Jason Mohammed and Solazano. They have lost 2 early wickets after that. 186 for the loss of 5. Somebody has to come to the party
That's
here.
what I'm saying. If they get 2 wickets before the close, Guyana will be right back into this game.
Yes. So Imran Khan, he is the skipper of the Red Force team. He has made his way out in the middle. He too can bat, but it is left to be seen here this afternoon how long he can stay out in the middle. And I was telling you about Alvin Calitran. When I mentioned the name Alvin Calitran, Maurice Foster, in his nice Jamaican accent, he said to me, well, Inderjit, now you're talking about a great batsman. He had tremendous respect for Alvin Calitran.
Yeah, he also loves Lawrence Rowe. When I spoke about Hooper, he said Lawrence Rowe could bat but 5 times.
Wrapped on the pad, and he's gone. LBW there, the silver.
Big blow for Guyana.
Yes, certainly, and Paul has struck just after Moti did the work, and the silver goes back. Was a delivery that kept a little low. We will surely monitor the replay there, but it seemed to me might have been on the line of the off stump and cut back into the right-hander. We're going to have another look, but umpire Blade had no hesitation, raised the dreaded finger. The silver going back for 2. Let's watch this delivery. Well, to my mind there, Sean, that might have very well be going down the leg side. Maybe we'll have another look to see, but the umpire was in that position. He has made the call from our vantage point. It was close, but the umpire gave him the marching orders.
Well, that's who matters, the umpire. If the umpire says you're out, you're out. He makes the final decision. But I saw in Barbados when Eddie Nichols was umpiring, and he gave Sherwin Campbell run out. That was not the final decision because they threw bottles on the field, and Campbell came out back to bat. So they say the umpire decision is final. That day it wasn't final.
Yeah, well, they made the decision because the reactor had to accept him back on the field. So that was in finality as well. So from 178 for the loss of 3, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have now catapulted to 186 for the loss of 6.
And that's been the problem with Trinidad and Tobago. When they get a reasonable start, they buckle. When they get a low start, they buckle also.
Yes, well
This season.
yeah, so that's 4 wicket going down for the addition of just 8 runs. And, you know, maybe this is the reason why they have suffered in their home matches. Did well when they toured, they won both of their games, and now they are struggling in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm afraid it's not looking good for them at this point.
But the pitches here are very, very good for batting.
Yes, it is. And turned away nicely by Hines into the onside field, and they'll get the single. So Terence Hines is immediately off the mark with that single. I remember the first when I heard about Terence Hines was when he was drafted for CPL. I hardly knew too much about him then. I understand that he played a lot of tape ball cricket in Trinidad and Tobago prior to that. But he has come on very nicely. And Imran Khan and Hines, both of them combat. But Guyana is on a high now. And Kimo Paul, 2 for 29. This is his 13th over. Now, these are very good figures indeed. Paul, just short of a good length there. And Khan just walking into the defensive shot, turning the wrist over it, and plays it down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run.
When Khan started his career, he was an opening batsman.
Yes.
So now he's come down, and his bowling has improved. His leg spin.
Yes, and he's one of the players that I felt could have been given an opportunity to play Test cricket for the West Indies or even one-day international. He's a very good leg spinner, Imran Khan. Wrapped on the pad, there was a shout for leg before.
That one was
And this time
definitely
umpire
going down
Blades
the leg side.
decide it was going down the leg side, and he survived. But he has to be careful here, Imran Khan. Paul is on a high, and he's pitching the ball up. He needs to get the length right. You're going to stray on a few occasions, but you do not want to do it consistently.
Yeah, certainly. You got to bat and bat. And Paul has got to continue bowling on that nagging line. Pressure the batsman.
And this time he gets bat onto ball and plays down towards short cover where Tej Narain Chandra Paul is prowling away, and there is no run. So Keegan Simmons, he has gone for 3. Isaiah Raja for 26. Jason Mohammed, he's the other batsman back in the pavilion as well. Solazano making 70. Carrier 3. And De Silva making 2.
68 from 140 balls.
Thanks, Sean. Mohammed 68 from 140 balls. Good over comes to an end by Kimo Paul. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 187 for 6. Khan is yet to score. Hines is on 1.
Yes, and the sun now shining on the Harpy Eagles. They don't look hungry. So they're not going hunting. But the wickets are being given to them.
Yes, well, it's a mixture of both as well. I thought that Jason Mohammed and Solazano virtually did not concentrate it. We saw them stifled a little.
Yeah, once
after the
you're
tea
well
session.
set, you should go on to get big scores. But the wickets after, those were excellent deliveries.
Yes, exactly. Well, it is left on the appetite. If half centuries you're satisfied with and you close down the level of your concentration, too bad for you. The good batsmen will convert more than often their half centuries into centuries. We have not seen it here. at 187 for 6, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will definitely feel that they have done a fine job so far.
They are in the ascendancy right now.
So Moti, 2 for 33, is about to start his 18th over. And Hines is getting a good delivery. This is a good ball by Moti, drawing the right-hander into the shot. A little bit more flight on that delivery to Terence Hines.
The Red Force certainly enjoyed the second session.
Yes, that was when Jason Mohammed and Solazano were going.
From 71 for 2 at lunch, they had 149 for 2 at tea.
And that will represent a change of fortune for them.
Now they're 187 for 6.
Yeah, and this is another good delivery by Moti there. No width, no room, making Terence Hines play at the ball. And the length has been good as well. And this time he stood tall on the back foot there. Just a little bit of a width outside the off stump, opening the face, but cannot beat it. Narayan Chandapal is in the way. And there is no run.
From 178 for 2 at one stage.
Yes.
They lost 4 quick wickets.
Yes, and here is a shout for leg before, but the umpire says not out. That one clearly going down the leg side.
That was a big wicket. Then Cameron got Mohammed 178 for 3, and it all went down after that.
Yes, it did. Here is a good delivery, and Hines is playing defensively out into the offside field. So he's not going to do anything reckless here, Terence Hines. There's a drive down towards cover. Cameron is in the way. There is no run. Moti has completed his 18th over, 2 for 33, 187 for the loss of 6. Khan is yet to score. Hines is on 1.
Yeah, Moti is in the middle of a very good spell. Hines and Khan would want to consolidate. This is a precarious situation after tea. They were well in charge at tea. They didn't lose a single wicket in the second session. And now they've lost 4 quick wickets.
Yes, well, this is how cricket plays, Sean. A little bit of a mistake on your part can just turn the coin over. And we have seen this very often in sports. It's like when you're in, and look, some bees are now across the Queen's Park Oval, and you have, except the 2 umpires, all the fielders and the batsmen, they are going down, sprawled out. Umpire Dayton Butler and umpire Blades. You have to be very, very courageous men, standing up to the bees. And we've seen quite often in the previous match, I think 2 days, the bees did come to see the cricket, but they didn't stay very long.
Well, I hope umpire Blade's blade is sharp. He slice them off.
Those are fellas that you just don't play with. Once they're attacked, their communication network is to get everybody in the fight. Kimo Paul starts another over. Good delivery, well played by Imran Khan. Very stylishly too. He walks into the defensive shot, plays it on the onside of the pitch, and he is still looking for his first run. Now let's see for Kimo Paul, Sean. We're still having the 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. There's an extra cover. There's mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Would you have done anything differently with the field at this time?
Maybe put in another slip, but the ball is old. And no, I would leave it like this.
Yes, I think it's a solid field in the circumstances. Having said so, lovely looking, flowing cover drive. And will it reach the boundary? It's not going to get there. Smith will send the return in, and they will complete 2. Imran Khan started stylishly. Just a push, through covers, and he scores 2 runs.
Yes, certainly in early doors, he's looking very good. Certainly confident. I actually started as an opener, as I said.
Yes.
So you know how to bat.
Yes, certainly.
If he could open the batting and bat the new ball, he's down the order now.
Yes, Imran Khan can bat. Has 1450 to his name, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Maybe just have pulled the bat inside the line, but I think he would have genuinely beaten there.
Yeah, I thought he was beaten too, but he would tell you that it's great judgment.
Yes. For a man who has scored 1 century and 14 half centuries at this level, tells you something about his batting as well.
Yeah, but if you're good enough to score 100, even if you're a tail ender and you score 100, that means there's promising batting ability in you.
Yes, exactly. And we would have seen some people who play as batsmen, as bowlers as well. They would have scored some centuries. Gudakesh Moti is one of them.
Yeah.
We know about his batting exploit. Edging, he's gone, caught at second slip. That's Vishal Singh taking the catch. And Imran Khan has bitten the dust here at Queen's Park Oval. The Harpy Eagles, they're fighting not only with their wings, but they're fighting with their beak and their sharp talons as well. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 189 for the loss of 7. Khan gone for 2.
Yeah, certainly a very good wicket. That ball left the right-hander and he sparred at it. And a good catch there taken by Singh, who would previously put down a catch at the same slip position.
Yes, and that's a valuable wicket to get as well. So another wicket has gone. Imran Khan caught in the slip by Vishal Singh off the bowling of Kemo Paul. And Paul 3 for 31 so far. So some fast bowling points here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that 410 overs. And look at the score, 189 for 7. So from 178 for 2, it is now 189 for 7. If you can do the maths, Colin says 11 runs. Right, we have lost 5 wickets for 11 runs. And this is just not a fall. This is like somebody jumping off a cliff, coming down with the speed of an avalanche.
Yeah.
That's how they've lost their 5 wickets.
That wicket by Cameron to dismiss Mohammed on 68, 178 for 3, that triggered a dramatic collapse.
Yes, and it seems as though that the Guyana Harpy Eagles is running through this innings like a raging bushfire at the moment. I mean, that's the best way we can describe it, because they were going great guns at 149 for 2 at tea. After then, it would have been all Harpy Eagles. Wrapped on the pad, there's a shout for leg before. Well, let me tell you, that one was very close. The only thing in the mind of the umpire...
If that wasn't edge, he's
well,
gone.
let's see. I'm sure our guys, our audio technician, will surely give us a replay there. But that was very, very close. We're going to watch it. Oh, I didn't think he got any edge onto that one, Sean Devers.
No.
No edge at all. That would have gone into the stumps.
Seems lucky to be there.
Yes, very lucky to be there. And umpire Jonathan Blades decide it was not going to hit the stump. But that one was definitely going to go into the stumps. But we are watching... that's a good delivery again. And there you saw Charles... not stretching long forward, not getting on the back foot, is like half cocked and dropping the bat. The over has been completed. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 189 for 7. Hines is on 1. Brian Charles is yet to score. Paul 3 for 31. More from you, Sean, and you'll be joined by Colin Murray.
Yeah, well, this game is certainly a game of fluctuating fortunes, a game of glorious uncertainties, they say. Who would have thought that at lunch, 72 for 2, and at tea, the same 2, 149 for 2, no wicket falling during the post-lunch session, and then all of a sudden 5 wickets falling for 11 runs. As I said, that wicket by Cameron triggered a dramatic slide when he got rid of Mohammed. Then soon after, Jermaine Salazio was removed. So Guyana back in charge.
Well, you and in the GT wrecking Trinidad and Tobago team. I had to come back in as quickly as possible because I've started to get very worried about you and Indigit because the Trinidad and Tobago team, they were being wrecked when I left. It was 160 something or 170 for 2, and things were going good. I thought Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will end the day at about 240 for 3. But boy, oh boy, how things have turned around. And you look at the rest of the batting after Mohammed and Solozano left, it's been really a complete collapse. Carrier 3, Da Silva 2, Imran Khan, the skipper 2. And it's been really a real terrible collapse here. And give Guyana credit because they've come back. Things were going along very slowly. Trinidad and Tobago in charge. And then the wicket of when Mohammed was dismissed by Cameron, Moti then picked up the wicket of Carrier. And Kimo Paul has come back from the Willie Rodriguez end, the northern end, and he's bowled very well indeed. He's just pitched that ball up, a little bit of movement, and he's getting the results.
Yeah, fantastic bowling generally by the Guyanese as a team.
Moti is in a long spell, and he's in his 19th over now. That ball is going to not run into the boundary. Leon Johnson is going to stop it just inches from and that's poor running again. I think they've only gone for 2. Leon Johnson had to run that ball. It stopped about, I would say, 5 meters or so from that boundary rope, and they ran 2. That's just not on.
That's poor keeping also from Imlak. It went right to him.
Well, that should have been 3 runs at least. And that's what we talked about a little earlier, Sean, the running. The batsmen are just not running the runs properly. Maybe Terence Hines said it was the 5th ball, and he wants to take strikes, so who knows. But it's the end of the over, 192 for 7. Hines is on 2, and Brian Charles yet to get off the mark. We've got just about 6 overs left in the day's play, and very likely we're going to get through those 6 overs because Kimo Paul is bowling from one end, and the spinner, Moti, is bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So I would think we may go just over 5 o'clock, but the overtime wouldn't be all that much.
Yeah, German Solanzo. He shared in 2 partnerships.
Yeah, Jeremy Solozano, yeah.
Solozano, yeah. 54.
He batted well.
And 118.
I thought he's flashing, and that goes past the man at second slip in Singh. But there was Terence Hines looking to play that square drive, got the outside edge, and it was coming down. And Singh wasn't able to hold on to it, and it went just to his right, and they picked up 4 runs. Let's have a look at it again. 196 to 7 as... Oh, it was outside the off stump, and Terence Hines loves to play his shots, and he was flashing at that. And luckily for him, it went just to the right of Singh. Again, a good delivery from Kimo Paul. He's keeping it up to the bat. This one just angled into the right-hander, and Hines looking to flick it past the backward square leg position. Ball just comes off the pad and goes out towards a forward square leg. No run. So his score is 196 for 7. And when you look through this scorecard, only 3 scores of note. 72 from Solozano, Keegan Simmons 3, Raja 26, Mohammed 68, and then the collapse, Carrier 3, Da Silva 2, and Imran Khan 2. That's well played. Terence Hines as an all-rounder is not bad. Here they're going to pick up a single. That's bad fielding on the part of Niall Smith. He picked up the ball and tried to throw it to Chanda Paul at cover, threw it over his head, and the batsmen were able to go through for a single. So Hines goes to 7. I was making the point, Hines is very capable all-rounder. He hits the ball hard. He came more into white ball cricket, but has since settled into the 3-day team and has done reasonably well. Didn't see the game, but they told me he bowled very well in the game against Barbados when he picked up 5 wickets. He bowled a good line, he bowled a good length, he moved the ball around, but he's also known as a pretty hard-hitting batsman.
Yes, and you mentioned those 5-wicket haul that he picked up there. From all indication, he does swing the ball a lot, and that's good because it is somebody with a difference. And if he can match that up with his batting as well, he's going to be a good prospect.
The thing with him, though, and we'll after this ball, and Charles driving the ball, coming off maybe the bottom part of the bat and going out towards slip. Yeah, he tends to be a little bit, doesn't have the control with his bowling as I would like to see. Tends to spray it a little bit too much for my liking. And I think it's because he tries to bowl a little too quickly. If he settles down, he does swing the ball, he moves it. I would just like to see him taking it up to the batsman with a bit of movement, and he should do well.
Well, that is important because you must have control. If you're going to swing that ball, coaches will say to you, there is a certain corridor on the pitch where you need to get that ball. If you can't get it there and with the swing that he has, well, then you're going to be bowling wides. The over has been completed, Paul. 3 for 36 from 15 is in a good spell. 197 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yeah. Hines is on 7. Charles is yet to score.
How well he has come back, Kimo Paul. And that's the go-to man when you need some wickets. And he's come back and he's picked up the wicket of Da Silva and Imran Khan. What I like about Kimo Paul in this spell is that he's not trying to bowl too quickly and he's not trying to do too much with the ball. He's keeping it up to the bat. He's giving a little bit of movement. And, you look at him and certainly he understands the conditions here at the Oval. He understands that, listen, it's not about tear away quick bowling here. It's about a good line, good length, a little bit of movement, and you're going to get your results.
Yes, and you're right about that, Colin, because the more you strive for pace on wickets like these, the more it's going to be frustrating to you. The key thing is that he's not a tear-away fast bowler. Yes, he brings the ball in back. He can move it away from batsmen. The important thing for you is to get the line and length. When you get that going, well, then you can try to outswing it or in-swing it.
Well, Moti is going to continue. He's had 19 overs, 2 for 34. Haven't seen Pumal for a while. And Hines looking very comfortable. And you look at the field. The field is well spread for Hines. They obviously have done their homework because there's a long off, there's a long on, and there's a deep mid wicket. And the question is, can Terence Hines resist? He's a no-nonsense hitter of the ball. And the question is he going to try and go over the top with long off and long on and that deep mid wicket? No need to, and that's sensible batting. He just reached the pitch of it and he pushed it all along the ground down towards mid off and he got the single. So you expect intelligent cricket at this point in time from both Hines and Charles. Charles is not that type of player like Hines. He's not a big hitter. He's not going to literally try and go over the top. He's going to try and work the ball in the gaps and try and pick up a single or wait for the bad ball and hit it to the boundary. But he's going to be a little bit more defensive and he's going to be a little bit more in terms of playing each ball on its merit than Hines. Hines is going to look to attack. And I suppose the best form of defense is attack.
Yes, but you have to choose your moment to win to do that. With your team struggling on 198 for 7, now the strategy should be play every ball on its merit. That is what these two will have to do here. And Moti is in a good spell here, Colin. He's flighting the ball better. He's giving it a nice little loop, and it's dipping just before it touches down on the pitch. So he's in a good spell, 2 for 35 so far.
Yeah, 2 for 35 from his 20 overs. He's outshone Versamy Pumal today. Pumal not getting a wicket. Kimo Paul picking up 3, Sinclair 1, Moti picking up 2, and Cameron 1. That's the 7 wickets that were shared. But Terence Hines is going to take strike, and it's going to be an interesting battle between him and Kimo Paul. The field is the mid-off and mid-on at the in. There's no deep mid-wicket. And I tell you what, if I was about to say if Kimo Paul strays in line or length, he's going to know Terence Hines is batting. But that one was just short coming into him, and he was playing it nicely off the hip, getting a single. So just one run away from 200, and you would have thought about an hour ago in the JIT that if the score was approaching 200, there would only be 3 or 4 wickets down.
You're right about that. They've lost so many wickets in a quick space of time.
But very surprising when you look at the dismissals. Carrier, De Silva, and Imran Khan playing away from his body, got the outside edge. De Silva playing back to Kimo Paul, and Yannick Carrier playing on his crease as well. Whereas the deliveries, they should have been forward to.
Yes, the basic things that good batsmen will do, get to the pitch of the ball. In the previous over, when Hines scored that single, his left leg was planting down towards the mid-on area, and he was pushing at the ball through extra cover wide mid-off area. That could have easily cannoned into the pad. So the basic things are missing from some of our players there.
Certainly. It was very disappointing after the solid start given to the Red Force by, firstly, a partnership of 54 between Solozano and Raja, and then that partnership of 112 between Solozano and Mohammed. And since then, it's all fell away. Here he's gone. What an excellent catch by Imlach. Oh, my word. It was a short delivery, and Brian Charles was trying to paddle it around, and Imlach, diving to his left, has taken up a really smart catch, and Brian Charles goes without scoring. It's now 199 for 8, but what a good catch. It was a short delivery, and Brian Charles was just trying to help it towards the fine leg position, and it may have just come off the glove. That's a fine diving catch from Imlach.
Yeah, fantastic catch by Imlach. Diving goalkeeper fashion. Reminds me of Jeffrey Dujon in his days. That was a great catch. So
that's high praise, Jean.
Yeah, so 199 for 8 now. Barbados, the Red Force, a spent force.
Yeah, they certainly are now at 199 for 8. And this is certainly after being in that wonderful position. And it seems to be Uthman Mohammed coming to the crease now. But another wicket for Kimo Paul. He's now got 4 for 37. And you would have thought that delivery, rather than Brian Charles looking to pull it, he should have just got inside the line and either turn it fine or allowing it to go through. But he was trying to pull a delivery that had a little bit more bounce than he anticipated. And they now have lost, 8 wickets? So 6 wickets have gone down for the addition of 21 runs. It's been a complete collapse here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, so Guyana in a commanding position, but you never know what could happen towards the end, because cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. But I don't think there'll be any big partnership now. Paul on a roll, looking for his 5th wicket.
Loud appeal goes up, and he's given them. So Uthman Mohammed just faces one delivery before he goes LBW. Now, so Kimo Paul has picked up his 5th wicket as Uthman Mohammed goes for naught, just facing one delivery, and 7 wickets have now gone down for the addition of 21 runs. Let's have a look. Seem to be heading down the leg side, but may have just hit the maybe middle and leg. And umpire Blade says, well, you're on your way. So 199 now for 9. And the last man coming in, Shannon Gabriel.
Yes, this is a second 5-wicket haul for Kimo Paul, the man from Essequibo. And he's bowled really well so far in this tournament. And this match in particular, 5 wickets for 37 runs in 15.5 overs. Can he get another wicket to get a 6-wicket haul?
Yeah, well, it's taken him up to 18 wickets now in the tournament, which is just 1 behind Versami Pumol, who has 19.
And so 2 behind Cornwall.
Yeah. So it's been a very impressive spell. And more importantly, Shannon Gabriel is coming in on a hat-trick ball.
Yes, so this is the second time we've seen a Guyana bowler on a hat-trick. Kevin Sinclair was on a hat-trick in Diego Martin, but he didn't get the hat-trick. So let's see now what will happen. The Red Force would dearly want these two to bat out to the end of the day. 9 wickets down. 199 for the loss of 9. Kimo Paul on a hat trick. The field has been strengthened. 3 steps, a gully, a point.
I would have put a forward short leg as well.
Yes.
There's no forward short leg, and there's a point cover mid off. I would have moved one of those out. Let Shannon Gabriel go for that drive if he can do it, but put a forward short leg in.
Yeah, so Shannon Gabriel doesn't inspire confidence as a batsman. Paul looking for his... Oh my, that's a ball that cut him in half. Came back. Cut him in half, and well taken by Imlak.
Yeah, I don't think Shannon Gabriel knew very much about it because it cut back. Had some bounce as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, just Gabriel was looking to play that ball on the onside, and it was just lined outside the off stump, but had some bounce and movement. And he didn't know very much about it. Luckily, he didn't get the edge. 3 overs left in the day's play. The big question is, can the Red Force survive these 3 overs, or will they be bowled out?
Well, with Shannon Gabriel at the crease, he doesn't inspire confidence. How good is Hines as a batsman?
I was telling Inderjit that he's not a bad all-rounder. He hits the ball hard. He's got not a bad technique. He just gets sometimes carried away. As you can see, the feel here for him. They know him well. There's a long off, there's a long on, and there's a deep mid-wicket. So they know that he's going to look to go after the bowling. He's a very attacking type of batsman. It's just his shot selection. He's got to be careful with that. And as a bowler, he's not bad. He moves the ball a lot, tends to try to bowl a little too quickly, and because of that, loses his line. But we see a change in bowling because Versami Pamal is into the attack, and it's not Gudakesh Moti. So it's Pamal replacing Moti. Moti has had 20 overs, 2 for 35. But it is Pamal. And Hines is, well, they're not going to take the single. So it's interesting. Terence Hines is going to try to farm the bowling.
Yes, he has to protect Gabriel.
Probably take a single of the 3rd or 4th delivery. He's playing it well so far. He's getting on the front foot and pushing the ball out all along the ground towards mid-off. 199 for 9. Going onto that back foot like a lot of the batsmen before him. And let's see what Leon Johnson is going to do. He's bringing in the man from the deep point position. And... but he is leaving the long off, the long on, and the deep mid-wicket in that position. He's just brought in the man from that deep point into the orthodox cover. And Pamal is into Hines. He's not going to get the single there.
I would have brought up the long on and the long off, and if he wants, go over the top.
Well, he's got one delivery left. How is Hines going to handle it? And he plays out a maiden. Well, he refused the single off the second delivery. And the next 4 deliveries, it was all dot balls. So a maiden over from Pamal. But what that has done, it has exposed Shannon Gabriel to Kimo Paul. And I think you made the point, Gabriel's batting doesn't inspire confidence.
Yeah. So Gabriel is still on knot. And Paul looking for his 6th wicket. That would equal his best performance. He had a 6-wicket haul.
Yeah, he did have a 6-wicket haul in the past. Can't remember who it was against, but I remember him picking up 6 wickets.
6 for 28.
Yeah, 6 for 28. He's a fine bowler. You know, the thing with Kimo Paul. Oh, that's well played by Gabriel. Yeah, the thing with Kimo Paul, when he burst onto the scene, he had all the attributes of being a fine all-rounder, and went into the CPL and the T20, and I don't know, he just his bowling started to become ragged. He was all over the shop. He when he went to bat, he tried to hit everything out of the ground. Yeah, and I just thought, he's a much better cricketer than what we've been seeing him playing at T20 cricket of late.
But T20 cricket forces cricketers to take undue risks.
Yeah. And that's probably the thing with Kimo Paul. But even his bowling, you look at him in T20 bowling, I think he's got really good control. But at T20 cricket, well, Gabriel, whoa, that's a good way to bring up the 200 as he pitches it up to Gabriel, and Gabriel went into that on drive. He lifted it, but it was a safe shot because the man at mid-on is a little bit wide. And Gabriel, a fine way to bring up the 200 for Trinidad and Tobago, but it's 203 for 9, and we're not sure how many times Shannon, there it is, lifted it. It was pitched up to him, and he lifted it over mid-on down to the boundary for 4. 203 for 9. Yeah, and I was just making the point that, I look at him in T20 cricket, and I just think his control at the T20 level has to be better. But he goes for 8, 10, 12 and over. And he's a better bowler than that.
He's also been plagued by many injuries.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the things with him.
That's why he's not in the West Indies team. He's just back from another injury.
But he should be in that. He should be in the ODI squad, Kimo Paul.
Oh.
Well,
that's the exact retaliation. A fast bowler hit you, you bowl short at him. Gone are the days when there was a code
except
that you don't bounce the fast bowler.
Well, I was about to say that. He going to expect some music when he goes to bat and Shaman Gabriel is bowling. He can expect some music.
But he's a more competent batsman than Shannon
Well, that's
Gabriel,
true.
So he can handle it.
Well, let's hope so. Because Shannon Gabriel on his day can be pretty quick.
Yeah. He's
still
one of the quickest.
Yeah, he's still not. I don't think Shannon Gabriel is as fit as he can be. No, that's he's looking a little bit more competent this afternoon, Shannon Gabriel.
Batting during the entire COVID season.
He handled that delivery pretty good.
And you notice when he hit the boundary, there was a big roar from the crowd.
Yes.
That was a surprise to them.
Well, Shannon Gabriel, I think once he hits a boundary, you get surprised because he's not known for his, well, I wouldn't say for his batting. Let's just say for his boundary hitting. And he plays well. He handled this over very well from Kimo Paul.
So you might see him getting more of the strike now.
Who, Shannon Gabriel?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure on that, Sean. I don't think Terence Hines would have that, even though he played this over very competently. And I tell you what, he's a typical number 11 when a slow bowler comes on to bowl.
Yeah, that's what I was now going to say.
Throw it in the air.
More time to
That's
think.
right. Throw it in the air, and he's going to try to hit it out of the ground. Well, we're coming up to the final over of the day's play. Yes, and we are just about after 5 o'clock. So it will be the final over. And it's going to be Versami Pumal. And it's going to be bowling to Terence Hines, who is on 9. He's been there for quite a while. He's looked good, actually, Terence Hines. He's played, hasn't looked in trouble. Now, very interestingly, they've brought in the mid-on, they've brought in the mid-off, and the man at deep mid-wicket. So they're taking your advice, Sean. They're saying to Terence Hines, well, if you think you're good enough, go over the top.
And a boundary wouldn't hurt Guyana at this point.
Terence Hines.
But he wouldn't be tempted.
Yes, he's very responsible at the moment. I don't think he can. I've seen Terence Hines over the years, and I'll be surprised if he plays these next 5 deliveries in front of him.
Pamal has got to flight the ball. Bowl it slow. Entice him.
Yeah,
to
that's
go
right.
over the top.
Give it some air.
Yeah.
And if you get hit, as you rightly said, if you get hit for 4 or 6, doesn't matter. But you want him to play some shots. You want him to try and go over the top. But he's not giving it flight. He's
a little bit too quick.
Yeah. He's pushing it through. And Terence Hines is quite comfortable to just back and across and play that ball in front of him. Well, is he playing out for the afternoon?
Definitely.
For him to come back tomorrow with Gabriel?
that is
Yes, he
flighted,
didn't.
yeah.
Yep, and Hines not tempted. We saw a last wicket partnership, a record last wicket partnership here in the previous game. Who knows?
Not a flighted delivery.
He's not being tempted, Terence Hines. Very, very interesting and very responsible. And they're going to put some more pressure on him because is it Chandapal coming into a leg gully?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Pamal tries the Chinaman. Last delivery of the day.
I would think just toss it up in the air.
Yeah.
Just throw it as high as you could. Let Hines think. Is he going to slam it over the top? What is he going to do? But he's
too quick.
Too
flat.
quick. And that's the end of the day's play here. A day which now has belonged to Guyana. And when you look back, the early part of the day certainly belonged to the Red Force. And I would think midway through the afternoon session, after tea, things just turned all wrong for the Red Force. And they lost wicket after wicket. They lost 7 wickets for the addition of, let's see, just 25 runs. They lost 7 wickets for 25. Let's have a look at that scoreboard. And you look from carrier down, and it really doesn't make good reading. But Solozano played very well for his 72. Caught and bowled Moti. Don't think he got over the ball. He was looking to drive and wasn't to the pitch. Simmons, he went bowled Paul for 3. Raja, he batted well. LBW Sinclair, 26. And Jason Mohammed, he also batted well. Caught Johnson bowled Cameron at first slip. He went for 68. And when he got out, it was 178 for 3. And then everything fell apart for the Red Force. Yannick Carrier, who's been in some good form, went LBW Moti for 3. Joshua Da Silva, he went LBW Paul 2. Imran Khan, the skipper, went Court Singh bowled Paul for 2. Terence Hines was not out on 9. Brian Charles was out. A really good catch by wicketkeeper Imlak, diving to his left where maybe a leg slip would have been. He took a good two-handed catch, moving swiftly to his left off of Brian Charles. Paul was the bowler. He went without scoring. Uthman Mohammed, he faced 1 delivery. He went also LBW to Paul without scoring. Shannon Gabriel is coming. He's lasted 7 balls, and in that 7 balls struck a good boundary towards mid-on. 14 extras have been conceded, and in the 90 overs, the Red Force, they have left, they have ended the day on 203 for 9, and not a very pretty scorecard after they were 178 for 2. And the bowling for Guyana, the pick of the bowlers, of course, Kimo Paul, 17 overs, 5 for 41. Excellent bowling on his part. Niall Smith didn't pick up a wicket. He had 10 overs, none for 39. And Dimitri Cameron, he picked up the very important wicket, which started the slide, that of Jason Mohammed. He bowled 12 overs, 1 for 38. Resami Pamal, 21 overs. He's been very steady, didn't give away very much. 21 overs, none for 25. And Kevin Sinclair had 10 overs, 1 for 21. Got the early breakthrough, that of Isaiah Raja. And Gudakesh Moti, he had 20 overs, 2 for 35. Picked up 2 very important wickets, that of Yannick Carrier and Jeremy Solozano, 2 really important wickets there. But look at that fall of wickets. 1 for 6, 2 for 60, 3 for 178, and then the collapse set in. 4 for 183, 5 for 186, 6 for 186, 7 for 189, 8 for 199, and 9 for 199. Really a bad display of batting after the Red Force was in such a good position.
So a good fight back by Solozano, 72, and he shared in half-century partnership with Raja, who replaced Bravo, and then 118 with Mohammed. But after that, from 178 for 2, after tea, it all went awry.
Yeah, it all collapsed for the Red Force, and it means that the Ghana Harpy Eagles are in charge here after the first day. 203 for 9 after the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and elected to bat, and what was a good pitch. It means that Eve, they will have a lot of work to do with the ball to peg back this Guyana team. It's a batting unit that is scoring runs. They're batting well. They've got a lot of confidence. The pitch holds no terrors. And the Trinidad and Tobago team are ready behind the 8 ball. It's going to be very interesting going into day 2. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval after day 1 of the final round of games in this West Indies Championship. The Red Force are 203 for 9 after winning the toss and opting to bat. The highlight of the day, Jeremy Solozano 72, Jason Mohammed 68, Isaiah Raja 26. But the star of the show, the man from Essequibo, they tell me, this is Kimo Paul, 5 for 41, ably supported by Gudakesh Moti, 2 for 35, and Sinclair and Cameron each picking up a wicket. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. We'll wait to see what transpires in day 2. So we'll be back tomorrow for the day 2 of this game between the Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval. So until then, from all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's goodbye until tomorrow.